Yep.
And it's not always easy.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not saying that the board's going to choose to level fund and do a drastic cut of programs, but we need to look at what that looks like. Because otherwise, how do we sell this tax increase to our voters? You know, I don't want to have to do this budget twice. So, I would like to see, okay, this is what level funded looks like. Yeah, we have to make these draconian cuts. Okay, and then we can evaluate, okay, we don't want, let's put this back, let's put that back, and see what that looks like as a percentage increase and how it's going to affect the tax rate.
Yeah, I mean, I gotcha.
That's all I can say. I know it's difficult.
Yeah, it really is, and the decisions I made and the requests that I made were strictly to benefit the quality of education for my kids.
Nobody's questioning.
Yeah, and so I hear you.
Yeah.
I know when I go and take a look back, as per your request, to make a reduction in one of those asks is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
And I feel like our community and our West River district has a finger on the pulse of what our schools are really like, which I think is great, and I hope that they kind of that they'll back the principals for their requests. But I'm looking at you straight now. Like, I'll try my best to do that for you.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying that we're gonna
Yeah.
go with that kind of
Yeah.
cut, but
But
we
we
need
want
to
to provide
know
the
what it
options.
looks like, so our community, knows why they're getting hit with this tax increase and what they're paying for.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Well, Joe, I was just gonna suggest that if the board, I know Howie has one suggestion he's kind of putting out there, and I don't know if that is speaking
My
for the
hand was
board
up.
or not,
Yeah,
but
I'm
from the administrative perspective, to have, if there's a list of things that you guys want us to come back with, to be very, very specific about what those things are. If it's level funded, level service, X amount of dollars, slash that program, whatever the targets are that you guys want set, we should
Yeah.
know that, but I want, the more unified you guys are in what you're actually looking for, the better, the easier it's gonna be to kind of meet the requests that you guys have. And then thinking just off the top of my head, like if we're talking about 10 teachers, 10
Yeah.
FTEs, that if I'm talking like half the kids are at Leland Gray, so that's 5 FTEs, like that's,
Yeah.
draconian is the word to use, I think that's
Yeah.
pretty much what it is. I'm happy to show you what that would look like, well, I'm not happy to, but I will if that's what you guys want. But I just think the board should be directive and focused on what the list are, things you guys wanna see collectively, so we know. Does that make sense? So not each person throwing out what they'd like to see, or, one voice kind of thing.
I'm gonna let you go before me. I was
Go
next,
ahead.
but he hasn't spoken as much as me, so.
I think we should be careful in what we ask the administration to do. If we're all saying that we're not gonna make you cut 10 FTEs, then why are we asking you to model what it looks like to cut at 10 FTEs? Why create that anxiety amongst your staff and when we have no intention of doing that anyway? So I think we should make sure that the requests that we make are reasonable and that we're not asking for things simply to ask for things. Because we could play that game for the next 6 months and just cause nothing but trouble. I've been on this board, Leland Gray's board, and this board long enough that we've been down this road before, where we asked for a whole bunch of different things that we never intended to implement anyway, and it simply causes a room full of people to show up and scream at us because we asked for lots of options that we really had no intention of following through with. So I would agree with what Bob said. Let's give them a clear direction as to what we want to see, as opposed to give us the worst case, the most carnage you can create, and throw it back to us, because that's just ridiculous.
And Joe, just one more time, I'm not sure what the role of your budget committee is either. And if there's a second round, should they be looking at those ideas first, or, I just want to make sure you guys have, you have a committee, what's the purpose of it, how does that
Right.
fit into that?
Ask them.
Well, the budget committee, who's the chair of the?
January 6th. Yes.
You want to explain it? I mean, I was going to answer it, and then I'm like, wait, there's a chair.
Did you explain the role of the?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we do the deep dive beforehand and with Lori, and then we kind of help report out. I mean, Lori's done the 95% of the reporting out today, but certainly we can chip in and would help with the explanation to the community and the board in general. But, yeah, we'll gladly take whatever is discussed here today and bring it to that meeting on January 6th and do a deeper dive.
So there might be a way to just test the budget committee with looking at possible ways to reduce this between now and January 6th and come back with something maybe less draconian.
So,
Go ahead.
he just asked me, do you still want to speak? And I said, well, no, I think Bob pretty much said everything I was going to say, but now I feel like I have to say something more, as usual. So I apologize for that. But, I guess it's hard for me to say to the budget committee, go see where we can cut. And the reason I say that is because what is it that we are interested in reducing? We've got all of the program. So let's take it to programs. I think of it from the Leland Gray perspective, where you can actually say, well, maybe we can eliminate one of the foreign languages, or maybe you can stop doing some of the the elementary level is a little harder to take a program and take away, but that's what we're talking about. That's literally what we're talking about here. I mean, are we as a board going to support reducing the opportunities for our children? Because I don't see us increasing the opportunities for our children in this budget. Not much. And that concerns me. I'm totally in agreement with Howie about the dollars. That's pretty disturbing to me. But I also heard a pretty clear explanation as to why they're here. But our job is to try to make sure that we are educating our students in the best way we possibly can. And I'm not seeing very much of an increase in opportunities for our kids here. So we need to reduce opportunities for our kids if we're going to cut. And so I'm a little concerned about tasking and maybe it's not just for kids. We can say we're not going to do something in the buildings again. We've done this plenty of times before, and we're not the only school district doing this, because all over the state we've been seeing the results of deferred maintenance. But I'm just trying to put a face on it, what it means. It's a really challenging time, and the harder questions come out when we get deeper into these conversations, and that is it costs a lot to educate kids in small schools, and we value our local schools. So I know there was a time, and Bill's not here to speak to it, but he came to us with a different proposal on how we could save money by reconfiguring our students, the levels of students in schools, so pre-K 1-2 in one school, 3-4 in another. I mean, are we ready as a board to have those kinds of conversations again? Because I actually really believe that if we can keep our small schools open, we should, but if we can't support the education that is in this budget for our kids, that are not increasing opportunities, but that are preserving the opportunities that we have valued in that thing we're going to vote on at our next meeting, all of our values, we've got some tough conversations to have, and they go a lot farther than asking the budget committee to come to us and say, here's a way we can cut 1 or 2% out of the budget. It's just my perspective, and it's a really tough conversation for us to have. So,
But this is the first pass of the budget, right?
Yeah.
So if my memory's correct, last year's first pass was looking at almost a 10% increase. What we actually got to was something around 5%, right? So I think it is reasonable, and Emily just kind of touched on it, to say, maybe we task the administration with, find us a way to, save 2% and what that would look like, as opposed to, trying to level fund or whatever. Like, I know this is a first pass, it's expected to be high, and then it whittles down. So how do we take it from 10,000 feet to 5,000 feet view?
I would just comment on last year's
yeah.
process and budget. The first draft included a lot of deferred maintenance. And so that was the majority of dropping it from the 10 to the 5.
And I think our request peoples came up in the
Right, there
higher.
wasn't a lot of programmatic changes. Yeah, thanks, Debbie. getting tired.
So we all.
No, but
So last year's resolution was a little easier than this year's resolution would be, because we haven't built in that maintenance. There's 150.
Right.
And if we took out the 150, that wouldn't be the 2% to get us from, that wouldn't be the 2%. We'd still be looking at, what opportunities are we going to remove?
Well, I guess the concern is like, a lot of people voted for consolidation with the premise that it was gonna save money. I have a kid in the school. I don't wanna see the programmatic cuts either. I want my son and every student in this district to have the best education they can. So, I'm just trying to bridge the gap.
But the merger, the merger was supposed to increase opportunity, not necessarily save money. There were incentives, and we're supposed to, if we can find a way to save money, which goes back to Emily's point about, as we start to look at this, there are some really hard conversations that we as a board and the public need to actually have. There's no way to continue doing everything in every school and somehow have it magically cost less. You either do less or you do it in less places, and those are really difficult conversations to have.
They are.
But we need to, but we're starting to have one now, whether we do less for the students, and this, hopefully we can have this conversation and see where it goes. For the short term, in terms of direction, because we're not going to have the conversation about what we're going to do. We're not going to have that. That's going to be a long conversation with the public and the board, where we go. For the short term, in terms of direction, I struggle with what to give you. Al, help? Emily, anybody?
I actually think that Mike's suggestion was
Of 2%?
fairly reasonable to look at 2%. We could look at things like, what assumption of special education did we assume? Too high? I think there's some things on the margin we could probably take a look at that might account for 2%.
I just need to point out that, after all these incentives go away and the hold harmless and all that goes away, we're all gonna get racked with one big tax increase.
Or we're going to have the hard conversation and we're going to do something different.
Well, that's why you need to look at it now. You can't just keep bumping the budget up another million every year. Because if you keep doing that for the next 3 years, because already you're saying we're looking at a 7% right now at this point. Newfane had a 10% last year, which supposedly are only paying 5%, that after the 4 years, that 5% is gonna come back with the other 2% and the next, so another 20. And, like I said before, you're looking at, by the 4th year, it's gonna be a 20% increase on top of all the increases we've had over the 4 years, is what taxpayers are gonna look at. We're forcing people out to go to districts that are theoretically cheaper for them to pay taxes to send their kids to school. People can't afford the taxes. Can't afford the taxes, they move out. When they move out, they take their kids with them. Declining enrollment.
They also leave when we don't have opportunities for them, and high-quality education.
And we better look at redoing the whole budget from scratch.
Rick, did you have a comment?
Can I lighten the atmosphere?
Oh, please.
I'll give you a way. I'm gonna play OK Boomer here. I'll give you a way to reduce that cost increase by half. Right away, one line item. Get rid of technology services. That's 50% of your increase gone. See? Got it?
Okay, move.
Okay.
I mean, now, what do they do to teach, right? I mean,
It's just my favorite hashtag right now. Just have a second. I love it.
Thank you.
But I love it.
So, will of the board 2%, as suggested by Mike and Al,
Or whatever they.
or something else, or whatever, shoot for 2, come up with your best. The budget committee will meet and we'll have a group cry.
So we need to meet before the 6th.
Do the one
Yeah.
point nine.
We need to fit in.
Al, do the 1.9.
1.9, yeah.
Okay, we'll set something up. Did anybody out there, other than Rick, have something they wanted to add to the budget discussions?
I remember that one.
Okay, are we good?
So it's two, let's
We
be
can-
clear on the 2%.
Closest we can come to 2.
2%.
Work with the budget committee, we got you.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. Moving right along. Thank you all. We're almost on time, yeah. So, Abby, I hate to put you on the spot. There was nothing written. Anything you want to share with the board?
Well, I was one of the 2 choir students that visited Jamaica Village School to go and sing at their Thanksgiving lunch
Nice.
with Mr. Pexock and Mr. Bernard. And I think it was a good experience to be able to have high school students go to the elementary schools. And I feel like we should visit there more often so they can, because they'll be coming to Leland and Gray after elementary school. So I feel like it's a good to have a connection between the high school, or Leland and Gray, and the elementary schools.
That's great.
Thank you.
I'm sure they looked up to you.
That's not the first time I've heard that this week. You have, Rick, you have a question?
Oh, yeah, just building on what she said. Many years ago, in the dark ages, Townsend used to have high school students over there all the time. I mean, it was a set program. And so the intermixing of the grade levels was just phenomenal.
They still do.
do that.
They still
Do
do.
they still do
Yeah.
that? Because I wasn't sure, yeah.
I think they still do. Thank you. Any questions for Abby? Thank you. Next month's Trey. If he doesn't show up, we'll call him. Okay. With regard to the other reports, those are all in your packet. Does anybody have any questions that they wanted to ask any of the principals? Or I guess it wouldn't be fair to ask Lori all the bill questions from the cabinet report.
So I have a question, or I have a statement to make, actually. When this was copied, it looks like the first page and the last page of my report are there, but I think that there were 3 pages in between that are not in there.
I think
And I
we
would
got.
be happy to send that to you, and I'd really like to send it to you, because it represents a lot of work.
Wasn't it in the?
It came
I
in
think
the
it was
email,
in
it
the-
didn't come in
I
what
did-
was
That's
handed to
wonderful.
us
That's
tonight.
wonderful.
I
That's
didn't
fine.
read it in here, I read it in here, and I'm pretty sure that was all in there.
Yeah. Somebody edited you, Scotty, sorry.
That's what these guys are giving you stuff over here.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, you said too much.
Yeah.
The reduction in the paper budget that you're seeing?
There you go. There you go.
Rips.
No, we did get all the
That's great. Thank
pages
you.
in our
Thank you.
packet, thank you. So, no questions for any of the principals that are here? Okay, nice job. I enjoyed reading those reports, thank you.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one thing?
Yes,
I was going through here, this wasn't in the board packet electronically. This climate, I can't tell which is which, yes, no, on this, because of the colors.
oh, no, and that would have been.
Sorry,
The dark gray versus the,
yeah, which is yes, which is no, 1442, I think I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure, is 43.5 on the climate and culture report.
Yeah, I can have her resend that, so the colors, but it'd be electronically, you get the colors in
Yeah,
there.
I didn't get it electronic, did I? Because it
think
wasn't in
so.
the original report.
I think-
I went and
I've
looked,
seen it.
no, it wasn't in the, oh, maybe it was in a separate something.
I think it was sent, because it was supposed to be for the October board meeting, it was sent by.
Oh, I didn't look back. I looked
by
at November's.
By Johanna a long
If it,
time ago.
if it was sent, I will look, but I will look
Um,
at it again. I couldn't find it and it was just really hard to tell. There was really no difference.
I can tell you that the student council spent a day in having a retreat going into that data from the student survey.
Yeah, it was important.
And they spent a lot of time going through, not the charts and the graphs, but the actual raw data with all the
Good.
textual, that people can submit things. And they actually, the student council presented to the faculty today, at their staff meeting, about the results of that.
Wow,
Very powerful conversations.
Wow.
that's great.
Yeah.
That's really important because
Good stuff.
this was good.
Thank you. Yes, Al?
just one thing, and I don't know if this could be input throughout, but I think it's important to kind of reflect on new programs, like at a school. And obviously we're gonna get a report in, I think it's January, February, on the food program. But just if there's anything that can be put in anecdotally, or how it's going, just kind of a little feedback as we go along.
About food specifically?
Yeah, just anything new in particular, food programs. Trying to think of some other things that are new. The climate, we asked about climate, and you already do that, so something like that, specific to any new programs.
Can I make the suggestion, maybe we would talk about our new academic support team and their work. We could talk about our professional development this year, that we're really focused on trauma, transformation, and on keys to literacy, our literacy program.
Yeah, that'd be great. Any changes like that, yeah.
Okay. No more questions? Thank you, all. We have winter activities update on there. I'm not sure, is there one?
I'm sorry, what?
Winter activities update? I thought that kind of got resolved.
No,
Yeah, I thought we
I think
voted to
when
fund
Lori
it.
was not here, you guys told us to spend the money.
Yep.
I
Right.
think that's what I was told
We did.
today, that you were going to be able to.
Okay, so there is no
But-
not,
I will mention that at the time of that conversation, it was raised by someone, I forget if it was Al or Drew, but I'm thinking maybe it was over there somewhere, that the question of whether or not these things were valued, to what extent do we value something, should it be part of the budget, should it be funded?
Oh, yeah.
None of that is in this budget, and you guys just already talked about being really high. So I just want to make sure you're super clear about that. There's no additional funding, right?
But that was
There's no additional funding.
that was
In the-
$3,000 we were talking about.
Well, that was this year.
Yeah.
We did not add the 3,000 even into next year's. So there's nothing in next year's budget towards winter activities at all, really, because we don't normally have any local funding towards it anyways. So that was something you guys had talked about talking about.
It's a good reminder. Thank you.
Yep. just
thank
wanna-
you.
Give it to you guys on the budget committee.
Sorry, Drew.
Thank you. Yeah, Al, remember that.
So speaking of,
Yes,
would you recommend that we put that back in the budget?
the $3,000.
For, yeah.
Well, we'll do that at the budget committee, yeah.
Oh,
That's what he's
right,
talking about.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we should at least have a conversation at the board level about winter activities. And, I mean, we decided that we would do
The Band-Aid.
the Band-Aid, but we do need to have a longer conversation about, you know, if we do value them, somehow we have to pay for them. You know. So, I mean, I think we can have that at the next meeting and decide whether we want to put it back in or not. There goes what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
things that are in
I mean,
the
you think?
budget anyway.
It's $3,000
And we value
either
it,
way,
so.
but next
We
year
already
there could
had
be
that
more.
conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why we did it.
All right.
Okay. All right. Next thing was we had the pre-K inquiry from the Newbrook Parent Action PAC. I can't remember what. Yeah, Principals Advisory Committee.
There you go.
And we had tasked the administration with, you know, creating scenarios, and that created one document, and now we have another document that's in this board packet that talks about, you know, what sort of gives a financial outlook, and sort of goes through, and, you know, it has it's yellow piece of paper, it has the 4 considerations, or the 4, you know, scenarios, and the fourth one that is highlighted is the recommendation from the administration. In that we are filling the needs of all the pre-K students currently in the district with our pre-K. So it's not like we have students who are wanting to attend pre-K that are not being allowed to. So wait until April 2020 and then make whatever adjustments to the pre-K program we need to make, was the administrative recommendation. You know. So you know, it's sort of, you know, anything else, we don't really have a problem yet, but we have some solutions that are presenting themselves. Lindsay, go ahead.
I just, seeing as there's lots of Timpson Hill people here, I thought maybe now they could, one of you might wanna read your letter that you sent to us earlier, because it didn't get read in full, and it relates to this specifically.
Well, our policy is to not read letters in
Do
full
you want to just stand
anymore.
up and talk about it and not read a letter? You
There
guys
you
could
go.
do that too.
Yeah. So my name's Rebecca McCullough. I'm the director at Timpson Hill Preschool. And the letter that we sent to the board members was actually drafted from our board. But just expressing a concern and the thought about adding another pre-K option 5 minutes up the road from us. This year, adding the additional classroom at Townsend has hurt our enrollment. I have actually spoken with the director at Sunny Lane in Brookline. It has actually hurt her enrollment too. So my concern would be that if another classroom were added, and as you've said, there really kind of number-wise isn't the need for another classroom, that would hurt us even more and eventually could close some of our programs. And so I just wanted to be clear that if that's the intention, then that would be the step towards that direction. And we hope that that's not the intention. So that, I think that's why Sandy met with Bill and talked about some possible opportunities to work with the district if there was in fact a need for more students partnering in some way, and we're very flexible and open about what those opportunities could look like. But adding another classroom 5 minutes up the road when we're not full and Sunny Lane isn't full, just to name two providers, seems like it's a little bit of overkill. Thank you.
I would just add, if I could, Sarah Vangel Townsend, I'm the president of the board at Timpson Hill. I would really urge you all to take a close look at the letter, because we put a lot of financial information in there that I think, especially in light of this conversation that you're having about budget, is very important for the voters on the board to be able to consider. I mean, we did the research, put the numbers together, and really it looks like, you know, providing funding for families throughout the district, you know, speaking of equity, to choose where they could send their children for pre-K could actually be a more affordable budget option for the district when you have so much else to balance and so many other things to consider. So I would ask, I understand that your time is limited, that the budget is a very intense issue. If you would consider reading the letter into the record at the next meeting, because I think it is something important to have on the record and that you have the voters consider. You should have also received a letter from the WISP board,
We got that.
Yes, we entered that into
yesterday.
the record, into correspondence.
Okay. So I would ask the same be done for our letter so that everybody is aware of that information, and hopefully it will inform your budget discussions going forward.
Just to respond to your request to read the letter into the record, we, as a board policy, we don't read letters into the record. We receive them, we summarize them, and we post them on the website as correspondence so that they're available for anyone. There are copies available for anyone who comes to the meeting to see them, and you can request one from the central office, I guess, if you wanted. It just saves us from reading lots of correspondence into the record. And I apologize, the letter that your director wrote didn't make it into the record at all because it came to me as a request to edit documents from a person outside of my trusted email group, and I went, no. I don't need that virus. But it will be corrected and it will be
Resend
put
it as a
on.
PDF or something.
It will be put onto the website, and we did note that we received that correspondence, and and anybody who wants a copy of that should be able to get one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, any more questions, thoughts on pre-K? I mean, I think as the budget is constructed now, there's one pre-K program running in Townsend, and that's it. There's no staffing in Jamaica, there's no staffing, nor is there any construction in Newbrook. So
I would just like to say that I understand where we are in the budget, that this is probably a bigger conversation than can be had in the time that we have to make it. for this particular budget, but I do think that it's something that needs to get really looked at closely, because I think there are bigger implications than there is something available somewhere. I think there's bigger things than just, we provided a thing somewhere. I do think we should get to that conversation. Maybe we won't be able to come up with a, wonderful solution or whatever, something that's perfect for this budget, or maybe where we're at is great for this budget, but let's also revisit that, I think. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had.
Emily,
The April
comment?
date is a great time to revisit.
Okay. I'll make a note to add it in April.
Because then we'll know.
Okay. Anything else? So, it's our favorite part of the meeting, tasking the administration for the next meeting. And I think you have, is there anything to add to the budgetary tasks that we've given the administration? I think we've got everything we need already with you in terms of the budget. There are no tasks associated with anything else, although do find out if the property transfers got, I don't know if you wrote that one down, but find out if the property transfers were recorded in each town for the school districts, please.
And of course, the revenue projections.
Well, those come when they come,
Right.
but yeah, we want those. We also really want the healthcare decision. I mean, right now, we're at 85-15. Both sides have said 80-20. So that's a savings for us. But then, what do they do with HSA, HRA?
Right. There is also, in that both plans that currently our educational support contract only offers a single plan. And it looks like in both options, it opens it up to any plan, any tier plan.
Right.
So that would be an increase, mainly in the SU budget through mainly special ed.
Okay, anything else administrative?
I got one.
Sure.
I have had a couple of people talk to me about the school calendar and the Veterans Day holiday not being a day off this year.
That is a WCSU.
Oh, you're right.
That's WCSU
What
sets
You
that.
should tell your
Doesn't it?
I'm gonna,
The WC
can I
are
task
you
my
on W?
chair? I'm not.
Oh.
I would like to task my chair.
If you send me an
With passing
email,
that
I will
along.
take it
Okay.
to the next meeting.
I'll do that.
If you tell me now, I'll write it down and I'll probably forget to take it to the next meeting, but if you send me an email, I
Wait,
guarantee.
another one.
She's on a roll today.
That's
Whoa.
you, Joe.
Lindsay,
It's all rolling out. Look what time it is. You
Cut
gotta
it
watch
out.
out. You can't keep me out this late.
Remember, we started at 6.
I maybe task the school principals to get together, have a little powwow about how to possibly come up with some sort of,
right.
childcare for those who need it on the half days, all the extra half days. Because I've had a lot of people say to me that, wow, wait a minute. How am I
So
supposed
before
to do
you-
this? So all the extra half days professional development days
Yeah.
and service days, so we have a bunch of half days.
Yeah.
So on those days, obviously, we've just added a whole bunch more days when somebody has to leave work and come get their kid, and that's hard. So what can we do about that? Maybe
outside school hours.
maybe a,
Laughter program.
laughter program type
Some of
thing.
the LNG students that have to do their community service.
Look at all these ideas.
Okay, so the administrative tasks come from the board, so if it's the will of the board to have that sort of thing investigated, and, I would add to that, there certainly could be a cost to that. Nobody has to volunteer to work to watch somebody else's kids for free. I mean, it's like the high school kids ought to be paid for that.
Well, they have
Or
to do
get their
community service.
hours.
Well, But community service is voluntary.
Right.
They may take some other form of community service.
That's true.
Who's gonna supervise
Who's
that?
managing that?
Yeah, who manages that? There's a lot going on there. Does the board
Adults and
want
staff who need to be paid.
board want to have that, take on that responsibility, board?
I would recommend not to touch that firecracker.
I would nominate Lindsay.
Well,
I'm not in charge, I'm just an idea person.
go ahead, Emma.
I'm wondering if that's a conversation we should have when we agree on how many half-days we approve. Just because I don't know how to deal with it now. We've already.
I don't either.
approved them. I'm asking, I'm just asking if that's a better time for us to have a conversation around it.
I mean,
I got you.
yes, I think we should talk about it all at the times.
I think I've heard that too, Lindsay, I have.
Yeah.
Craig, you have
Yeah,
a suggestion?
Not a suggestion, but I just want to thank Lindsay for actually bringing that up. Because as a principal who asked for those days off for his own professional development of his staff, I realize it is a burden. And my staff, myself, get a lot out of it. And I don't want to be like numb with my comment of like, who's going to manage it? Because it really is valid and it's a strain, especially if you have to take time off of work and you're paid hourly, and how that affects your monthly income. So I think it's a good thing to think about, and I will try to find some creative ways to maybe address that. Again, we've already sort of got a couple. But I just want to say, like, yeah, thanks, because it's out there and it is a thing and we want to be considerate of it.
There may not be an awesome solution, but maybe there is.
Yeah.
You know, until you talk about it, right?
Is that a task then?
If it,
Trish
my
had something
comment
to
was
add.
if at the WCSU level they set those days, should this?
We approved those days.
Oh, okay.
Some
We
of them
approved
are-
the
some of them
Oh,
are
but this
the
is-
SEO.
days
sorry,
in
they're
our
the overall
district,
calendar,
but the
right.
overall calendar is WCSU.
Sorry, okay.
I was thinking that maybe we could ask Laughter. Because another issue is that all the staff should be working. You know, we're all busy during those half days, so who is left? And that could be some paras, but we can't require them to work. So, but maybe Laughter could potentially put together a 2-hour, program. We don't have one coming for the next 2 months, right? March. So it's not till March, so we have a little bit of time to think about it. I think that would be a good conversation for our PAC as well, if we're gonna be working on the school level to try to solve the problem, because you don't have that problem.
It's still a cost to the district, though. You still have to pay the Laughter people.
It's true.
Well,
But that's a balancing, right? If the teachers are getting a lot out of it, then it might be a worthwhile cost.
Maybe a way to, I
How
mean,
much
if
are
it's
you gonna
voluntary, some
cut that
parents
budget
might
by?
not have a problem with it and don't need
100%.
it.
Right,
So maybe you could do it at one school or something,
right.
save staffing.
so do we want to make this an administrative task then to, one sec. One sec. Finish my sentence. Do we want to make this an administrative task to, as a board, to ask them to sort of look into this? But all based on what our member of the public has to say.
Putting her on the spot.
Katie Hazelton from Vega. If you're gonna do a laughter sort of thing, couldn't parents pay for it? And then you don't have that extra cost?
It's during the school hours, we can't charge during school hours.
It's not.
It's
It's
not,
for
because
schools,
it's
but it's still- it's not.
During
is
the,
it?
no, I think it is still,
Is it?
I'll look over there, but I think it's still, anything
Right,
during
because
the
they
school.
pay for laughter and pre-K aftercare.
Right, I think it's still
That could be one of
considered
the-
part of the school.
I do, I think it is.
Positive item.
Well, that could be something they investigated.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
All right, so it is a
Go
task
for it.
then.
Yeah.
All right. All right, you're done, Lindsay. Zip it. Okay. Other than the, Lori, you have a question or
Well, I just
thought?
wanted to, once we're all done here, I just want to go through them all and make sure I've got them all. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Committee assignments for the next meeting, other than the budget committee, which has to meet and work. Are there any policy? You don't have anything, do you? Are you continuing to meet on, work on things, or are you good?
No, I got things are at a standstill right now. I have to sit down and talk to Bill before I schedule another meeting, and we're gonna be looking for a new, chair for that committee. I'm stepping down.
Okay. Building, we should probably meet if we can.
Yeah.
Um,
On that thought. Lori, during our budget meeting, you mentioned something in particular that the building committee should meet about. Can you
I think
refresh
it
my
was
memory?
just the list of things to just go over that.
And the bond.
And the bond, yeah.
Yeah, but that's a future.
Mhm.
So we should pull together a building committee meeting, Mr. Chairman, of the building committee.
chair that?
Yeah, you
Yes,
do,
you do.
you do. I am very flexible.
Direct following this meeting.
Is there beer?
No.
If there's beer, I could be talked into it. All right. So the budget committee is going to meet, and the building committee is going to meet before the next meeting. And that's it for committees.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have the pay.
The pay orders are not done because we're meeting a week early.
So
The pay orders would have to be
So
pulled.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna approve I'm gonna make a motion to approve the consent agenda containing the minutes of 10/21/19 only.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda containing the minutes of 10/21/19. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the ayes have it.
I'm happy to do pay orders if,
Okay, well, pay orders won't be done
Next week.
until next week.
I'm
Now,
just letting you
we're
know.
not meeting next week, but as long as the board is okay with it, Trish and I can review pay orders and they can get signed off and done. I don't need a motion or anything, just sort of, and we'll approve them at the next meeting when we actually have them, but
That's great.
the bills will get paid,
Thank you.
okay? All right, we don't need an executive session, I believe that is, I'll
Motion
give you the
to adjourn.
negotiations update. 2 minutes, 2
It
minutes.
hasn't been seconded yet. So.
Essentially, we sat down, we met, we've picked 4 meeting dates going forward. We're not meeting until the beginning of January because we want to wait until some things solidify with healthcare and budget, and then we've got 4 meetings planned out for January, February to work on the new master agreement. So that's it.
Excellent.
Yes,
Thank
Lori?
you.
Can I just go down to my list real quick?
Oh,
that's right.
do it after, I'll go through it. All right, so there's a motion to adjourn. Any second?
second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning. I want to start by thanking this group for being here with me this morning, including General Knight and members of the Vermont National Guard, Dr. Rush and his team from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and Mental Health Commissioner Sarah Squirrel, representatives from our hardworking congressional delegation, including John Tracy on behalf of Senator Leahy, Catherine Van Haste on behalf of Senator Sanders, and Ryan McLaren on behalf of Congressman Welch. We're all here today to bring attention to the serious issue of suicide and to share details on what's available for help to those who need it. Because suicide is preventable, and we all have a role in preventing it. Suicide is a public health issue that does not discriminate. It touches people from all walks of life in every community, and unfortunately, that includes too many of our veterans. This is why General Knight, Dr. Rush, and I have joined together to reach out to Vermont's veterans, service members, and families to ensure they know the resources available to them and their loved ones if they're having thoughts of ending their life. We'll be signing a letter today which provides that information. The message we want to send is that there is hope and there is help. Those who step forward to serve our country are the best amongst us. They often put their lives on hold, get sent thousands of miles away in order for us here at home to be safe and enjoy the freedoms we have. We owe our veterans so much, and that includes providing the support when they return from battle and care need when they come back home as well. Because we're all in this together, and no one should feel alone in times of crisis. This group will be sharing more details, and a list of contacts and resources will be sent with our letter today. And I just want to encourage anyone who is having thoughts of taking their life, or those who know someone in crisis, to use these services. And know we're here for you. I'll now invite General Knight to share more about the Guard's work in preventing this from happening to one of our own. General Knight.
Thanks, Governor. Governor, thank you for hosting us here today. And thanks to everybody who made the trek. I know the roads can be a little bit of a challenge this time of year. Suicide is a sobering topic, and it's not one that I take lightly. I wish I could say that I've never known someone that committed suicide, but I can't. I've lost soldiers, friends, and colleagues to suicide, and countless others of our brothers and sisters in the Vermont National Guard share similar experiences. Understand this problem is not unique to Vermont, and it's a concern that reaches across all military branches and components. It's important to note, in 2018, the National Guard had a higher suicide rate than any other military component within the Department of Defense. It's unacceptable. One death by suicide is one too many, and we're working to prevent it from happening. Not minimize it, prevent it. We must do better, and we will. We consistently work to communicate available resources to service members, veterans, and their families. As leaders, we must be ready to recognize when someone is in need of help and know how to react. We must see that need and understand it, even when someone may not want to reach out for that help. Excuse me. First line supervisors, soldiers, and airmen have and will continue to receive the training necessary to look out for their colleagues. Every soldier is also required to receive resiliency training. This training provides tools to help soldiers cope with difficult situations. It identifies their strengths and weaknesses and helps them to improve their overall mental strength. We do, however, need to improve the availability of resources for those facing challenges. There's much work to do, as Vermont simply does not have a robust network of specialists that focus on post-traumatic stress or adjustment disorder. No one comes back from deployment the same, and those changes impact everybody differently. Our vet centers are a great resource, with one in White River and one in South Burlington. When I returned from Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, that was where I went to work through some of my life-changing experiences. I, the Adjutant General of Vermont, have personally sought help to cope with the stress that comes from military service. Seeking help does not make someone weak, and I don't believe it had any bearing on my military career. We need to work hard to eliminate that stigma and recognize that there is no shame in seeking help. I'm here with Lieutenant Trevor Pittock, who's the Vermont National Guard Resilience, Risk Reduction, and Suicide Prevention Coordinator. His team provides multiple resources for those in need, and they're included in the letter that we've drafted for today. Additionally, the National Guard offers a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. This is not a problem we can fix overnight, and we can't fight this alone. I'm thankful to have such great resources and people, in addition to our own, to help solve this horrible epidemic. For those struggling, I encourage you to reach out for assistance. You have options. Tomorrow won't be the same without you. Now, my pleasure to introduce Dr. Bratt from our White River Junction VA, and I'd like to take the opportunity, sir, to thank you very much for what you do for us.
First, I just want to say thank you to Governor Scott and General Knight for joining me on the stage here today and giving us this opportunity to speak together as a unified voice. As a psychiatrist, have spent my life working in the realm of suicide and mental illness. It is hard to overstate how unique and special this is to have the VA and the state of Vermont and the Guard and the all standing together in unison with a single voice, bringing a message like this together. Suicide is a national public health issue, and as General Knight just told us, Vermont has more than its fair share of this struggle. The tragedy of suicide is not limited to the person that dies. It affects our families, it affects our towns, it affects our communities. And so this really is something that affects all of us. I believe that Vermont is actually really well equipped to take this issue head on because of the way our communities are constructed. Our communities are tight-knit. We have relationships that are the foundations of these communities. And it is on that foundation that our efforts to eliminate suicide will succeed. We're here together to show you that we care, that treatment is available, and that it works. Over 45,000 Americans died by suicide in 2017, and of that, 6,000 of them were veterans. These are preventable deaths. Suicide prevention is the VA's highest priority. We've made great strides, especially in crisis intervention. However, we need to go beyond engaging mental health providers in the community to move forward on this. We need to engage everybody to join together in this mission. We want to reach veterans where they live, where they work, and where they thrive. As a national leader in suicide prevention, and as the nation's largest integrated healthcare system, the VA cannot do this alone. We encourage veterans to seek and use our services and our benefits. However, the reality is maybe 50% of veterans are getting services through the VA. If we want to reach every veteran, we need your help. We need to work together. To serve all veterans, we have to build effective networks of support, communication, and care across the communities in Vermont where veterans live and where they work. And again, this is where I believe that Vermont is uniquely well equipped because of how our communities are built to succeed in this mission. No one organization can tackle veteran suicide alone. To save lives, multiple systems must work in a coordinated way to reach veterans. The VA is broadening its efforts, and we need partners from like-minded groups from all sectors, not just healthcare, but also faith-based organizations, community organizations, state and local government to work with us in reaching all veterans wherever they may be. Coordinated resources across our state will help to prevent these tragic deaths. As the 86th Infantry Brigade combat team begins ramping up for their likely 2021 deployment, please know that we are here as an additional resource to support soldiers and their families. Before our next speaker, Megan Snicken, a suicide prevention coordinator from White River Junction, takes the podium, I want to leave you with one final remark. We are here today, united for you, the state of Vermont. Together, we will be an example of how a community prevents suicide.
you, Governor Scott, General Knight, and Dr. Rush. I'm honored to be here today to talk about suicide prevention and the VA and its resources. As the previous speakers have said, suicide prevention is a public health issue that we're dealing with across the state and in our own communities, and it's affecting veterans in our own states. As Dr. Rush mentioned, suicide prevention is a top priority for the VA, and on average, across our country, we lose about 6,000 veterans a year to suicide. So here in Vermont, I want you to know that the VA is here as a resource and as a community partner in this effort to prevent suicide. So I want to mention a few things about the VA. As Dr. Rush said, it's an integrated healthcare system. I like to think about it as a holistic healthcare system. We don't just serve your medical needs and your mental health needs, but we have a social mission. We work on things such as housing and transportation, financial resources, employment, peer support services. These are all very important to us and very important to serve the whole person so that they can have positive coping skills and move forward in their life. Additionally, we have an entire suicide prevention team, and as Dr. Rush said, I'm the suicide prevention coordinator for the VA. I coordinate services, I provide education, I work with you all in the community. We have a dedicated team of case managers at the VA who are there to provide ongoing support and resources to you, to our veterans, to their families. They reach out to families, they reach out to veterans to keep in touch, to keep them connected. They help coordinate their care, all the services they need to live a healthy and productive life. Additionally, the VA has 7 outpatient clinics, 5 of which are spread across the state of Vermont. They're in your communities, close to where you are. They provide many of the services that I mentioned earlier, in addition to walk-in mental health services. So that's one of the things that I want to say is that we have easy access to care. You do not need an appointment to get mental health services. And I'm going to give you a number that you can walk in, but the best way and the easiest way to get connected is to call 802-295-9363, extension 6961. We screen for suicide at all access points in the VA. So if a veteran were to come in and end up in our emergency department or on one of our inpatient units, we screen for suicide. We think that's extremely important so that the veterans can get connected to the care and resources that they need. Additionally, we've been expanding access to care to a program called VA Video Connect, which is essentially a program where veterans can be in the comfort of their own home or in their car or on vacation, and they can connect with their providers through their smart device or through their computer. And I also want to share that, and I believe that General Knight mentioned this, but the VA has a 24/7, 365 days a year Veterans and Military Crisis Line and Text Line. This is a wonderful resource for veterans who are struggling, family members who are concerned, community members who need support and consultation and resources. That number is 1-800-273-8255. And you would press 1 to reach the Veterans and Military Crisis Line. They also have a text option, and that number is 838-255. And I'll share that the Veterans and Military Crisis Line has a very strong connection with the VA medical centers and outpatient clinics. And if somebody's calling that crisis line and they feel like they need to get connected to care or they need follow-up, even if they're not connected to the VA, we get a message at our VA, and me and my team follow up with those veterans or family members directly. And lastly, this was mentioned earlier, but I just really want to share that partnerships is a critical piece of this approach to care. As partners, we're able to expand our reach and deliver care and support to veterans where they live, work, and thrive. Why is this important? Because we have 20 million veterans nationwide, and only about 30% of those veterans are accessing VA health care. This makes it extremely challenging for the VA to identify veterans who may be at risk for suicide and to connect them with mental health care, peer networks, employment, and other resources. to help with coping and restore a sense of purpose. So we know that reaching beyond the VA system of care and into the communities is one of the key ways that we can support all at-risk veterans, families, and caregivers across the state. So we need to partner with you, with veterans, with caregivers, with family members, with community organizations, state and local government, as we're doing here today, to reach all the veterans across the state of Vermont. We need all of your support and collaboration so together we can and we will save veterans' lives. Thank you. It's now my honor to introduce Vietnam veteran John Tracy from Senator Leahy's office, who will now say a few words on behalf of the Senator.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Senator Leahy in appreciation of the combined effort and that we're taking on suicide prevention as a public health issue. When you enter the military, your life changes. When you go to basic training, you're already in the subsection of society that the general population really has no idea. When you're deployed, you experience things that you just don't experience as part of the general population. When you're deployed to a combat zone, it's a different lens. Depending on what you do when you're in that combat zone, it's a different lens. And the transition back is hard for people. Your lens and how you view the world is a perspective that the general population doesn't have. The additional challenge we have in the National Guard in particular is while we don't have a major military installation in Vermont, where other states do, I remember seeing when they came back from Afghanistan, after the families, the troops gathered, they departed, they got into their individual cars and literally drove off into the midst. They didn't have a compound they were going to. Now, the delegation has worked very hard with the Guard and the military to work on how to reintegrate troops when we get back from deployment, spend time, trying to find out, do an evaluation, see what's going on. But when you go home to the private life in your community, with your family, it's a different world. And so the fact that there's a focus on the prevention is significant. Senator Leahy has worked to direct funding to the National Center for Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, which is located at the VA Medical Center campus down White River Junction, where they're working on evidence-based practices to help treat people with PTSD, including funding for a brain bank. As often is the case, there are medical advancements made on the battlefield that have benefits to the civilian population down the road. This will be another example of the fact that we're identifying veterans, but for the broader population. And so on behalf of Senator Leahy, thank you very much for this combined effort, putting a face on it. And we all have what work we can do. It's how we treat each other as young kids, as young adults, as seniors. A lot of this interaction in Vermont's a small state. There are only 2 or 3 degrees of separation on a good day. That's a benefit for us, but thank you for this combined effort. We appreciate it. And I'd like to introduce Catherine Becker-Andrews, Lieutenant.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Governor, and everyone else who's here today. On behalf of Senator Sanders, I just want to highlight the importance of this conversation that we're having here today. Back in 2007, Senator Sanders saw this need that John was just describing about our Vermont Guard members coming home and dispersing to every corner of the state. And working with the TAG at the time, created the Vermont Veterans Outreach Program. We have a couple members of that team here today. They are a phenomenal resource that I just want to mention. They are folks who can go into the homes of our veterans, our Guard members, and talk to them where they're at. I know from their stories, they have literally stopped potential suicides with a gun on the table. And their work is so critical, which is why Bernie has always fought to continue that funding year after year in Congress, and we look forward to continuing to do so for years to come and making sure that more states have this same resource. I would also say that we know how important it is to have the data from the VA on suicide. One of the best ways that we can do prevention is to know what we've seen in the past. And one of the things that the most recent national report on suicide shows is that one of the groups at the highest risk for suicide are members of the National Guard who have never deployed. Think about that. Members of the National Guard who have never deployed. That means because of Congress's rules, they are not eligible to receive care from the VA. In Vermont, we're working hard to find ways to bridge those gaps for those folks and get them to care, and it's one of the things that Bernie is working on in Congress with both DOD and VA to make sure our Guard members who go through training shoulder to shoulder with their colleagues who have deployed have the same resources available to them. As we prepare for deployment, it's also absolutely critical that our community mental health providers are able to sign up for TRICARE so that those mental health providers can see our Guard members as they get ready to deploy. Having those resources in the community, in addition to the resources at the VA, will make sure that access is available when it's needed. I want to commend the VA for their tremendous mental health access. It is some of the best in the country, not just in the VA, but in any healthcare system in this country. It is absolutely phenomenal that you can walk in and get the care you need. And in Congress, Bernie is working hard to make sure that the VA has all the resources it needs to meet the promises that we've made to the members of our military and to our veteran community, including the families. I just want to close with one request because we have so many members of the press here today. There are guidelines put out by the VA and by the CDC in terms of how to talk about suicide. This is all evidence-based research that's very important in helping make sure that we talk about suicide and deaths by suicide in the right way. This is evidence-based, scientific, federally funded research. Please use it to make sure that your reporting is done in an accurate, factual way that makes sure that we help prevent suicides. So on behalf of Senator Sanders, thank you to everyone for being here today. Thank you, Governor, Adjutant General, Dr. Rush, Megan, my colleagues in the delegation. This is really an impressive effort that we're all here together on behalf of such an important issue. It's my now pleasure to turn it over to Ryan McLaren from Congressman Peter Welch's office.
Thank you, Katie. I'm really happy to be here, and I think Governor Scott mentioned two reasons why we're here today. And the first is help. And it's actually fairly serendipitous that I'm here today, because in just a few hours, the House Committee on Veterans Affairs will be taking up the Improve Wellbeing for Veterans Act, which is aimed at utilizing a public health approach to help connect veterans with existing community resources in an effort to provide key services before a veteran reaches a point of crisis. So this bill is really written to address a lot of what Dr. Rush is talking about. Connecting veterans with resources already available in the community and strengthen coordination and capacity of community-based organizations that veterans serve. So we'll be doing outreach to community members to get feedback on this bill. But this is exactly the sort of community-based and public health-based approach that Peter has supported throughout his career and is critical to rural communities in Vermont and across the country. So we really need to be we need to be all in, reaching out to veterans and addressing their needs at any opportunity. So with the VA's leadership and with partners across the state, many of which are in this room, we hope to reach veterans where they are and prevent tragedies of hopelessness and isolation that befall way too many veterans. But the second reason we're here that Governor Scott mentioned, and I think the most important reason, is hope. It's to honor the service and sacrifice of our veterans. I really feel like it's our duty as civilians to bear witness to their experiences and make sure they know how much we value their commitment to us and that commitment will be reciprocated in kind. So what I want to say from Peter is that you're not alone. And I want to say thank you to Governor Scott, to Adjutant General Knight, and to everyone else here for spreading that message today and every day. Thank you.
I'm going to sign the letter at this point.
So at this point in time, we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. If we could stick to on topic first, and then other questions you may want to ask. But if we could do those first, I'd appreciate it. Yes.
Dr. Rush, you mentioned faith-based organizations. As we head into the holidays, stressful times for families, and also perhaps more connection with churches, what can faith-based organizations do to help you help veterans?
So specifically as it relates to what we're talking about today, which is the risk of suicide and that tragedy, the driving factor in suicide in many cases, if not most cases, is loneliness and isolation. Faith-based communities are perfectly suited to help veterans see the extent to which they are not alone and that they are part of a community. And those are powerful communities that carry a tremendous amount of meaning in people's lives, and to see one's connection and that you are not isolated through the caring of a faith-based organization is a tremendously powerful response to that feeling.
Other questions?
It seems like way back when all, a decade or more ago, when all the soldiers were coming back from when the deployments were on the top of our mind, I know there were so many programs like this that I remember being talked about. Too many to even be specific, but did those work? And are they still in practice? Are they still being used?
That I don't know.
Speak to a little bit of, I can speak to my personal experience. When we got back, it was very difficult to get soldiers who just returned to speak about their experiences. So the guidance that we received from Colonel Coffin, who was our state psychiatrist at the time, who was very gracious in sitting us down, knowing what we've been through. It wasn't a formal program, but he encouraged us to keep an eye on each other, keep an eye on ourselves, and know that it manifests differently in everybody. And you wouldn't see things for 5 or 6 months down the road. I think what we've done since then, and of course my experience is dated at this juncture, I think we've just made exponential leaps forward with communicating all the resources, our outreach specialists, within family programs, the VA, our vet centers, and we're going to continue that. I think it comes down to communication, ensuring people know there is hope and they have an avenue for assistance.
General, on that issue, as a veteran, and there are several of them, we always talk, the guys who aren't talking are the guys that saw the most action or saw the really bad stuff. And it's the same with the guys that have come back that I have. And they're pretty stubborn. How do you crack that nut?
I think we need more people to be the example. And if I can be that example, I will. I would share my experiences. As I said before, there's no shame in it. We've got to get rid of that stigma and ensure, at least within our own organization, that when somebody seeks help, it doesn't have an impact, a negative impact on their career. And we give them the options they need to seek the help that they require. That's our responsibility. We've asked a lot of folks. And I would go back to what Katie said about the number of suicides that happen in veterans, National Guard veterans particularly, that haven't deployed. We've got to get after that as well, because being in the Guard is different. And we ask a lot of folks, and they have pressures outside the Guard. And being in the Guard is at times stressful. We ask a lot of folks, so we need to give them all the assistance and resources they need and make sure they know how to communicate.
Any other on topic? With that, you may want to move off to the side.
Late yesterday, your Secretary of Human Services said that you had instructed him to thoroughly investigate allegations that 7 Days published about Chipping Regional Correctional Facility. I'm wondering if you could describe in more detail what precisely it is you are hoping the Secretary will do. What is the nature of this investigation? How long do you hope it will take? What specific things you hoping you will look at?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you for investigating and writing the article. I read the article, was alarming and eye-opening, and I felt that there was enough evidence there that we needed to move forward and do something. So having a new secretary on board with his background in turnaround operations and so forth, I thought he was the right person to take a look and gather facts and see where we go from here. I'm hoping that this won't take long. When I say not long, I would hope within the next couple of weeks we come to some conclusion as to where we go next. The Attorney General reached out this morning as well, offered his assistance, and working together on this. Inevitably, I believe that there's going to be enough evidence here that we're going to have to move forward with something. So his assistance is greatly appreciated, and I'm sure we'll be working together, as well as with the legislature when we come back in January, if there's anything that we need to do in that regard. But whether it's personnel, whether it's procedure, there are things that I believe that we'll have to change in the future based on what I read.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know yet. We have to gather the facts, make sure that we know where we're going, and then take the actions needed. You know, there's all kinds of things that the article brought up, and I thought it was again interesting, and we're taking this very seriously. And I guarantee we'll get to the bottom of it because it's unacceptable.
You receive weekly reports from your cabinet members, pretty detailed ones. Have you ever heard any of these allegations? Any of these things been reported to you in your time as governor?
I have not, and that's concerning as well. And so that's one of the areas we want to make sure that we get to the root, at the bottom of this, so that we can take action to make sure that I'm getting the information that I need in order to make the changes that I think will be necessary.
I want to read you, if I could. I apologize for springing this on you, but I just received it about an hour ago. This is a copy of a formal complaint that was filed by a corrections officer directly to Mike Touchette, who at the time was deputy commissioner, in June 2017. And it's a lengthy report. I certainly won't read the whole thing. I'll forward it to your staff afterward. In this report, the corrections officer alleges to the deputy commissioner multiple instances of suspected retaliation against guards for reporting various things at the facility. And I'm going to just read one specific thing because it relates to focus of the story, the alleged actions of Daniel Zorzi, the second shift supervisor who guards and inmates say was using drugs on duty for years. This corrections officer reported again to Mike Touchette in June 2017. Several second shift staff have noticed a huge increase in corrective action being taken against them that correspond with making allegations of the second shift supervisor using cocaine and Ritalin while running shift. Staff have reported seeing white powder around the brim of his nose and behavior consistent with the use of stimulants. When officers initially approached myself and the other stewards about the observations, we reported to management on their behalf. And management, the superintendent, the assistant superintendent at the time, advised us to have the staff report the incident personally so that they were not in violation of mandatory reporting policy. It goes on a bit longer, but essentially it alleges the people who reported that behavior, that suspected behavior, were retaliated against for reporting it. What do you make of that, given that the person who received this report is now your corrections commissioner?
Yeah, well, again, concerning. We want to investigate this, get to the facts, and find out if what action was taken as a result of situations such as that. But I can assure you, I had not received any weekly report with any of that information.
Do you still have confidence in the commissioner?
Well, again, we'll go through and gather the facts. We'll learn a lot over the next 2 to 3 weeks, and we'll make determinations at that point.
Some prosecutions against former corrections officers at that facility have fallen apart for multiple reasons. We don't always know why. It seems that it may have to do with whether the alleged victim was able to testify. In one case recently, just last week, prosecution was dropped because the alleged victim died of an overdose. Do you believe that any action should be taken in the law enforcement realm against these officers who have not been fully prosecuted?
That's something that I'll be talking with the Attorney General about, but personally, I believe that we should continue to make the case so that the general public is protected and action is taken. But again, I don't know about that particular issue, but that's something that I would be talking to the Attorney General about.
The Chittenden County State's Attorney said yesterday that she plans to review the sentences of all the inmates serving that facility who her office has sent to the facility, and she may seek to reduce their sentences if she deems that appropriate. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly appropriate to go back and take a look at some of those cases, including, I think she had a couple of the correctional officers as well that were dismissed. Taking a look at those, as well as those females who were incarcerated, to make sure that when they're under the supervision of the Department of Corrections, that there wasn't anything that would prevent them from coming forward, or in terms of their rehabilitation, affecting that in any way. So I think it's appropriate for them to take a look.
Do you believe that the employment requirements for corrections officers in Vermont are appropriate? For one thing, there are no drug tests required of COs.
Yeah, I thought that was, again, something that I learned from your article. I didn't know that previous to that. It's something that we'll take a look at. I'd like to see what other states do, so that we make sure that we have the best there that are overseeing our offender population.
Does that mean you support drug tests?
I would like to see what other states do, but I was surprised to see that it wasn't there, and I'm not sure why. And that's part of why one of the areas that I'd like Mike to take a look at as well, to see how we stack up against other states and why we don't have some of those provisions. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's two separate issues from my standpoint. I still believe the facility's outdated. We need to move forward with something at some point. But we're looking at different models. We've looked at a model in Maine, a step-down kind of facility, as well as Connecticut, and we'll take a look and see where that goes. But they are two separate issues. I wouldn't want to use this as a reason to move forward with a new facility, because that's not the problem. I would say it's more of a personnel problem and maybe an adjudication problem.
Final question from me, and I swear I'll let other people ask questions. But and this is actually more of a statement. A number of the people that I've spoken to about this situation, inmates and guards who are still working there, are quite fearful of being retaliated against for speaking to the press about these matters. What can you do to ensure that there is no further retaliation or retribution against both employees and inmates?
Yeah, I think it's important as we move forward to set up some sort of a way for people to voice their opinions anonymously in some way, because when they're reporting to their superiors, that doesn't always get to the conclusion that I think is appropriate. So we have this. We're going to make sure that nobody is retaliated against. We're going to pay attention to this, and we'll get to the bottom of it.
You will personally ensure that nobody is.
I will personally ensure that anyone comes forward with factual information on this is there's no retribution.
What's happening today with the Agency of Human Resources, Agency of Human Services, to ensure that none of the current inmates that we're looking for are being subjected to the kinds of abuses that we
Well, again, we're in this first 24 hours here.
and that's the first 24 hours. Right. What's happening right now?
Yeah, Commissioner or Secretary Smith is probably, I'm hoping, will take action on this. He has his plate full, but we want to make sure that, again, that this doesn't continue. And then we do, again, research as to how we got to the position we're in today. So I'm sure he's taking appropriate action to be sure that this isn't happening as we speak.
It's happening under the watch of the Agency of Human Services, under the watch of your governorship, previous governorships. Why shouldn't we have confidence in an internal probe that's being taken by the same people who are in control what all was said.
Yeah, and I understand that, and this is just the first step. Maybe this may lead us to another, like a blue ribbon commission of some sort. I don't know, but I understand. We have to first understand what's happening, and then determine what steps we take next, which may include some sort of a neutral body that would take a look at this to give everyone the sense of trust in their government, so to speak. But first of all, we need to figure this out and make sure that it's not continuing to happen.
What's your specific directions to Mike Smith?
Get to the bottom of this. This is unacceptable.
If your investigation verifies the allegations it's reporting, are you going to still have any confidence in the current leaders of DOC and of prison in particular?
We should step back. And I read a couple of the comments on the article, and there was one person who was incarcerated and talked about, or previously incarcerated, and talked about the fact that there are some good COs, correctional officers, and some bad. But we don't want to throw everyone out with this. We have good people there, and we have some bad ones as well, apparently. And that's what we want to find out, who the bad ones are, and make sure that we prevent them from continuing in that position. So it's on us to reinstill the faith and trust people should have in any government agency. And this one in particular is something that we're paying attention to as we speak.
This work going on under the leadership of people at the top who would have.
Well, again, we'll see when we take a look at this as to how far this went, and we'll go from there.
Another topic. Do you think the president should be informed?
I've said before that I think there should be a process, and they've opened this process up. I thought it should be transparent, and they're doing that at this point in time. It appears the House will take a vote on impeachment. I would imagine that this will happen in the next few weeks. But we have a long ways to go. I look forward to the Senate, their hearings, and how that will go from there, and determine. From my standpoint, I think the president took some steps that were inappropriate, and I think it's up to the Senate after the House takes the action that I think they will. To investigate further and convince us, the general public, as to what should happen from there.
But do you think we should be impeached?
After the Senate hearings, I'll continue to watch.
But the House impeached?
Well, they bring the allegations and they cite the president in some respects, and then it goes on to a trial after that. So I don't want to get ahead of the trial.
You appointed a new Supreme Court justice today. You, in the past, have criticized the Judicial Nominating Board for failing to send enough female candidates for the judiciary. I'm struck by the fact that, in appointing a male, you've returned the court to a male-dominated body. Can you address that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to give great credit to the Judicial Nominating Board. They've turned the corner in a lot of respects. We're seeing a very diverse group of candidates at this point in time. It should be noted, just last month, I appointed 2 Superior Court judges who are female, and we had some great candidates in this round for Supreme Court justice. It wasn't easy. A lot of good, qualified candidates came forward. But I had to, at the end of the day, I had to pick the person that I thought had the background, the temperament, and was connected enough to Vermont to do this in this position at this point in time. And I thought Judge Cohen was the appropriate person.
What is it about Cohen's philosophy, judicial philosophy?
He's just a common type of person. He explains things well, so the average Vermonter can understand it. And I think that his upbringing in the Rutland area and his humbleness, I think will suit him well in this role as Supreme Court Justice. He doesn't take himself as being any better than anyone else, and I think that's important for anyone in a position of power.
It's interesting. You just cited largely personal characteristics, nothing about his legal record. Is that
well, he's been a judge that's been well respected for over 20 years.
But I'm just in describing your process. Are personal attributes, the way people conduct themselves, where they're from. That's
part of it. You know, you probably heard my 4 C's, right?
I've heard your 4 C's.
All right. So I mean, that's what I use when I try and hire anyone and look to see if they have the talent and the capability needed, and they have to be they have to have that character and integrity. They have to be competent. And they have to be committed to the process. It's difficult being a judge of any sort, and particularly a Supreme Court justice. But then they have to have the chemistry needed for the team that they're going to be a part of, and be independent enough, but yet at the same time see what the court needs, what the judicial system needs, because they oversee that. So I thought he had 20 years of experience in the Superior Court. And again, I thought he had all the legal background and all the attributes and the other. I mean, he had even he has a degree in environmental studies of some sort. And I thought that was good as well. I thought that was an attribute.
We heard this morning about the one type of preventable death. I want to ask you about another, those in Vermont's elder care homes. Last week, 7 days, and DPR published findings from an investigation based primarily on state sent records, and those records showed dozens of instances of harm, abuse, and neglect in these state-regulated facilities, as well as at least 5 preventable deaths in the last 5 years, and scores of homes that had failed to meet some basic regulations designed to protect residents, like conducting background checks before you hire an employee. Yet the state regulators only check in on these homes once every 2 years, even as they are enabled to watch over some of the most frail people in the state, hundreds who would qualify for nursing homes. And even in the vast majority of even repeat violations are going unpunished, unfined, or otherwise unsanctioned in these homes. I'm wondering if any of this is surprising to you, and what if anything, you plan to do.
Well, I know we're struggling in the state on many different perspectives. Our demographics are shifting. We're getting older. There are more people in care than ever before. We're struggling to find the help needed to be a part of these facilities. So I'm again disappointed, maybe not as surprised, but as well. I haven't circled around with our folks at AHS, determine what the steps are next in trying to make sure that we protect the most vulnerable, the seniors that have given so much to us.
Do you think the state can be doing better on this project?
Obviously, we can. I mean, we should, because we have an obligation to make sure that we protect those across the board, Vermonters of all walks of life, and our seniors are amongst the most vulnerable.
Do you think this is worthy of consideration of additional funding, whether so regulators can go out more frequently? Or?
We'll determine that. I'm sure that there'll be provisions that move forward with the legislature, work together in order to provide the oversight needed.
It sounds kind of passive, especially when you compare it to what you were just saying about Department of Corrections. I mean, the reporting that DPR in 7 days had found that there were at least 5 preventable deaths in the period that they were looking at.
I would say it's a much different situation. We have people in power that are using their power to take advantage of someone in their confines. And I think it's a totally different situation than in some of our elder care facilities.
But are you going to take action?
Well, obviously we'll take action, but this the story that came out yesterday about the abuse of power in some of these facilities is concerning to me. I don't see the same abuse of power in some of our elder care facilities.
You said you were concerned but not surprised about the findings in elder care?
Only because we have so many people. Our demographics, again, are shifting. And as I stated before, we're having trouble hiring people in all different sectors of Vermont, that included. So now I know they're struggling in that respect. So we need to do better. We're trying to do whatever we can to attract more people to the state, and we're trying to do whatever we can to make sure that we protect people. But I'm sure there'll be steps that will need to be taken in order to do so.
Are you willing to expand the Division of Licensing Protection's authority to issue sanctions or fines? I mean, we tally 150 repeat problems in homes, and yet the state has only issued 6 fines for a total of about $8,000 in the last 5 years. Is that something you're willing to take a look at, or do you think that
Obviously,
would be effective?
we'll take a look at anything that will help rectify the situation.
I mean, I get a, I get a fine for getting the quarter in the meter on the street because homes who let down these residents usually face no such penalty. Is that?
I mean, we are not fearful of penalizing people in the state with fines in all different areas. So I would be surprised to see that there isn't fines that are being issued.
Do you think
I think Derek's just telling you that they're not.
I know. And I'm saying that we haven't. I haven't looked into that enough to know whether we have or should or haven't followed through or what the issue is. But I haven't done that.
The State House leaders signaled that they're going to send you a minimum wage that you don't like, and a mandatory paid leave bill that you don't like. Learning property taxes and protecting the law quite a bit next year. What will your response be to those things?
Well, again, probably no different than before. I believe that supply and demand will work in terms of the minimum wage. I think they already have an effect on wages. That we don't need to artificially raise the minimum wage. We're already one of the highest in the country at this point in time. We have a state right next door that has a minimum wage of $7.25, and their economy is doing quite well. In terms of the paid family leave, I think we all agree that this would be helpful. I have a different approach, and I believe a voluntary approach is the first step necessary. It could create the structure needed as we move forward. Whatever we do, even if it's in the future they determine it to be mandatory, I believe that this is the right approach. So I'm going to continue to work with them, trying to argue our point, convince them that this is a better step in the right direction without a payroll tax that could be anywhere from $20 to $50 million or $20 to $80 million for paid family leave. When we are already seeing pressures in so many different areas, whether it's in education, another $80 to $100 million of new expenses in education as our student population continues to drop.
I mean, this sets the stage for what kind of session?
Well, probably no different than any others. We have our differences of opinion. We'll try and work through them as best we can. We'll disagree on many. I'll look for opportunities to work together on common goals.
So it sounds like they've settled, leadership has settled on a minimum wage increase in the $12 to $13 range. Before we were talking about $15. Is any mandated increase in the minimum wage and non-starter fee?
Again, we'll take a look at whatever they pass. I haven't seen anything in writing at this point. I haven't seen either body that has agreed to that. So we'll take a look.
Your tax commission is forecasting a 6% increase in property tax rates next year. Will we see any proposals from you to reduce or eliminate that increase?
Yeah, based on projections as we see them today. That's what the letter is statutorily obligated to do. I've vetoed 3 budgets over property taxes over the last 3 years. So suffice it to say, I'm sensitive to property tax rate increases. We've taken different approaches. In the first year, we tried to force through something that they weren't willing to do. In the second year, we had a whole list of different approaches that we would like them to consider. And that didn't work. So I need a willing partner. We're willing to have the conversation. I believe we're going in the wrong direction. We're spending over $1.7 billion now, or probably over $1.8 billion at this point for education for about 75,000 kids. So we have a structural problem on our hands that needs to be addressed. And we can't continue, even with everything that's been done in terms of finding different alternatives to the property tax increases, sales and use, and so forth. And even with the grand list growing because of all the new building and improvements that we're doing across the state, I think that in itself, the grand list is growing by $50 million. So that should take care of the ongoing increased expense, but it's not. So that's why the property tax rate will increase if we do nothing. And I just think that we can do better. But I need them to work with me in order to do so.
So will we see a specific proposal?
I think there are going to be some of the same proposals we've seen before. Healthcare is one area that is concerning. I think that's driving some of the increase, not all of it. I think the inefficient system is really the culprit. But we have some ideas. But again, they have to be willing to work with us on that. I can't drive this. Obviously, I've tried that three times. So we'll do what we can to work with them to try and give some relief to Vermonters.
And back to Derek's line of questioning, on the other issue, I just want to be clear on that. Is there a plan of action right now in your administration to address some of the issues that were uncovered in that investigation?
I am not aware of what we're doing, but I'm confident that we're doing something. But I haven't addressed that personally myself at this point in time.
This week, there's 2 juveniles that are back in Woodside after the alleged home invasion. Do you still stand by your administration's proposal to shut down Woodside?
Yeah, well, again, it's a facility that is geared towards having a population of 30. So the problem still exists. So that's an area that I think that we'll be able to work with the legislature on. I think we're both at the point where we think the Woodside should close. Maybe not everyone, but many in positions of leadership have signaled that they think we have to do something. So we're willing to work with them on that. But we have to take some other approach. I mean, we do have need in the state.
Have you spoken to Commissioner Touchette? And is he on?
I have not.
You've not?
I have not spoken to Commissioner Touchette. You mean in the last 24 hours?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Does he remain on the ground?
He does.
Vermont's Department of Motor Vehicles has been making a lot of money selling personal information. Do you support that practice?
Well, it's been going on for a long time. Some of it is in statute, actually, interestingly enough. I did take some action last week and told them to stop with private investigators accessing that information. So we put a hold on that for now. That seems to be the biggest sticking point. The rest is some from insurance companies and so forth in determining rates, and they have to make sure that those with licenses agree to that before they can access the information. So some of it's in statute. There's no choice. But I am a little concerned about privacy. And the private investigators is an area that I think we should take a step back and take a look at. So I told them to stop that practice.
Why does that concern you?
Well, it's just that, I'm not sure what they use the information for. And I just think it's an area that we should just, let's take a step back and take a look and make sure we know what we're doing with that, and talk with the legislature to see where we want to go from there.
Besides private investigators, there are other corporations that receive this information, purchase it, that are not insurance companies. Are you interested in reviewing this practice holistically?
I'm sure it will lead to that, but the private investigators was an area that I was most concerned with.
You've already started fundraising for 2020. Can we expect an announcement soon? Are you planning on an announcement?
I'll be making that determination in the spring after the legislature is out of session. But I always want to be prepared. You never know. So we want to get started whenever we can.
People who are not running for election don't raise money.
Oh, I don't know that for sure, but I haven't seen any data on that.
Senator Baruch, he's going to be introducing legislation banning semi-automatic firearms in some public spots. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I think we've taken a lot of steps in this regard over the last few years, as you might recall. And I think there's an opportunity for us to take the laws that we pass, make them better, and make sure that we're we're putting them into practice and making sure that we're educating people on how to use particularly the red flag laws. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to do better with what we have right now rather than stepping out and passing new legislation.
So you're opposed to getting it,
Well, I'm not sure what the issue is they're trying to solve, but again, I'll listen to anything. We'll see where it goes in the legislature, but should be an interesting session.
Is it a solution to a problem that doesn't exist?
Don't know that. I mean, that's something that we'll take a look at, and I'm sure it'll be debated within the legislature themselves.
Secretary Morgan, said TCI might not be a carbon tax if the proceeds are allocated for economic development and affordability. Is that right?
I'm not sure. We'll see when the proposal comes out sometime in December, I believe. I'm not sure what it is at this point in time, but we have a seat at the table. We'll reflect on that. I've been consistent in my belief that a carbon tax isn't what Vermont needs, so I would not support it if it was a carbon tax. Okay. Thank you very much.
We are hosting a panel discussion about cannabis and next steps for Vermont, but more importantly, conversations from our neighbors, particularly from Maine. We have Eric Gunderson here, who I will give a full bio from Maine to my left, and Kevin Conroy from Massachusetts, and Charlotte Hanna from Massachusetts as well as some notable Vermonters. Joe Bergeron is here, as well as David Mickenberg and Laura Subin. I just want to say a few words about why we're having this conversation. I think Vermont is in a really weird position when it comes to cannabis. In fact, I think we're probably in the worst position we can possibly be in, where we've legalized possession of cannabis, but we've remained absolutely silent on how Vermonters obtain it. That's not good for consumer protection. It's not good for public health. It's not good from law enforcement. We dealt with this issue of gifting about a year ago, where people were saying, hey, buy a t-shirt and we'll give you a gift of cannabis. That doesn't work for anybody. So we need transparency, we need legitimacy, and we need a regulated marketplace in this area, in this state now. Our neighbors have done it in Massachusetts, our neighbors have done it in Maine. And we're going to hear about the challenges from those states, what's worked and what hasn't worked, and some lessons perhaps we can learn as the legislature convenes in January. I'm sure that this issue will come up. I know that Representative Maida Townsend is here from South Burlington. Representative Joey Donovan from Burlington is here, and I think others would come. I know that former representative and Judge Ben Joseph is here. Judge Joseph and I are good friends. We happen to disagree on this issue. And I want to note that there are strong opinions about legalization, and there are many people like Judge Joseph, who I have enormous respect for, who opposes legalization. I think we have a debate and a disagreement about whether or not you can put the genie back in the bottle when we've already legalized possession. But I'm sure that Judge Joseph will say a few words later. So this is what the night's going to look like. We'll have a conversation that I will moderate. At some point in time, I will invite questions from the audience, and hopefully we can just have a conversation. So with that, let me give a brief introduction of our panelists. To my left is Eric Gunderson. He is the director of the Maine Office of Marijuana Policy within the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. At the Office of Marijuana Policy, Eric oversees a newly created agency of state government that is responsible for all aspects of licensing, regulation, and oversight of Maine's medical use of marijuana and adult use marijuana programs. In his role as director, Eric is responsible for the rollout and establishment of Maine's adult use program. Since February of 2019, he and his staff have been working to develop the administrative rules required by the Marijuana Legalization Act, hire a vendor responsible for the tracking and tracing of marijuana plants and products in Maine, and deploy a licensing system. Eric, thanks for being here tonight. We appreciate it. Next, Eric, is Kevin Conroy, who is a partner in the law firm of Foley Hoag in Boston, Massachusetts, with a primary focus on government investigations and regulatory matters. He co-chairs the firm's Cannabis and Energy and Clean Tech and the State Attorney General Group. Kevin advises a variety of cannabis investors and operators across the United States regarding compliance with state and local cannabis laws and regulations. He has helped clients secure cannabis license in multiple states and has worked with clients to obtain state approval for changes of ownership as part of multi-state and international transaction. He previously served as a Massachusetts Deputy Attorney General. Kevin, thanks for being here. Thank you. Charlotte Hanna is an entrepreneur and founder of the Massachusetts-based Community Growth Partners, which is launching Rebel, a new cannabis social impact brand. Charlotte just successfully licensed 3 new cannabis operations in Massachusetts and closed her first round of debt financing. Her first store will open in the Berkshires in early 2020, and her team will begin cultivating and manufacturing products later in Northampton, Massachusetts. Charlotte has nearly 30 years of experience in multinational corporations, real estate, and other ventures. Since 2012, she has invested in undervalued real estate and development projects. Previously, she worked for over 11 years at Goldman Sachs, holding various positions within the firm's training and organizational development group, helping to build the workforce and structures the company needed as it evolved and grew. Charlotte, thank you for coming to Vermont. Joe Bergeron is the president of the Association of Vermont Credit Unions. He has led that organization since 1979 as the primary point of contact in the areas of legislative advocacy, regulatory compliance, legal human services, IT, and management. Joe is a member of the board of directors of the Credit Union National Association and currently serves on the board of Tri-Corp Federal Corp Unions. He also currently serves on the board of the National Cooperative Business Association, along with numerous committees for credit unions and cooperative interests at both the state and national level. Joe, thanks for coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Laura Subin is the director of the Vermont Coalition to Regulate Marijuana and has led the organization since it was founded in 2014. Laura has engaged extensively with a wide variety of stakeholders regarding Vermont's cannabis policy. She regularly speaks publicly on cannabis policy issues and has been invited to testify on the subject before the Vermont legislature on a number of occasions. She was appointed a member on the Tax and Regulate Subcommittee of the Vermont Governor's Marijuana Advisory Commission. As an attorney, she also directs the Pennywise Foundation. In that capacity and others, she has been active in the criminal legal system reform advocacy for many years and has been recognized as an expert in domestic violence by courts in Vermont and New York. Laura, thanks for being here. Finally, David Mickenberg is a partner at the Burlington law firm Mickenberg, Dung & Smith. At the firm, David focuses on civil litigation, workers' compensation, and public affairs. Prior to joining the firm, David served as a Dorat Fellow at Washington, D.C. at the Alliance for Justice, working on research and advocacy related to presidential appointees to the federal judiciary, including 3 Supreme Court nominations. Prior to law school, David spent 6 years at 2 programs started by George Soros's Open Society Institute, the Drug Policy Alliance, and the After School Corporation, working on policy, communications, and government relations. Dave, thanks for being here. So I want to start the conversation with Charlotte. We spoke the other day, Charlotte. You have an incredible background in business. You've worked in real estate in arguably the most difficult real estate market in the world, New York City. You've worked in the financial industry at Goldman Sachs. You worked and developed sustainable agriculture products while in San Francisco. But when we were talking on the phone the other day, you said to me, entering this market, the cannabis market in Massachusetts, quote, has been the most difficult thing you've ever done. I want to know why. Why has this been so difficult with somebody with your business experience, somebody who has engaged in difficult marketplaces in the past? What is different about this market?
I think that, if I could just sum it up in a couple of points, I think the way the regulations were designed in Massachusetts were very well-intentioned, sort of trying to push the responsibility down to the municipalities out of respect for the change that was afoot in these communities that were going to be welcoming cannabis. But what happened as a result of that was that it became very difficult to figure out where to go. A lot of municipalities banned it. And so I had to sort of, as someone not from the state actually, first decide, well, which town am I going to go to? What has the friendliest government that is, the most pro-business, pro-cannabis? And then I fast realized that real estate, the way that they had regulated out of respect to the municipalities, the first step that you had to take in Massachusetts was to identify and secure real estate and prove it to the state that you had some real estate under control and that the community, within a half a mile or whatever the buffer zone was around that real estate, came to a public meeting and voiced their concerns. And so it was a very decentralized sort of grassroots sort of mobilizing that you had to do of people around your real estate. But what happened as a result of that was that you had to then I had to start going through the regulatory process with the state, with the Cannabis Commission, which took a very long time. And through that process, you're carrying, very expensive real estate for a long time. And, this became apparent to property owners in all these municipalities that if you were in the zone where cannabis was going to be allowed, suddenly you had a valuable asset on your hands, and prices went up. You had to, and there was an interesting intersection with opportunity zones, which is a federal program to get investment into communities that have been hurt, economically. And so a lot of people started looking in these, at the intersection of opportunity zones and cannabis zones. So I was bidding on properties and that were $300,000 the year before were suddenly $2 million because the property owners realized that they had an asset. So it required a lot of capital. And the second part to what has been very difficult about this is the lack of liquidity. I'm used to, as a real estate investor, going to a bank and borrowing or having a line of credit against some asset. There's no liquidity available for this industry. There is liquidity, but I'm going to call it usury, 20, 30% rates if you want to borrow from private sources. And, recently there's been a little bit of a bubble in the cannabis market from an investment perspective, and equity, capital has really dried up. So it's become very difficult to get access to capital. So you have this interesting dynamic where people are in control of assets that you need in order to proceed, and you don't have access to capital. It's very difficult to get capital. So it required me to be incredibly creative and I'm used to taking risk. I take risk for a living, but to take a lot more personal risk than I had ever taken before. And so that is, if I could give any advice and input as a small business, I am a small business owner. It's just me and a few people working with me, and to really think about the small business and those kinds of challenges because of where we are with the federal laws and the lack of banking opportunities for people. I have a lot of, we can get to recommendations, but that would be sort of why it has been very difficult, because of the way the regulations were designed to make real estate the very first important step, and the lack of liquidity, to make that happen.
Thank you. Kevin, let me go to you. Give us the thumbnail sketch of the Massachusetts regulatory system. What does it look like? How did you guys get there? And I want to follow up on one thing that Charlotte said about lack of access to capital, which I would translate as lack of entry for folks who don't have capital. Have the mass rules kept people out who don't have access to capital? But regulatory framework and some of the problems you've seen with Massachusetts thus far.
First, I just want to thank you, General, for having me here. I feel a bit conflicted being here. I was speaking to one of our clients who's got a dispensary, and his dispensary happens to be somewhat near the Vermont border. And, I said to him, I'm going up to Vermont, what should I talk about? And he said, you got to lie. I said, what? I said, it's the Attorney General is doing this presentation. I can't lie at a presentation from the Attorney General. He said, no, you got to lie. He said, you got to say that we are selling to kids. You got to say that it's led to increased crime. He said, you've got to say all of those bad things that are going on. I said, I can't say that. None of that's going on in Massachusetts. I can't say that. He said, you have to. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, do you know how many people drive across the Vermont border who come to Massachusetts and buy product and come back to Vermont? I said, well, okay. So if you hear some bad things out of me tonight, it's largely because I'm trying to protect my clients. But for the most part, things are going very, very well in Massachusetts. And I'll give you a quick regulatory overview. We passed an adult use referendum in 2016. We today have 35 dispensaries in Massachusetts, kind of spread across the state. Some are nearer state borders because we have so many people coming to the state because of cannabis now. We're going to do about $600 million in cannabis sales in Massachusetts next year. That we have a 20% tax in Massachusetts, and so that's about $125 million.
Is that money earmarked anywhere in the state?
That is not earmarked. That money goes back to the general fund and is used. Our Cannabis Control Commission is about has a budget about $7.5 million, and so this has been a real moneymaker for Massachusetts. Now, we are the first adult use state on the East Coast. Again, we get a fair number of people from out of state who come to Massachusetts just because of this. Just a couple of lessons that we have learned in Massachusetts, and we'll talk a lot more about this. One is we have this very strong local control in Massachusetts for our cannabis businesses. Charlotte and all of our cannabis businesses, to get up and running, have to go to their municipality and have to get an agreement from that municipality in order to even go through the licensing process. Part of that process of giving that agreement is that Charlotte is going to have to pay 3% of her revenues to the local town. That's too much local. We gave too much control to our municipalities, and if I had some advice for Vermont, it would be you need to have some local control, but we've got too much local control in Massachusetts. The second thing I would say is we have struggled some with diversity in our ownership. And Charlotte talked about this is a very expensive business to open. We are making efforts at diversity. There are some well-intentioned, our regulators are very well-intentioned on this issue. But one of the things we found is that we need better state loans. We need better state funding going to help small business owners open these businesses. And we're getting better at that. You're going to see a better system soon in Massachusetts. But I think a lot about how we can ensure that you have larger businesses and smaller businesses get into your operation in Vermont. Let me talk about capital.
Yep.
So capital is a big problem. We do have 5 banks, and we'll talk more about banking, who serve this industry, but they do not provide loans to this industry. And so you are, obviously the United States stock market, these companies are not traded on. It is a tough capital environment. It's only gotten tougher over the last couple. What we find is that most of our businesses rely on small investors, family offices to fund their businesses. But that has become a challenge, and it is a real challenge for folks who aren't in the normal capital challenges. I mean, Charlotte's somebody who worked at Goldman Sachs, has a very, very good network. It's challenging for her, but for folks who don't have those sort of networks, it is a real challenge, and it's had effects on our diversity. And that's one of the reasons that, a state like Illinois has provided specific loan programs for small business, because that's the only way you can get access to capital.
Thank you. And I want to come back, Kevin, but I want to put a pin in the regulatory framework of the state, which is the Cannabis Commission, I think a 5-member panel in Massachusetts. I think that's on the table in Vermont, but we'll hear from Dave Mickenberg on that. But the local control infrastructure, so I want to come back to that. Eric, tell us Maine's experience. Where are you today, and what's coming next?
Well, today was actually a really exciting day in Maine. We hit one of our major milestones. We actually announced and made public our applications for our cultivation, manufacturing, and retail store facilities at the very tail end of our what I'd call a staggered rollout of applications. Last month we introduced or made public applications for our IIC cards, our individual identification cards, applications for our testing facilities, and this closed the loop on that. So a very exciting day. We made that commitment to make these applications public when we were established in February of this year. So I'm very proud of the work that our office has done, but that's essentially where we're at right now, and it took quite a bit of work to get here.
How long?
So
when did Maine legalize recreational adult use?
People in Maine like talking about this story because we legalized the same time Massachusetts did in 2016, yet we're a little bit behind. I don't want to talk too much about the history, but after we passed in 2016, the administration was hesitant to kind of work with what they were given. The legislature.
I want to ask this question. Public referendum vote or legislative vote?
Sorry, public referendum vote. Yep. And the legislature took over essentially the bill that was passed at the polls and spent nearly a year and a half rewriting it. to make sure that they got it to the way they wanted it. A couple governors' vetoes. So people in Maine have been waiting a really long time for this. But I like to start our timeline from February of this year when the new Mills administration established my office in February. And since then, we have been working what I would consider to be at breakneck speed to get this up and running, understanding that people have been waiting a long time. A lot of that money has been sitting out there. People have made investments in real estate. So we've been working quickly, but it's also...
Does Maine require the real estate as Massachusetts does?
It doesn't. Nope.
Okay.
We're set up a little bit different. If we want to start talking about the local control piece, we do have that in Maine. We have an opt-in program, so in order for a municipality to take part in the program, they need to opt into the program. And as of right now, I think it's only 25 or 26 towns out of the 450 some odd towns in Maine have actually taken that step. I understand the policy concerns. In my past life as a policy advisor, I would have more stronger thoughts on that, but as a regulator, I'm here to do what I have been given. But I lost track. What was I talking about? Where was I? 26 towns have opted in. But to go back, when we were established, it's, again, working at breakneck speed. So we had a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. We had to put together our rules and regulations that were really set up the framework of what the program was going to look like. In Maine, those regs are what we call major substantive, meaning that the legislature has to actually sign off on them, give them their blessing before they can be implemented. In Maine, we have a part-time legislature. So we were established in February. We had our first draft of about 80 pages of regulations to set up the infrastructure, the bare bones regulatory structure in about 6 weeks. We went through intense internal and external stakeholder engagement. And then in June, luckily enough, we got it in front of the legislature and it was passed. And since then, my office has been working to essentially operationalize all those regulations.
Have you guys set a tax? Massachusetts, you heard 20%. Where's Maine?
Yep, Maine, the effective rate is 20% as well. We have a 10% excise tax at the point of cultivation and then a 10% sales tax.
Okay, and is that money going to be earmarked to prevention, to education, or not?
So 12% comes off the top of the excise tax and goes into what we call our Public Health and Safety Fund, which is a 50-50 divide between like public education and public awareness, and then law enforcement training. So those are two programs that we're currently developing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Joe Bergeron, you just heard three folks talk about emerging markets in Massachusetts and Maine. As the banker on the panel, and given the uncertainty and the lack of clarity at the federal level, how would you advise somebody? You heard about the need for capital and the lack of access to capital. Do you see clarity coming on this banking issue anytime soon? What is the current status?
It's a real challenge for financial institutions, be it a cooperatively owned credit union or a bank of any sort, to make the decision to provide financial services to cannabis-related businesses like Charlotte's or anybody others. And it's because of the inherent risk involved, and that's not to infer that the kind of business that Charlotte is starting up is risky. It's the risk of, as you referenced, TJ, the conflict between current federal law and state law, where it's been legalized to some degree. So there are credit unions in the states where it's been legalized that have done their research, and some of them chosen to provide services to cannabis-related businesses, but usually it's pretty limited. And the reason for that is this. I need to give you a little bit of a background to help everyone understand why it's a problem for financial service providers. And that's that in Vermont, for example, let's limit our scope to there. All credit unions in Vermont are are chartered either under federal law or under state law. But either way, they are federally insured. And and that federal insurance is what insures all the deposits that all of us have as consumers in those financial institutions, be it a bank in Vermont or a cooperatively owned credit union. And so if you are in a state like Vermont, Massachusetts, or Maine, where cannabis business is legal to some degree, and you want to provide service, you are doing it at the risk of potentially, it hasn't happened yet to anyone, but potentially losing your federal deposit insurance coverage. And if you lose that federal and deposit insurance coverage, you can't do business. You're out of business. And so the federal government, because it's an illegal substance still, has not offered any clarification as of yet. There's been minimal guidance to financial institutions that want to get into this business, but they're having to go an awful lot further than they would in serving any other business on Church Street here. So there's a lot of federal reporting involved that they have to do, kind of CYA kind of business, and they have to know Charlotte's business. They have to interrogate her, whether it's a bank or credit union or whatever, it doesn't matter what financial institution it is, and they have to know what kind of business that is, and they have to keep on top of that to ensure to their regulator, be it state or federal, that that's a viable and legal business and it continues to be that way. And even credit unions and banks that don't serve a cannabis business at all, they still have a risk because they don't know what businesses that they might have that are doing business with some cannabis-related business. So, think somebody that provides, services to a cannabis-related business, technically under federal law, that's a financial institution technically that is aiding an illegal business under federal law. So even though no federal agency has taken away the deposit insurance of a financial institution that I'm aware of for serving cannabis-related business, I kind of liken it to getting a parking ticket. Just because you didn't get a parking ticket for illegal parking yesterday doesn't mean if you do the same thing tomorrow, you're not going to get that ticket. And so that's where we're at. So right now, in response to your question, TJ, there's legislation that passed the House in Washington and is sitting in the Senate waiting for action that provides a safe harbor for financial institutions. But it's not going anywhere currently. You did, along with 33, I think it was, other attorney generals from around the country, sign a letter in support of that to the Vermont delegation and delegations from all of those states, and we very much appreciate that. Credit unions, and I believe banks too, aren't taking a position on legalization one way or another, but they do want to serve these businesses, but in order to do so, need some clarity and some safe harbor so that they know they can do so, rightfully and without risk of losing their deposit insurance.
Thank you, Joe. I want to come back to the federal level in a second. Laura Subin, we hear a lot in the Green Mountain State about legalizing, quote, the Vermont way. What does that mean? What does it mean for the farmer? What does it mean to perhaps the retailer here in Church Street? What does the Vermont way mean, but with a specific focus on, I think, our history as a rural agrarian state?
Well, I think it means a lot of things, and I want to be deferential to all the farmers and small business owners that I know are sitting in the audience and have a lot of experience to draw on about doing this the Vermont way and doing farming and agriculture the Vermont way when it comes to talking about small farms and small cultivators. One of the things that we know, and we have listened, and that we have been in a long process of listening and learning from other states that have gone before us, is that we have to be protective of small farms. Their ability to raise capital and start businesses and move from the illicit market into a regulated market is going to depend on the costs. And if it can't be economically viable for them to make those transitions, then it's not going to happen. Some of the ways that we know that we do this is to issue small tiered licenses that are different for smaller farms than for larger farms, and that an unlimited number of small licenses is going to be essential to bring people to move from the illicit market to a regulated market. In Vermont, the Vermont way, we care about, in Vermont, when we talk about that, we care about protecting the small farms, and we care about understanding the needs of the Vermont farms The legislative proposal that S54, that is now sitting in the House Ways and Means Committee, that passed the Senate, is sitting in the House Ways and Means Committee, does have a number of substantial protections for small farms, which I think are really important. That legislation would create a cannabis control board and would require that cannabis control board take into consideration the needs of small farmers and make accommodations for those small farmers, and create this tiered system. Similarly, it would create a tiered system. It would require that the Cannabis Control Board create a tiered system for retailers, which I think is important also for small businesses. So that's part of looking at
So tell me a little bit more. When you say a tiered system, what does that mean? Who gets in first? Who gets in second? Am I interpreting that tiered system correctly?
Yes and no. So it's tiered in terms of size. So as far as cultivators go, depending on the size of your grow operation, you would have a different type of license. So right now, the current proposal contemplates a different category for 500 square feet, and then the Cannabis Control Board may decide to make tiers of any different kinds. A lot of the other states that have gone before us have tiered systems, so that you're not making the same requirements as far as security or whatever on a tiny little farm that you would make on a great big farm. The other important piece of the current legislative proposal is that it would give priority access to small cultivators, and I think that's a really good thing. I think I'm really pleased that the legislature has listened to the fact that small farmers need to get access to the market quickly, and we need to remove as many barriers of access to the market as we can for small.
How are we defining a small cultivator?
So the legislative proposal defines it as less than 500 square feet.
Got it.
So there are differences of opinion about whether that should be 1,000 square feet but that type of size of cultivation operation. I also think that there are other key components of the Vermont Way, which was the initial question, which is about the product itself and having high quality cannabis that's tested for purity, for potency, for contaminants, for saying this is a Vermont product, we can stand up, we can be proud of it, much as has happened in Vermont with the craft beer industry. And I think people are really eager to have that happen, to have third-party testing happen, to be able to say this is a Vermont product and we stand behind our product and it's a really quality product. One other key component of the Vermont Way, I think, is again around removing barriers to access. And since we are at a panel of the Attorney General, we are a state that values restorative justice, and we believe deeply in a restorative justice model. So that means letting people that have been harmed by cannabis prohibition have access, removing the barriers of access for those people to an emerging cannabis industry. And I think that's a really important value in Vermont. It's been other states have worked to do that. It's a difficult thing to do, but I think it's a really key priority to say who's been hurt most by prohibition, how do we bring those people into the market? And so that's going to mean not only supporting small businesses and minority-owned businesses and businesses that are going to pay a living wage, but also to continue ongoing criminal legal system reform. So that right now we have legalization of some amounts of cannabis, but we haven't changed the penalties going upwards from those amounts. And I think we need to continue to look at the overall drug policy and look at what that means and how it reflects Vermont values and what we believe about restorative justice.
Okay, thank you. Dave, give us the legislative history of Vermont's action on cannabis from medicinal to recreational to the current bill, but I also want you to talk about two other things. I want you to talk about hemp, and I want to talk about the conversations in the legislature with this bill about the revenue generated. Where is it going to go? Is it going to go to education, prevention, or is it just straight general fund dollars?
Okay, thanks. Thanks for having me. I just want to say one thing about the Vermont Way, reflecting on what Laura said. I believe, and the folks from Massachusetts can correct me, that in Massachusetts a micro license is something like 10,000 square feet or something like that, or maybe
Even smaller,
somewhere around that.
That's five.
So
Five.
Or smaller.
500 square feet is going to be hard to survive in the
Right.
market
So,
at that
so,
small.
so a lot of folks. So the 500 square feet limit, which has been really prioritized in this bill, is the idea is that existing farmers perhaps can take advantage of that, have it value added for their farms, and continue the traditions they've had as farming in Vermont. But Vermont has sort of led the way on cannabis reform for many years. Was one of the first states, if not the first state, to pass medical cannabis through our legislature. That was maybe 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, something like that. We then went on to decriminalize low-level possession of cannabis, so it would be a civil penalty instead of a criminal penalty. And then a few years ago, we're the first state in the country through its legislature to legalize the possession and the growing of cannabis for personal use. And that's where we are right now. People are allowed to, folks in Vermont over the age of 21 are allowed to grow 2 mature plants and 4 immature plants and possess up to 1 ounce of cannabis. And it's created an interesting system. The New Yorker recently did an article about Vermont and the state of cannabis, and said in Vermont, marijuana is the new zucchini, because people grow it at home, they have a lot of it, and they're sharing it with their neighbors in a variety of different forms. So you kind of alluded to that, and whether or not that system is the best system moving forward. I think in many ways, from a criminal justice perspective, not getting people involved in the criminal justice system for possession makes a lot of sense, so that was a great first step. But I think at this point, the legislature is really seriously considering whether a regulated model, one that provides consumer protections, one that provides for testing, one that provides for robust oversight, is the step that we need to go as a state. So right now, I don't know how much you want to get into the
Give me the highlights of what you expect to be introduced, or is a bill in a committee coming in January.
Yeah. So last year the Senate S-54 is the bill that's up for current consideration. The Senate passed it overwhelmingly. It has made its way through the initial committee, and it has touched many committees. I think at this point 7 or 8 different committees in the House. But the House Gov Ops Committee has done extensive work and passed out a substantive bill. It's 97 pages long, with many of the issues that we've touched on today are addressed, and we're happy to talk about what's in that bill vis-a-vis local control and things like that. The bill is currently in the House Ways and Means Committee, where they'll be looking at the tax rate, the fees. And just to be clear, this bill, while it's lengthy and very detailed, also is in some ways broad. It sets parameters that need to be followed, and it sets sort of the values that the legislature wants to move forward, but also leaves up to the Cannabis Control Board a significant amount of responsibility to get into the
Cannabis
details.
Control Board, a 5-member board. Who are the appointees?
Well, the Senate version of the bill has a three-member. It's the governor, the House, and the Senate appoint the 3. In the House version of S-54, it's it's a 5-member board: the governor, the Senate, the House, the treasurer, and the attorney general.
I like the House version.
So that's an issue that needs to be reconciled between the bodies, assuming the bill passes the House. But that board will then go through a lengthy and elaborate process of rulemaking, in which a lot of the details of the bill will be fleshed out.
What are we talking about for the revenue? You heard Kevin talk about the revenue in Massachusetts. Are there any expectations, number one? Number two, is there any discussion about where that revenue would be directed? Would it go to education, prevention, schools?
So the Senate version did not. All the money would go to the general fund in the Senate version of S-54, but the House specifically earmarked up to $6 million a year in revenue to prevention programs. As of now, that's the only thing that's been earmarked. There's a 2% local tax that's currently in the bill. Whether that remains or not, we'll see. And that money will go to localities that host cannabis businesses. So right now, there's a 16% general excise tax at the point of purchase, and then a 2% local option tax. We would say to your clients in Massachusetts, we have an 18% tax rate. One of the first times that Vermont has a lower tax rate than
that's why I'm conflicted.
Our surrounding states.
So I want to talk to you about the economics for a second, and I guess I'd open this up to anybody. How do you part of and I've evolved on this issue. I didn't support legalization. I certainly support medicinal and decriminalization. But I think like a lot of Vermonters, I had a very libertarian view about cannabis. It's not my business. It's up to what people are doing in the privacy of their home. But this is a business, and it needs transparency. It needs legitimacy. It needs regulations like any business. But part of the goal from a law enforcement perspective is to eradicate the black market, the illicit market. Is 20% or 18% the right tax to do that? Or do you get to a price point that it just grows the illicit market? What are the conversations? What's the analysis? And I guess let me go to Dave and then Kevin and Eric.
Well, the legislature spent a lot of time. They'll continue to spend more time on this. I mean, we've looked at other states, California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado, where the tax rates are significantly higher, and there's still significant sales. But as we've seen in California, it's not just the tax rate. In California, they allowed localities to implement their own taxes. It's really the complexity of the taxation systems in all the states. But from all that we've heard, the testimony that's been taken, it seems like something around 18 to 20% is, at least from the analysis that the legislature has done so far, sort of the sweet spot. It could be less. The Senate bill started at 10%. Whether it could be more, who knows? But it seems from all the testimony that we've taken from other states that seems around the market.
Kevin, what do you see in Massachusetts in terms of the illicit market based on that price point?
Yeah, I don't think it really matters if it's 18 or 20 for the illicit market. I think the things that are going to I mean, let's be frank. I think most people want to buy product in a regulated environment where their product has been tested, and they do that in a legal way. And so I think there are a lot of drivers that people want to come to this regulated market, right? It's pretty easy to purchase. You can use cash. You can use debit cards. It's an anonymous process, and so you're not registering. And so there are a number of ways that people can buy this product, and it is easy. I think the issue is for what is often driving the illicit market now is whether you can get enough regulated product up and running quickly enough. And one of the challenges we have in Massachusetts is that our dispensaries have been a bit ahead of our cultivation that has come online. And so the product is rather expensive in Massachusetts, not because of the tax rate, although 2018 it is because we don't have enough regulated product that is getting produced by our cultivation site. So one of the things I would urge you to do in Vermont is sort of think about making sure that those cultivation sites, including some of the larger ones, come on at the same time that before those dispensaries come on, so you have enough regulated product. I think that's really one of the drivers that is the issue about illicit drugs.
Laura, let me go to you on that point. I mean, where is Vermont? And I guess I want to go to Laura and Charlotte on this in terms of that 500 square foot small cultivator to Massachusetts 10,000 square foot micro. What are the economics on this? How does it work? How do we get the product to the market?
It's interesting because in Massachusetts, a lot of people are reconditioning old mill buildings. That's the economic development opportunity, and they're looking for, and this is sort of what's happening in the...
Is that the federal opportunity zone on the mill buildings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holyoke, Springfield, a lot of these towns have these abandoned mill buildings, so it's an opportunity to revitalize communities, really. I say we're bringing jobs to towns that have depressed economies. So, and so the mill buildings have been an opportunity. People like them because you can harvest. I've really dug into the economics of this outdoor versus indoor grow, and how much production that you can actually
does the climate support outdoor grow in the Northeast?
It's new. There was the first legal outdoor grows in Massachusetts were in the Berkshires, and they didn't get started until late. They didn't get in the ground until July, and they were small plants. They yielded, we can yield. You talk about the per light yield and how many harvests you can get inside an indoor facility. In a mill, you try to get 5 harvests a year, by fixing, adapting your lights, and so you have a high production indoor. But the outdoor plant isn't just going to grow the same way because you have to deal with, Mother Nature. And in California, it's a lot easier to grow these massive plants, and this is what's been happening in the market there. Suddenly prices went down recently when they harvested. Their price per pound was great when the market opened, and now it's pretty low because all these outdoor farmers have come online. We don't have that in Massachusetts. It's an indoor growing environment to some extent, greenhouses too, but the greenhouses, because of the climate, become almost as expensive as indoor. So it's, my facility is going to be, it's 28,000 square feet, and so, we just have to, we're going to produce, hopefully, several thousand pounds a year with eventually getting to 5 harvests. But it's expensive to fit out these indoor facilities.
What's the biggest cost?
HVAC, climate control, power. I'm trying to do, I'm very interested in, no outputs, just minimizing the outputs of our facility. So we're looking at things like we can generate power off of our heat. Solar doesn't really help much when you think about the amount of power that you need to run these things. But there's something called generating power off of your gas-fired heat systems. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of waste that comes out of these indoor production facilities because it's pretty serious.
Laura, let me ask you from and I know you can't speak for them, but you're on the panel, but again, that perspective from the Vermont farmer, do we have capital costs to build, whether it's a greenhouse? Does that infrastructure exist? Back to Joe's point about perhaps some reluctance from banks to lend. Tell me what the view is.
Yeah, and can I just say, I didn't even really answer. It's about $200 a square foot to build indoor in Massachusetts right now. That's sort of the cost of the build and on using these old mill buildings. Yeah.
Well, and I'm not a Vermont farmer, but I have spoken to hundreds of them about this issue over the past several years. And I think that we need to be careful to recognize that each of the aspects of cannabis policy might not achieve all of the goals that we're trying to achieve at once. So we can protect our small farmers and create access and remove barriers of access to our small farmers, and at the same time recognize, well, that might not be all we need to get the supply to where we really need it to be if we really want to eradicate larger percentages of the illicit market. And so I think those two things can happen at the same time, and that they're not at odds with each other. They can happen in ways that are compatible, so that we can, but I think that barriers to entries are enormous for small farmers, especially without lending, and there's no question about that.
Well, I want to ask Joe this question, and I think I understood it, but I want to be very clear that farmer comes to you to get a loan to build a greenhouse. It's going to be associated with they're going to cultivate cannabis there. Every banker is going to say no, correct?
There's a pretty good chance, yes. So that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Well, these are the challenges here. I want to go to license, and I want to start with you, Eric. What's it cost to get a license, and what's that? And give us, I guess, the different types of license that you have.
Sure. The different types of licenses in Maine. We do our cultivation license, much like what it sounds like what's being proposed in Vermont, in a tier system. We actually have 5 different tiers. There's a 500, 2,000, 7,000, and 20,000 square foot. And then we also have what I think is unique to Maine, a nursery license where you can buy and sell immature plants.
What's the cost? How much does a license cost?
Very, very small. I mean, it obviously goes up with the tiers. It starts somewhere from like $500 for the 5,000 square foot. Again, I think the intention there from the legislature was to set a priority on the small farmers and also participants that are currently in our medical program, all the way up to like, God, off the top of my head, I think it was like $30,000 for the 20,000 square foot cultivation facility. We also have manufacturing facility licenses, and then we also have our retail store licenses that carry what I would consider a significant cost, but when you look across at other states that have legalized markets, Maine's licensing fees are pretty low. And again, I think that was with the intention to help the early movers, Maine residents and participants in the medical program, to lower the barrier of entry there so they can get into the programs.
Kevin, give us the license cost structure in Massachusetts.
Honestly, I don't know, and I'll tell you why I don't know. It costs $1 million to open up a dispensary in Massachusetts.
Break that cost down for us.
It's depending how much construction you're going to do, it's going to be $300,000, $400,000 to do construction. It's going to be, getting your security system up and running is another $100,000. And Charlotte's got reasonably priced, really smart lawyers, but they cost a little bit of money too. And so this just adds up. And so, but let me just talk about the licensing fee for a second. It's great. One of the things that my clients have always asked for is they would rather pay more money in licensing fees in order to ensure that the regulators have the tools that they need to do to regulate their business. And they are very happy to pay licensing fees. They'd be happy to pay double the licensing fees if the regulators said, we need that money to properly regulate this business. I don't think the licensing fees, to tell you the truth, the application fees are really a big issue in this area. I appreciate it's good to keep your application fees low, but I'd rather the question be, what do the regulators need to regulate this business, and then what do we need to do for licensing fees to ensure that the regulators have the resources that they need?
On that $1 million price tag, part of that is the requirement under Mass law to purchase and own real estate.
Or lease.
Or lease.
Or lease.
I had to carry and pay the rent. No one was going to let me just, secure and option something without paying them. And so I had to carry a lease for 11 months.
David,
before we could get
David or Laura, what are we talking about in terms of application fee, a license fee in Vermont? No requirement on real estate, or is there?
No, on the fees, that's yet to be determined. It's something that the Ways and Means Committee is going to think about and look at, but it very well, as the bill currently stands, I think the determinations on the fees are being left to the board to come up with a scheme for that. I mean, remember, if Vermont were to pass this bill this year, it would still be 18 months to 2 years before their sales likely, just because it could be quicker, but because of the rulemaking process. But
Eric, does that sound right to you? A 2-year rulemaking process?
I mean, we drafted about 85 pages of rules in like 2 months. Of course, we went at an insane pace, and it was a very odd exercise to go through. I would not recommend that. I would recommend taking your time and doing a very robust internal and external stakeholder engagement in that process. But yeah, I mean, as far as to get to a point, I think if you look at most states, it's something like 12 to 16 or 12 to 18 months from legalization to sale.
So I guess I want to...
We were 2 years. It took us 2 years, but that was because our legislature kind of slowed it down.
There is also, Vermont is unique in that we are one of the first states to do this through a legislative process. And so we have been deliberating about some of these details that will be part of the rulemaking now. In the current proposal, things have shifted. So in the earlier legislative proposals going back to 2014, 15, 16, there were a lot more details spelled out in the legislation, including the amounts of the fees and the tiered certification system and all of that kind of thing. This current proposal is, creates a cannabis control board and leaves a lot of those details out of the legislation. So that's a big change for Vermont. Whichever path we take, a lot of this discussion and debate and analysis and looking to our neighbors has already happened in Vermont. So it's a little bit of a different scenario than the states that get handed a referendum and then have to start the rulemaking after the law has already been passed. So it's an important distinction, I think.
Has there been conversation, Dave, then I'll go to Kevin and Eric on this, about a residency requirement in order to possess a license in Vermont?
That's yet to be determined, but yes, that's absolutely been conversations.
That you have to be a Vermont resident.
Well, some have said, should it be a priority? Should you get prioritization if you're a Vermont resident? Should it be a straight residency requirement? Other states have straight residency requirements for ownership. Some question is would ownership, would the requirement be 51% Vermont resident? And then, I mean, one of the issues is access to capital. So if we're requiring, for instance, only Vermont ownership and only Vermont capital, that's going to make it difficult for Vermont's industry to get off the ground.
Eric, Maine, is there a residency requirement in order to possess a license?
Yeah, there most certainly is. When it was actually passed via referendum, the way the bill was written was actually the first actors, the people that could get in the program first, were our caregivers, our participants in our medical program. And when the legislature rewrote the bill, they didn't want it necessarily just to be the participant in the medical program, that there might be other Mainers, other farmers that wanted a shot at this new program. So they rewrote it with a residency requirement that the directors, the managers, the partners of the businesses that own these licensees all need to be Mainers. But the second point to that is there was a robust conversation in the legislature about equity ownership. There wasn't enough in Maine to really have a thriving program. So 51% equity owners need to be Maine residents. 49% equity owners can come from out of state. So I'm sure when you go through that process in the legislature in Vermont, there'll be a very robust conversation about that, but that's the way we're set up.
Kevin, Massachusetts residency requirement and thoughts on that?
We do not have a residency requirement in Massachusetts, and I think it's a bad idea, and I'll tell you why I think it's a bad idea. First is, look, there are, I forget now, what are we at, 11 regulated states, adult use states in the country right now. You are going to need to have out-of-state people help you set up these regulated businesses. This is a highly regulated industry, and you are going to need the people from out of state to help you do that in order to do it the right way. We had influx of people from Colorado when we opened ours, and those people helped us a lot. It made for a better system, and so I get nervous when you talk about residency requirements. The second reason I get nervous about it is, Eric is implementing the rules, not making up the rules. It becomes a very difficult, burdensome process for regulators to have to go through and analyze these businesses and understand who owns these businesses. And people like me, lawyers, spend a lot of time with regulators talking about our corporate structures instead of talking about how to make this system safe, how to do it in the right way. And so you can get bogged down a lot in these systems that talk about, and I'm sure Eric's doing it the right way, and no criticism at all, but you can get bogged down a lot in when you set up these sort of artificial rules about who owns and not. It really becomes a drag on a business. It means you got to hire lawyers, and it raises your costs.
Can I just add to that? Because I have to agree with Kevin. So in my past life, before the position I had now, I was a policy advisor for our Speaker of the House and Maine policy point person for the committee that actually rewrote the Maine Legalization Act. And at the time, when you're having these conversations, I mean, I might disagree that I think the residency piece is nice to kind of gear towards Mainers and give them the first shot. But when you're going through that process and setting it up, it may seem like a good idea. But now when I shift to this new position and I'm the regulator and I'm putting together a licensing regime, Kevin is spot on. Trying to understand the complex corporate structures and how their businesses and the flow of money keeps me up at night, among a few other things. But he's right on. It's just keep in mind that it may seem like a good idea, but it's very, very difficult to execute.
Charlotte, I want to talk about testing. Tell me what the requirement is in Massachusetts. Who's doing, what's the cost, and who's certifying?
Well, I have to admit that we're not doing any testing yet.
Is there a requirement?
There is a requirement and there's a specific license for testing companies that third parties test your product. And then we're in the process of buying, so I'm asking all of the manufacturers and the cultivators to give me their test results so that I can look at how the product tests. That was a slow process. I think that getting the testing companies on board was one of the things that did slow down production in the state because they were the last to get regulated. They didn't get certified until after the retailers were approved. There was some problem in the timing of things, I think. So I think it's getting better and there's not a backlog anymore, but it does add time. But it's nice to know that we can ask and look at test results of product. Whereas in the hemp industry, I started sort of exploring hemp, and it was really frustrating because I would ask people, what's the name of the variety that's in this CBD oil that you want to, this distillate that you want to sell? And no one could disclose what it was. So I like the testing regulations, really strong, robust testing in states, because we know that we can prove. I mean, we in the legal cannabis industry, we actually are under so much more scrutiny relative to any other form of agriculture. Any plant that you eat and put in your body, you can't get the kind of test results that are publicly available like you can with cannabis.
Joe, same question, different facts. Testing company wants a loan. Reluctant to lend?
I haven't heard anyone ask that of a financial institution before, so I don't know that I have an answer for that, but I would guess that if it is able to be interpreted as, aiding a business that is dealing in a product that's still federally legal, that it still poses an issue for a financial institution that's federally insured.
Thank you. Kevin, give me the rundown of the testing requirements in Massachusetts. Is there a certifying authority? Where do the test results go?
So we went with the system of a third-party testing, and so we have, I think now, 3 third-party testing companies that have been licensed by the state. So these are independent companies. They are required to not have any ownership in a dispensary or cultivation site, so they truly have to be independent. That system has worked somewhat well. I think that the problem that we ran into in Massachusetts, which was we didn't, the testing lab licenses didn't catch up with the number of dispensaries. And so we had many more dispensaries than we had testing labs, and we got a backlog. And so one of the lessons that I think you bring to Vermont is you got to make sure that you license enough testing labs so you can test this product in a quick and efficient way, in a safe way, make sure that's done well, but it doesn't become a backlog on the system.
On the licensing of the testing, is it specific to cannabis, or is it CBD, hemp, and cannabis, or is there a breakdown?
So I don't know the answer to that question. They do other types of testing. There's a specific, very detailed regulatory structure for cannabis, and our cannabis regulators in Massachusetts do not regulate hemp in any way. That's a different entity, and they set up a certain area in the labs that are specifically for cannabis, because you're going to have regulators in there who are going to go through that process. And just picking up Joe's, they have a hard time getting loans as well, and it's really because they're a plant touching entity. They're actually touching the plants, and that's the reason they have a hard time with loans. So,
Dave, Laura,
yep.
Where are we on testing in Vermont? And talk a little bit about the hemp industry in Vermont. It was booming. Perhaps, according to reports, that we had an oversupply this past harvesting season. Are we testing there or not? What does it look like?
Well, I'll just start on the testing. The testing in the bill in S54, again, it models other states. There'll be third-party testing required for products. They've prioritized the licensing of the testing labs to make sure that they're up and running so that small cultivators and others can get their products tested prior to going to market. But the testing issue is an interesting one, and I'm not an expert on hemp, but Right now, under new proposed federal guidelines, testing laboratories will need to be DEA certified. So there's a question, and it's not required for cannabis, but there's a question whether there will be testing labs in Vermont that will be DEA certified for hemp products, and whether those same laboratories likely could be the same ones that are doing the testing for cannabis. It's unclear at this point.
But I guess I'll go back to my opening remarks. Isn't the genie out of the bottle on this? I mean, the product is in the store. It's on the counter in gas stations, and now we're going to put a new rule saying it's got to be tested. What happens to those products that are already in the stream of commerce?
You're talking about hemp or CBD products? Well, I mean,
because I think it's analogous if we're talking about a retail regulated market and that distribution chain about how you get it to market.
Yeah. Go ahead, Laura.
Well, I think there are conflicts between the new rules that have come down federally on hemp and what Vermont has moved forward with, and that's creating a lot of anxiety. I think that Vermont has done a lot of really positive things around the rules they've set up around hemp, and should, I hope, carry on. We have states that are adopting policies and developing programs that are against federal law. I mean, there's a lot of lawyers on this panel, and that's just a fact. And my hope is that states will continue to lead the way, and that eventually some of the problems with the new rules that have come down from federally on hemp will change too. But there is a conflict there. There's no question about that.
But without robust testing, the illicit market has an area to now enter.
Well, there will be robust testing in Vermont. It just won't be in line with the testing as it relates to hemp. So there's no doubt that that regulators in Vermont have the legislature and others have prioritized that third-party testing. I mean, the entire sort of import of the bill in many ways is a consumer protection bill, and testing is a key part of that. So interesting, in the Department of Health just put out some information about cannabis in Vermont, the Vermont Department of Health. And one of the things they said, interestingly, was that you should check the THC content on cannabis in Vermont. Well, we can't do that because we don't have a regulated market at this point. But that's the type of thing, I think, the testing is a key part of knowing whether there's pesticides, knowing whether there's what THC content, and there's a limit on THC content.
And that's a consumer protection issue. Charlotte, to your point, or perhaps Kevin, about the consumer walking in saying, I want to know what I'm buying, and I want to know what I'm going to put into my body.
Can I make a comment on that as well? Because my cultivator's from California, and we've been really following what they've been doing on testing, and it's been interesting to see they've rolled out the testing protocols over time, over a year, and people started failing as they became more and more rigorous. And one of the things that came up last year that was really interesting to me, or earlier this year, was that they started in this past summer testing hardware. And I think that that's really important.
What does that mean?
The vaping hardware. There's so much stuff that is made in China that has lead in it, and I'm actually personally very concerned about that.
Okay.
And in Massachusetts, the hardware isn't tested, and so you're heating these products that have lead in them. The coils have lead, and there are very few manufacturers for some of this vaping hardware that passed these California tests over the summer. So everyone failed the lead test. So I think if I could just advocate for one thing, because I am very concerned about producing a safe product, is to look to what California implemented in their taste.
On the Massachusetts vaping ban, did it include hardware?
It did, but Charlotte hit on the point, which is all vaping was banned in Massachusetts. It's going to be relieved as of December 11th. But Charlotte hit the point right on, right, which is the reason that you need a regulated cannabis product is because so many people are turning to the illicit market for their vaping products. And the way we're going to address this vaping issue is through testing of these products. And once we get the right system for testing them in Massachusetts, we will have a testing system that deals with some of these evils in these products, the lead, the vitamin E acetate. And that's why this testing and the regulated product is so important. And we will get there in Massachusetts, but Charlotte hit it right on the head.
Let me ask this question. I want to go back to the regulatory framework. And I was watching 60 Minutes. It's after the Patriots won. And I don't know if anybody saw this, but it was on California. And they talked about the oversupply of cannabis in California. And one of the reasons, if I understood the segment correctly, was because of the issue of local control that gave municipalities the ability to veto whether or not a retail shop could open up. Created oversupply. Well, the supply's got to go somewhere. It went into the illicit market. And if I heard correctly, Laura, and I'll go to Kevin and to Eric on this, that we have a statewide regulatory framework, whether it's a 5-person, 3-person, 5-person commission in Massachusetts. But then we got this local structure, and you're allowing towns to opt in and opt out. And is that going to create a system of haves and have-nots, and perhaps problems and not problems, or revenue and not revenue? Let me start with Laura and then go down the line here.
I think it's a huge issue and a critically important one. Right now, what we have is a difference between the Senate version and the House version of the proposal in Vermont. So the Senate version did not have an opt-in. The House version had opt-in only for retail, and everything else the businesses could just would be allowed because it would be silent. And I think that's a really important distinction. It's a really important issue. We have right now the Vermont League of Cities and Towns is very actively advocating for opt-in for everything, and I think that would be a huge mistake. I think our farmers need to know I'm going to be able to add a cannabis crop to my small farm, and it is a huge barrier to access if you don't have predictability about whether in your location you're going to be able to operate this business. But so that remains to be seen. We also have a governor who was concerned about this issue, and that's some of the reasons why we got to where we did in the House.
Kevin, framework in Massachusetts at the local level.
We have an opt-out system in Massachusetts, and about a third of the towns, last time I checked, had opted out. It's a voter referendum, however, and so the voters have to affirmatively vote to opt out. It has initially thought was going to be a big barrier, but to tell you the truth, I think the 2/3 of towns that didn't opt out are the ones that are the winners on this, and I think some of the towns so far who opted out are sort of rethinking that. You are absolutely right. It really harms the cultivators, because the cultivators are just cultivating, right? You can't sell a product at that site, and so you're not having an effect on the town's residents, but necessarily by cultivating. And so that's been a real harm, though, and so I would, at the very least, I would tell you do an opt-out. Don't do an opt-in, because it sometimes can be hard. But I'm not even sure you want to even give towns the ability, especially on the cultivation side, to prevent the problem.
Dollars to the town's general fund?
Yep. So the standard is 3% of revenues from cultivation. Any marijuana business in a town, 3% of the revenues are going directly to the town.
Eric, local control in Maine?
Yep, like we talked about earlier, full opt-in for everything. We give a lot of power to the towns to pick and choose what they want. Some of our more progressive, larger southern towns have just opted in for everything, and then you see some other towns that will opt in for just cultivation or just manufacturing. It's oddly enough one of the ones that the towns tend to stay away from are the retail, which is a concern for, again, what you're speaking to in California.
Well, let me play devil's advocate on this a little bit. Are we going to create two different systems where affluent towns don't want it in their town? The less affluent towns are going to have it because they may need the money. Or is that a legitimate concern or not?
I'm sorry. In Massachusetts, not really been the affluent towns who have banned it. You know, the Bostons, the suburban suburbs of Boston, for the most part, have allowed it. Obviously, the Western Mass Berkshires have allowed it, and there's some very affluent towns that have allowed it. You know, it really has gotten into a more of a conservative, liberal, progressive, conservative issue as to which towns have prevented it, and it's not necessarily tracked to income or.
Okay.
And also, too, right, it's the licenses so far, except for a little bit in Greater Boston, have been spread around the state. So, you know, I think we're probably at the point now that probably the farthest resident in Massachusetts probably at most has to drive maybe a half hour to their nearest dispensary. So it's not a big deal.
Kevin, I want to ask you this question. You said drive, which sparked a question about has there been an increase in driving under the influence cases, to the best of your knowledge, with cannabis in Massachusetts since full legalization?
So this is the challenge, right? We don't have a procedure, right? We don't have a product. We don't have a way to test, and so that has been has been an issue, and it's one that the industry is heavily focused on, working with police chiefs. The one thing I do want to say on this issue, though, right, is that this, you know, there was a feeling in Massachusetts when these things were opening that every parking lot of these dispensaries was going to be like Woodstock, right? You know, and for those of you who haven't been to a adult use dispensary in Massachusetts, these are the most controlled environments you've ever been in. You know, most of them have a police officer, a detailed police officer out front. There is no.
And let's just be clear: detailed police officer, the business is paying for the police officer, not the town.
There is no tolerance for any use of the product on premises, and no tolerance for any use of the product anywhere in the neighborhood of those places. And so I a little bit off, but it's a really, for anybody who hasn't been to one, it's a very, very controlled environment.
Dave, you were going to say something.
Well, I can speak to what the bill does around this issue, around highway safety, but just on the previous point, just to be clear, the localities retain all of their inherent rights around zoning and permitting and things like that. So even whether it's an opt-in or opt-out system, there will be local control to the extent that they can, you know, you can't override local ordinance and zoning procedures and things like that. What the legislature did do, learning from the Massachusetts example, at least so far, was reject this idea of host agreements, which really.
What's a host agreement?
I mean, a host agreement is a specific contract between, and folks in Massachusetts can correct me, specific contract between the business and the locality over a variety of things. Oftentimes, what we heard in testimony was like things like, well, you have to make a contribution to the Boys and Girls Club, or you know, you have to do X, Y, and Z, and it seemed like that was a massive barrier to entry for many of the businesses in Massachusetts. So the Vermont legislature at this point has said those host agreements aren't appropriate, but they have said that localities will retain their ability to regulate as they would any other business. So,
Joe, if you can't bank, where's the money going on this? Where's the revenue and the profits going? If you know.
So, you know, we have like one credit union in Vermont that serves is it 5 medicinal dispensaries we have in Vermont? So we have one credit union that is serving all of those dispensaries. And they are taking in the cash from those businesses because those businesses are limited to dealing in cash. You know, one of the issues that businesses like Charlotte's will have to contend with, or do have to contend with, is, you know, it's not just finding a financial institution to make your deposit at, who probably is not going to lend to you. So you are resorting to going to high-price lenders like Charlotte referenced, but you also are not able to get credit and debit card processing. So you're a cash business, and having all that cash on the street is a problem. You know, as your office knows, it has the potential to raise crime and whatnot. And so that's why, you know, there are, and it's predominantly credit unions nationwide, that have become depositories for dispensaries of all types.
So, and I don't know the distinction between Vermont law and Massachusetts law on this point, but in Massachusetts, you can use a debit card, and so you cannot use a credit card to make a purchase, but you can use a debit card to make a purchase. So I think most of our clients say that about 50% of the transactions now are in debit cards, and 50% of the transactions are in are cash. Now, I will say that the security around the cash is another cost driver for these businesses. I will say, though, that this, again, is one of the most tightly controlled things that these institutions do. And they are generally taking that cash out on a road. They generally are hiring security firms to help them with that cash, who set up security procedures to get that cash out. That was one of the lessons that was learned from Colorado,
That's right.
where there were a couple of robberies. And that has not been an issue in Massachusetts. This cash gets out in a very safe way, and in a way that is in a secure environment. So it's not been an issue.
Reminds me, in 2013, I, along with I think about 10 other Vermonters, Dave Mickenberg being one of them, and the Commissioner of Public Safety and others, went out to Denver to study their market, and we were at a grow facility, and pretty amazing. And I said to the guy, I said, "How do you bank?" He looked at me and said, "Brinks." I said, "What?" I said, "Brinks." I said, "Brinks truck comes to the front door." So I don't think any of us would agree that that's a good system. Joe.
Two things real quick. One, you remind me that in Colorado, it's credit unions that are the largest number of depositories in Colorado for credit unions. And they tell me that there are entrepreneurs who have set up armored car services specifically for this business. They're not using Brinks or some well-known organization like that. They're private entrepreneurs who went out and bought an armored truck, and they go do nothing but go to dispensaries and bring money to the credit unions. And the second point is, when I reference that dispensaries have difficulties being able to accept plastic cards, it's not in Vermont anyway because of the Vermont law. It's because Visa and MasterCard are opposed. They have the same issue that financial institutions do because of the federal illegality of it.
Laura, I want to ask this question. In Vermont, we talk about social equity on this issue. Tell us what that means, and then how is it being implemented?
So when we have these conversations, I think it's always absolutely essential to bring to the forefront of the conversation the devastating history of cannabis prohibition and all the people that have been harmed in its wake. And it's primarily people of color have been hurt way more by prohibition than white people. And this is true in Vermont, it's true across the country, and it's just an egregious part of our history that when we talk about what these systems should look like, part of what they need to look like is righting that wrong. So when we talk about social equity, we're talking about bringing people who have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition into emerging cannabis businesses. One of the very first ways you do that is by expunging criminal records for cannabis possession, by reducing penalties for other low-level possession crimes, and not making prior cannabis possession convictions a barrier to access to these emergent industries. That's part of it. And there are also huge economic justice issues involved that were part of cannabis prohibition. So we had decrim in Vermont, it was in 2013, and yet we were still issuing thousands of violations for cannabis, for having possession of small amounts of cannabis, which carried about a $250 fine, which is a slap on the wrist to someone who has money. It's a week of wages for someone who's making minimum wage. So we have to recognize how our policies have hurt people who have less, and bring those people into these emerging businesses by having prioritization for minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, businesses in communities that have been disproportionately harmed by cannabis prohibition.
Charlotte, what keeps you up at night?
It's funny. I mean, Kevin knows one of the things that was actually really hard for me was that I actually do care a lot about that. You mentioned the farms that I did in San Francisco. Before I went to the dark side, if you will, in capital markets, I worked in social justice issues for a really long time, and criminal justice reform was, I've never really understood why, it's a plant that grows, for a reason on our planet, and why did we put people in jail over it? It bothers me, and why have certain communities been really, really hurt by the criminalization of this plant? So I have been working really hard to bring people into my organization from these communities and provide opportunity to people. So, for example, one of the things that we're doing, there's an organization in the state of Massachusetts that works a lot with law enforcement to provide alternative sentences and, working with DAs to make sure people don't get put in jail over nonviolent crimes. And so I'm working with this organization, and all these young people of 21 and over who are in this program are doing internships with me to get careers in the cannabis industry. So, making sure I can find a way to provide a platform for people in communities that have been hurt by this to come on board with me and help build our business together, and just making sure I can make that work. I talk a lot about it, and it keeps me up at night, just actually getting traction on this and proving, a lot of people don't believe me when I say that. They say, oh, you worked at Goldman Sachs. I automatically don't believe that you actually want to do something good. And so I'm always overcoming that. And so, and I'm just proving to the world, even Kevin didn't believe, he thought it was going to be hard. What I proposed to the commission, he thought that I have a unique structure that I proposed, and no one really believed that we could do this. And so now it's time for me to bring all these young men into my organization and see if this little social experiment that I'm interested in trying is going to work.
Great.
So that's an interesting question on the heels of what you were just saying.
Kevin, do we know how many jobs have been created in Massachusetts as a result of?
Sure, somebody knows. I don't know. I will say that your average dispensary in Massachusetts has 35.
Yeah.
35 people working there, and it depends on the size of your cultivation site. One of our clients is one of the larger cultivation sites has 200 people working there. But obviously they're much smaller sites. But you can just do the math from there and realize how the effect is people. I will say it is Charlotte can talk about it. It is a great driver for people in their 20s who are looking for responsibility and looking to move up in a very kind of freewheeling and fast-moving environment. And so you walk into these places and you see a lot of eager faces and people who want to work hard.
Increase in tourism dollars as a result of
I think
legalization?
It's too early. I joke about the number of Vermonters who've come to Massachusetts, but I haven't seen any stats on that. I'll tell you though, you can go to any of the ones that are near the borders, any state borders, and half the license plates at least are from out of state. So yeah, it's a big driver.
Eric, what keeps you up at night on this?
I feel like it would be easier to go through what doesn't keep me up at night in the middle of implementation right now. We talked about the corporate structures and the residency piece. It's very complicated. Rolling out a successful mandatory testing regime, it's such a vital part to the program and so important that it's done right to avoid some of the pitfalls that other states have seen. We haven't even talked about track and trace yet. Giant IT projects that can really cause a lot of trouble on the industry side and state side is a huge, and specific to Maine, those are the three big things that are really tough to work and manage, at least with the implementation piece. In Maine, much like Vermont, if you were to pass legalization, is aligning your two programs. Not enough people actually talk about that. So Maine has had a medical program for about 10 years now. And for whatever reason, over the last 10 years, it hasn't been given the resources or the attention it's needed, and it's turned into this very libertarian model way of doing things. And then in 2016, the voters of Maine come along and asked for adult use tax and regulate, right? So the two different programs are like oil and water, yet in Maine you have the Office of Marijuana Policy, which is the oversight agency for both programs. That presents a bunch of different challenges on a number of different levels, most specifically like the operations of the office itself. So one of the biggest things that keeps me up at night is trying to figure out a way, and I steal this term from the executive director of Massachusetts, the lift and shift, how to lift and shift the medical program to align with the adult use program while serving its purpose. There is a significant difference between patients and consumers, so doing it right both for the patients, the program participants, and the state, it is a very difficult task.
Okay. So we get about a half hour left, and I want to open it up to the audience for some questions, but I want to reserve some time at the end for the panelists to give final thoughts and recommendations. And I have another question too I want to ask, but I'm cognizant of the time. So if you do have a question, since I think this is on public access, just please go to the microphone so we can pick up. Great. Go ahead. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good.
My name is Catherine Antley. I'm a physician and I'm a member of the Vermont Medical Society. And I think that our concern is that commercialization is going to increase use. We know that 80% of product is consumed by just 20% of users, and therefore anyone who's interested in making money on this endeavor is going to be interested in creating addiction. And we're seeing in Colorado and all the other commercialized states that indeed they are focusing on addiction, and they're doing that by creating a more concentrated product, a more addictive product, and in making, advertising to children, THC gummies and that kind of thing. And in fact, in Washington State, where they tried to regulate that, to rule it out, the lobbyists, I don't know how they did it, but they reversed the rule. They passed the rule and then reversed the rule. I find that, and I think many in the American Academy of Pediatrics and others find that very concerning. And so I think that it's important. I guess my question is around, will you do another panel where we have, physicians and social workers so we can, explore this other position that many Vermonters hold? Thank you.
I'm always up for public panels. And I had this conversation with Judge Joseph. I mean, for me, we're past go on this. I mean, we have legalized possession, and we have now created a legal limbo in Vermont where I think kids are more at risk because you don't have regulation, where you don't have transparency, and when you don't have legitimacy to these markets. So the response. Okay, that's what I said, Judge. Thank you. So let me. Okay. So I'm always happy to do that, but let me have Eric respond.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, and I think a good approach for Vermont and what's made us very successful, again, I don't know if we talked about stakeholder engagement, but the close relationship we have with public health officials in helping draft our regulations, how to operate our program is such an important piece to that. I mean, right in our mission statement as the office is to protect the health and safety of all Mainers and really help building a culture, at least from the regulator side, to ingrain that into your staff, to ingrain that into the culture that's going to regulate the industry, that's what should be guiding the decision-making in your program will help to that end. And also, I mean, I would just go to the policy position. I mean, there are policy positions you can take to help protect against a lot of the things that you're saying. And then also, I always refer back to, if it's in a regulated market with mandatory testing, you would think that it would be a little bit safer than the untested product that's currently out there.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Bishop Jethro James, Newark, New Jersey. I'm a retired urban development executive at PSE&G, advisor to the last 6 governors and 10 attorney generals in the state on all urban matters, police matters also. Survivor, ground zero, did the triage there, state police chaplain. I've led the fight and worked our current governor and Governor Corzine, former Governor Corzine, you probably know from Goldman Sachs. Well, I've been advisor to both of them. And I've led the fight against what you're doing here. Number one, we have a problem in New Jersey. We lead the nation in low birth rate babies. Nobody's talking about the THC that stays in the mother's breast milk. No one is talking about the psychosis that goes on with the children. When we just recently defeated the bill, one of the things happened. Bergen County is one of the richest counties in our state. If you watch the Housewives of New Jersey, they all live in Bergen County. Well, the edibles somehow got loose in the Bergen County schools, Attorney General, and all the kids wound up in the hospital. Many of them didn't look like us, and so they froze the bill. They couldn't get it through, and of course, the bill is now dead. We ask that if you're going to do this, and we know the problems that it brings in young folks' minds, would you set aside 20, 30% for the trouble that it's going to come for these children that are born addicted? You guys aren't even talking about that. You talk about you want to do it the Vermont way. Well, let's talk. Vermont, I believe, they had the Minutemen. They led the fight against tyranny from the British. What you guys are doing, you're going to terrorize your own community. The reality is, why do you need, you already have legalized, the people have the right, why do you need this business? No state has been able to regulate it. No state, and you're brand new at it, you two are brand new at it, has been able to keep out the black market. No state. What makes you think that you're going to be different?
Thank you for the question. Dave.
Just to that point, the bill in the House does dedicate 30% of the tax revenue to the substance abuse prevention fund. So.
Okay. Yeah.
I would, just in the last two comments, just to make something clear, you're not allowed to sell a product in Massachusetts, a cannabis product that is appealing to children. There are specific consumer protection. I'm going to finish my point.
Let's be civil. Let's be civil.
There's a specifically laid out in the law, and there's specific, very, very detailed regulations that are around that. And I would urge Vermont, and I presume Vermont is thinking about this, on having some sort of structure that is like that. None of my clients want to be selling product to children. That is not something any of them want to do. And if they do that, they are going to lose their license and they are going to be out of business.
And I can just add, every single legislative proposal that's been considered in Vermont since they started considering legalization measures have had prohibitions against marketing products that are appealing to children and have protections for children and have contemplating funding for substance misuse treatment.
Can I just speak as a mother too, myself? I am a cannabis consumer. I mean, I have been for a long time. I sometimes choose to have a tincture, before bed, or have a joint before when I'm with friends, and instead of having a glass of wine. And I'm not an addict. My children are not allowed to consume cannabis, just like they can't have a glass of wine or a beer, and so I parent them around this the way that I do with anything that they're not allowed to do. They know that their mom sometimes smokes pot, and I've done pretty well in my life, and my kids are healthy, and all my friends smoke pot too. And I'm really, it's a plant. And I actually use it as an alternative. Sometimes I get anxiety, and I would much rather take a cannabis tincture with CBN in it, which actually has some very therapeutic properties to it, than this pharmaceutical drugs that are sold legally by doctors. So, that's just my personal point of view on that. And I'm into the whole plant that grows out here. It's here for a reason. It has certain properties that I think can be beneficial to people, and for lots of different reasons. And I really, I'm in this business to help change the culture and the point of view around that, and that's really important to me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bob Melamede. I was a former research professor at UVM here, and I was former chairman of the biology department at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. For 10 years, I taught the world's only course on endocannabinoids and medical marijuana. I'm 72 years old. I've been using cannabis daily for 56 years. It's the only thing that allowed me to learn how to learn. I would not have a degree without cannabis. And the pathetic truth is that cannabis is not a drug. It's a necessary nutrient for optimizing human health. It's an anti-aging drug. It inhibits the free radicals that are responsible for aging. We cure cancer sometimes in 3 weeks with the use of cannabis. This is all ridiculous. Cannabis is nothing more than an essential nutrient for optimizing human health. When you don't have it, you age quicker. This is just nonsense, lack of knowledge of what is going on in the scientific community, the scientific world. I have a webpage, Canasapiens. If you go there, you can see tons of literature. I gave a lecture recently at Harvard showing the effect of cannabis killing cancer. What we are doing is killing our people.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hello, I'm Casey Massey. I own a couple retail stores here in Vermont. Get yours. I want to talk first about addiction because I do think it's an important thing. I too am a mother and a community member, and our stores are actually geared to not let anyone in that's under those ages, so the exposure to our products would be severely limited. I also think it's important that we're teaching our kids about these things. I have a 13-year-old boy myself, and I have talked to him about drug use and how his mind is still developing until the age of 21. So he should not smoke any cannabis-related products before that because we want him to have a nice, healthy, strong mind. But I also think there's other things that are going on that are important for us to know during this. So I'm going to ask a couple specific questions for you two gentlemen. Do you guys have a limitation on retail stores owning one shop?
Yes.
You do. So one store, one shop.
Oh,
one
I'm
license.
sorry. No, for retail shops, we have common ownership of 3.
Okay. Do you think that that's a benefit, having stores own multiple stores? Maybe they pay their taxes better or more organized than people that might just have one shop?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. As the regulator, yeah, I don't.
All right. And then you, sir, on the end. Can you tell me how that 18% is actually going to come to be? Are the farmers going to pay it on a wholesale price? Are we going to do a sales tax? Do we have any clue how that's going to work?
It's not technically a sales tax because that has a legal definition that's separate and apart. That money would be 6% that goes to the ed fund, but it's an 18% excise tax. I'm sorry, it's a 16% excise tax at the point of sale. So if you were buying something for $100, it'd be adding 16% on that. And then if there was a locality participating, there'd be another 2% on that.
Okay, so the retailers are going to cover that.
At the retail store, yeah,
Beautiful.
at the point of sale. Yeah.
So I know we want to be able to allow a lot of people into this market, but I think when we're doing this, it's very important not to put barriers in place in order to limit the people that do know how to run a business and pay that very important tax. So just please keep that in mind when you are helping. As far as you, Mr. In the middle, the banker.
Not a banker, Mr. Credit Union guy.
Credit union guy. So my big problem here is, say I have a retail store and I'm renting it, right? And the guy has a mortgage on it. Is there any way he could get in trouble with his mortgage company by renting to me?
The landlord?
The landlord.
You're renting from, and he has a mortgage with some financial institution.
Yeah.
It's possible, you know, I won't say get in trouble, but it's a matter of whether he'll get his mortgage.
Okay.
Because they're going to look at, if they're doing their due diligence, they're going to have to look at, you're a landlord, what kind of tenants are you renting to?
Perfect.
But, you know, they may or may not ask that. It varies by institution.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you for taking our questions and for considering all thoughts. My name's Judith Margulies. I have a healthcare background, and I do live in Massachusetts. And I wanted to ask a question specifically about Curaleaf of Massachusetts, and it's a kind of a math question, but Curaleaf of Wakefield, Mass. is currently described as the largest Vermont medical marijuana license holder in Vermont. That's on their website. A Russian money-funded national cannabis company is Curaleaf. They're self-described as now the world's largest cannabis company in the world. That was as of June of 2019. These are all things that have been reported in the press, not necessarily local press, not the Boston Globe, I can tell you, but in places like the New York Times and the Oregonian and places like that. So they are currently, as of June, they were controlling the markets in 19 states in the United States. They believe that they're now controlling in 23. So my question is, how will the Vermont residents compete with this company? Because they have described their indoor grow facilities as 250,000 square feet, doing the math times 200, 50 million? 250, if it's 200 per square feet, right? 250,000 square foot indoor facilities by Curaleaf of Wakefield, Massachusetts.
Sure.
I'd like
Sure.
I'd like to know how the Vermont resident is going to work with this company that has expressed intention by their two primary, they're Russian billionaires. They're billionaires, Russian money.
All right,
So I had that question.
So
about how
when you
will
talk
Vermont
about a
compete
250,000 square foot facility, what Curaleaf is saying is that they don't have one 250,000 square foot facility. They've added up all their no, they do not.
No.
They've added up all their facilities across the country, and so the way they're not, and you can't ship in. Curaleaf can't ship their product across state lines, right? And so they have to grow the product here in Vermont in their own cultivation facility. I don't know the size of that facility, but I presume it's been proved by the regulators here. It's not anywhere near the size of 250,000 square feet. That's a huge facility. There's no facility that size in the country right now. So you're taking their national average and you're using it locally. So and then the second thing I'll say is, this is why you have strong regulations in your state, and this is why you think about having license, as the woman before you talk about having a specific license restriction on the number of licenses you can own, and that's what Massachusetts did. So in Massachusetts, as you know, Curaleaf only owns 3 retail licenses, and that's a way that a lot of states have decided, including Maine, have to limit the influence of larger businesses, and in a lot of states it really has worked. And I think Curaleaf is pretty happy here, but I don't know that. So
I think actually, just to add, you did describe this when you were commenting about licenses and the way the business is actually organized. So what they're describing, including on some local somebody in Vermont actually has a podcast on this currently, that all they do is take over management through contracts. They don't actually own the license. And they may not own at this point 51%, but I'm not going to argue with you. I just want you to wanted to ask that question, because $50 million for, as they said, 250,000 square feet. They said that. There's a video online.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Martha Hafner. I'm from Randolph, Vermont. I'm here. I have 2 points, really. I'm a teacher by background, and I always put on my applications, the brains of our youth are the most precious natural resource that we have. And now I'd add, to protect. Massachusetts was encouraging Vermont with the Senate. I was in on the hearing with Dick Sears, where they were being saying, keep it at the 500 feet away from your schools. We did increase it to 1,000 feet, but I ask, why not a mile like it is for the sex offenders? Why not keep it so that it's really away from our schools and being a much more attractive across the street, slip out during your break kind of scenario, and try to put a barrier in place to try and protect our youth?
Okay.
That's one point. Let me comment on the second. At a recent GOP gathering in Washington, Mitzi Johnson was invited to speak. She's the House Speaker. She's a Democrat, and GOP were inviting her. And it was a question of, they were asking, what question would you like us to discuss? And I said, SAMHSA put out a figure that was in 2014, and it was quoted in the Vermont Department of Health website, that said, here's this lovely map, and Vermont ends up being bright red because we have more illegal drug use than the average number of states. And they said $600 billion is being spent by U.S. taxpayers.
Excuse me, ma'am.
to address-
We're short on time. Do you have the question? What's the second question?
So I'm getting to it. $600 billion is U.S. taxpayers is going to drug-related expenses. My question, and it's not necessarily for this panel to answer, but it's one that the state needs to address, is what kind of expenditure are we putting into drug-related expenses already here in Vermont, and do we really want to be fanning that with additional gateway access?
Thank you. Dave, do we know, is there a restriction in terms of where a retail operation can be placed in relation to a school?
That's something that the legislature is still considering. I do want to say that what they have done, certainly in the House version of the bill and even in the Senate version bill, there's very, very strict requirements related to advertising, related to what needs to be on the packaging, related to breastfeeding mothers, relating to driving. I mean, they have essentially, within the parameters of the law, made advertising virtually impossible.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sir.
Hello, my name's Robert. I'm 31, so I was a young person before dispensaries were really a thing, and there wasn't a legal way for adults to purchase cannabis. And just want to offer another perspective to some of the people here. It was way easier to get cannabis than alcohol when I was younger. Cannabis was not regulated, was not purchasable in stores, and I could get it when I was 13, 14, 15. I couldn't find a way to get alcohol until I was 18, 19, 20. You know what I mean? So when it comes to protecting the youth, putting it in the hands of who knows who doesn't seem to work. I mean, prohibition has failed over and over anyways. We've already seen that. But there's no real example we can give to show that by keeping it out of regulated areas is not going to keep it out of the hands of kids. So I think it's important for the people who are here trying to protect children to consider that we need oversight. The only way to provide oversight is going to be through regulation. Look at the lung vaping thing. That had to do with vitamin E acetate. So that came from unregulated products that had no oversight. Fentanyl, same thing. You just look at all these different things. Never works.
Thank you, sir. Sir.
I just want to thank everyone for this event, the Attorney General, the esteemed panel. I think this is a fantastic event. My name is Jeffrey Pizzatello. If you guys don't know, I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Growers Association. We are Vermont's basically the Vermont Brewers Association, but for our emerging cannabis scene. So we represent small businesses, family farmers of such. And, just for a moment, listening to the sentiments here, we've already heard some concerns about retail access, barriers to entry. We even heard some far-fetched claims about Russians owning some of the dispensaries in our state, okay? So there's concerns out there in the state. And so one of the things that I want to bring to awareness, at least, is we recently closed our policy survey. It's an annual survey that we send out. And one of the things that, just to be nuanced for a moment, is that's important to family farmers is canopy size. And right now, Vermont in S54 has about 500 square feet as its initial offering. And what we've heard through our survey, which is aligned with other states, is more or less a 2,000 plus square foot canopy size, at least for initial entry. That speaks to sustainability for these families and these small businesses that are running these entities. It's just accepting that reality. 500 square feet is not realistic by any measure. We have friends in New Jersey who are passing RET soon.
Do you have a question?
I do. With all of this in mind and the general consensus of what we're hearing, we respect the sentiment that the discussion is closed, if you will, moving forward for our next legislative session. how can you guys ensure that maybe, you can bring some of us into the fold? These family businesses that are out here clearly with ideas that aren't possibly represented in S54. There's probably better ways to do that. How can Vermont ensure that we're
Thank
listening
you.
to those voices as well?
Laura, you want to take that? How can we be more inclusive?
Sure. I think one of the exciting opportunities of the current proposal is that it is broad, and it does create this commission where a lot of things will happen, and a lot of the details will be decided further on down the road, which means that, first of all, there's going to be a formal rulemaking process where public commentary is going to be required, and then there's a lot of time for advocacy with the Cannabis Control Commission. So there's still time for voices to be heard. There needs to be a lot of advocacy about who's going to ultimately be on that commission and how these decisions are going to be made. So if we can move forward with S54, it gives us the vehicle to keep these conversations going instead of keeping the small businesses in limbo indefinitely. So I think your points are, I think it's very critically important, and I think those are the ways that it can still happen in Vermont.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm cognizant of time. We got 3 questions left. Eli, you're gonna have the last question. If you have a question, let's ask the question.
Definitely. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I actually might have a slight response towards that. Remember that we got this all started because of the patients. We have to keep in mind we are providing medicine for people. So for that reason, maybe one of the best things to do is actually stack caregivers on top of each other. When you take a look at Vermont law, there's not too much stuff actually allowing patients to basically have one select grower and have a pool of people under one grower. If a patient likes the way somebody grows, then they actually have a choice. They have opportunity to choose who they want to grow for them. If you're growing in a greenhouse, somebody might want your product more than somebody who might be growing inside of an indoor facility. And so for that reason, I guess my main question was also to get to the people who are against legalizing cannabis. Remember, we are getting solid testing done. For that reason, we actually understand what pesticides are being added. Like, there's so much tests that are actually coming out.
Question.
To get to the question, when will we actually be able to stack some of these caregivers on top of each other so that way we can actually get back to the medicinal patients who started everything?
Okay. Who wants to answer that? If we have a quick answer.
The quick answer is there is directives to consider co-ops and entities like what you're talking about. This is mostly around the adult use bill. There is also action on the medical side of things. There's a bill that's alive, S117, that's sort of dealing with some of the medical issues separately. But I think that it's good points, and there's still room for a lot of discussion about that as far as the medical side goes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ed.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you for being here.
I'll be quick. I respect all of you. I admire TJ tremendously. I'd just like to say that tobacco, nicotine, and alcohol are regulated, and they're 2 of the 3 leading causes of preventable death on Earth. Opioids. We saw in the 90s and the early 2000s a proliferation of opioids on our streets. 72,000 people died of opioid overdose in 2017. Opioids are strictly regulated. In fact, you can't get them without a doctor's prescription. I think that there's a Trojan horse in the room. I don't think, believe me, I mean this from my heart, I don't think it's intentional. I think that people are undereducated when it comes to the psychoactive, addictive potential of tetrahydrocannabinol. And that's what we're talking about. Marijuana is a delivery system for a dangerous drug, period. My question is this. We know what the use is like today in Vermont. We have statistics from treatment, from youth service, youth studies.
Yep.
My question to you is this. Once commercialization goes into effect, if 5 years from now we see a significant jump in all negative statistics related to youth and adult cannabis use, what will you do about that?
Good question. Who wants to take that?
No.
It's a good question.
I'm happy to. I still think it's the right thing to do. I think that it is, we need to deal with public health issues as
All right,
public
let's be
health issues.
respectful.
We need to deal with public safety issues as public safety issues and find the right remedies. By criminalizing a substance is not the right approach to deal with public health issues, and they should be dealt with in the public health context.
Okay. Eli Harrington, who has been a leader and an advocate on this issue for many years, has been in the forefront, helped promote this event. Eli, thank you. And you have the last word.
All right. Well,
Or question.
Yeah, question, very quickly. Thank you guys for doing this. For Eric and Kevin, when we're talking about social equity in Vermont, we've been talking, I think, a little bit more about geographic diversity. You know, considering what you guys have learned about how people travel, you know, and what this can do for certain communities who embrace it, do you think that we in Vermont, how should we think about where these businesses open and maybe prioritizing rural areas, or if it should be left totally up to the market, and kind of how we should rep geographic diversity or consider that in Vermont?
Great question.
I'll just jump in real quick before Kevin. Right now, Maine doesn't have a social equity program. I think that's just stems from the fact that the legislature was trying to get the Marijuana Legalization Act passed, and we quickly put together regs. That's definitely in phase 2. But I think there's a bunch of different social equity models across the country that Vermont can look to. There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. You can look to Los Angeles, you can look to Colorado, you can look to Massachusetts. But I mean, as far as Maine is concerned, that's definitely a phase 2 thing, and we would be happy to learn from Vermont if that was something they would roll out.
On geographic diversity, I think you get into real trouble if you start trying to place these businesses in places and don't, but as a state. And I think you got to allow your market to handle issues like that. And in Massachusetts, our market has handled those issues. We've opened some in urban areas, we've opened some in rural areas, but to sort of start dictating where they go, I worry about that.
Okay. 10 seconds each. Final thoughts, recommendations, lessons learned. Starting with you, Dave. 10 seconds each.
10 seconds. I think what we're going to see this next session is Vermont looking at how to do this the Vermont way, which will include things like not just social equity, but environmental equity. I mean, there's a big part of our legislation that's looking at environmental justice issues and how the environment is going to be impacted by these things. So that's something to look forward to.
Great. Thank you. Laura.
This is a racial justice issue. It's an economic justice issue. It's a social justice issue. It's the right thing to do. It's a civil rights our civil rights demand it. It's long overdue. We've studied and studied and studied. We have a good proposal. We got to move forward, and we got to get this done now.
Thank you, Laura. Joe.
Regardless of where you stand on legalization or not, if there are to be businesses on the street in a state in which it's legal, that's going to mean, under current standards, a lot of cash floating out there. And from a safety standpoint for consumers everywhere, we need a federal resolve to empower financial institutions to provide services to those businesses.
Thank you, Joe. Charlotte.
This is related to social equity. If I could give one proposal for legislation, it would be to really try to earmark tax dollars to put money back and liquidity back into communities that have been harmed by criminalization of the plant. Because if there was one area that could be earmarked, and those are census tracts that can be easily identified. So put real money into providing capital to those communities.
Thank you. Kevin.
This is a highly regulated industry that is not going to change your state too much. It's not going to lead to the end of the world. Burlington's still going to be beautiful, and it's not going to change things that much, and you're going to have more revenue.
Eric.
And I'll just wrap up with 2 things. You can tell there's a lot of good people with valid concerns on both ends of the spectrum here, so it's so important if you do legalize it to have, again, that in-depth stakeholder communications, listen to all angles, all views, and try to get it right. And then 2, we didn't really talk about it a lot, but I think it would help with a lot of the concerns around youth use and whatnot, is the importance of thorough data collection.
Thank you. Okay. I saw them come in late, and I just want to acknowledge Representative Bob Hooper from the North End in Burlington is here. Representative Hooper, thank you for being here. Representative Jessica Brumstead from Shelburne is here as well. And we mentioned Representative Maida Townsend. I saw Representative Brian Chena from Burlington. If you can believe it, we are right on schedule. This is a conversation that provokes strong reactions from many folks, but it's a conversation that is long overdue given the legal status of where we are in Vermont. My position is that we need to act and create a regulated market. That's a responsible thing to do, and it should happen this legislative session, but this conversation will continue. But please join me in thanking the panelists for a robust conversation. Thanks for coming out.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 352nd edition of Energy Week.
Time flies when you're having fun.
With George Harvey, the inconsequential George Harvey, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm in the flesh, too. You know, I'm in perhaps a little too much flesh. I happen to remember when we got to New Year's Day, which, by the way, we are recording on the 2nd of January. And we'll get back to that in a moment. I had remembered that when I was a little shy of 11 years old, Oliver Hardy died.
Ollie.
And I said to my mother, how old was he? He wasn't very old. And she said he was probably about 65. And I said, that isn't very old to die. And she said, yeah, but heavy people die young. That's what she told me.
There is a tendency there.
Yeah. So I always expected that I'd probably not live to be 73, and that being the case, I didn't expect to live to 2020. Anyhow, what we're going to be doing here is telling you all the most important news that we gathered from on energy and climate change since December 19th. We did a show on December 19th for the week previous, and then we did a second show on December 19th for
the year in review.
The year in review, because we couldn't do a show the day after Christmas because the studio was closed for the week.
Well, you can't do it when the studio's closed.
You could figure it out. But nevertheless, the result of that is that this week we're going to be doing a show that covers 2 weeks instead of one. So the days in this week are going to have one or two items, and we are doing them starting December 19th.
They will be a little bit abbreviated over what we usually do, just because
there's a lot of
them. Yeah.
Anyway, if you hear us talk about something and you want to know about it, you can go to geoharvey.com, my blog, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the date on the calendar. Since we're in January, you would probably, for most of these, you'd have to click back to December. But you click on the date on the calendar and it will take you to a place where the news item that you're interested in will be one of about 15. So it shouldn't be too hard to find it. You know, I'm looking at this monitor, and my my red suspenders look ridiculous. I didn't do that on purpose. Anyway.
Well, I usually about this time pipe up saying that I read these things, and
Yeah.
Some of them are very well worth following
Oh,
up on.
some of the stuff that
And
we're
I'll
going to be
try-
talking
I'll
about.
try to caution you.
Yeah.
You know, that it's worth looking at.
I want to get straight into this.
Some of them take a long time, too.
Yeah, I want to get straight into this because, you know, here we've got, I've got an issue with a, there we go. I had an issue there with the monitor behind me.
Well, we got a picture coming
We
up.
do have a picture, and this is
And there
something
it
which
is.
is pretty local. It's from
That's
Utility
liquid air
Dive.
storage, and it
Yeah.
is a kind of a local.
It's almost local. We're at the southern end of Vermont. This is in the northern end of Vermont, but it's in Vermont, and it is from Utility Dive.
First U.S. long-duration liquid air storage project planned in Vermont.
Highview Power Storage and Encore Renewable Energy. And, you know, writing for Green Energy Times, I do a lot of stuff writing about Encore Renewable Energy.
Yeah, their name
A
has
lot of
come up,
stuff.
yes.
It comes up a lot in Vermont. Those two companies are planning to build the country's first liquid air energy storage system in northern Vermont.
And there it is.
In a bid to address transmission issues in the region, the proposed project will be at least 50 megawatts.
Which isn't terribly big.
Not terribly big, but you know, 50 megawatts of storage you're talking about a significant impact.
They're
on the
useful. Well, I
local-
got a little blurb about that.
Okay.
Because lithium batteries are more attractive for under 4 hours usage.
Right.
Okay. Liquid air technology is overall less expensive and requires a lot less space.
Okay.
And they haven't told us where this is going to be located.
Well, I think
but
it's in the
they will
Northeast
locate
Kingdom.
it where the grid is most congested in the state.
Yeah, I think I heard that it was in the Northeast Kingdom.
Well, it would have to be, I think.
But I'm not.
Just because of the way the
Not sure.
grid is.
But
yeah.
you know, this is an indication of something that's happening in this country, and that is it's cheaper now to put in local energy storage than it is to build new transmission lines.
Well, it's changing the nature of the grid, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right too. Tom and I are an interesting pair because we're always absolutely right.
Except when we're right.
Except occasionally, yes. Once in a while.
Well, let's move on to one of our favorite people here.
You know, this computer is just driving me bananas. There we go.
You've heard us talk about Bill Murray before, Bob Murray before.
Yeah. This is something that I read this and I thought, oh my gosh, this is not nice.
Well, Bob Murray, who, in case you don't know, is a coal mine operator.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's interesting because in his youth, he actually was a coal miner.
He was actually in several accidents in coal mines.
Yeah, so he's a real coal miner, but
Yeah,
he's gotten into the big business.
Yeah.
He owns coal mines. Well, we'll read the title because it says a lot.
Yeah.
Bob Murray paid for science denial instead of coal workers' wages as the company went bankrupt. Just one of his companies.
But you don't have to worry about it, you see, because the federal government stepped in and guaranteed the retirement.
Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice? This is from Electric. While his company spiraled into bankruptcy, Bob Murray spent tens of millions from the company's coffers to pay himself, his successor, and several anti-science and anti-environment lobby groups, according to new court filings.
Well, I got a little takeaway there. The money was spent at the same time as Murray is asking courts to excuse his debts to his workers, which is in the form of pensions and health care
So he's
plans.
giving himself money and
yeah.
asking the courts to allow him not to pay money to his
Bingo,
workers.
that's exactly right.
Okay.
The guy's a sleazebag.
Well, it certainly
that's
sounds like
That's too kind a word.
It certainly sounds like it. I've never met Bob
Wow.
Murray. I know people who have met him and don't like him. You know who I met once? Actually shook his hand. Rupert Murdoch.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did. I was not impressed. I'm sure he was not impressed either. Okay, we're up to Friday, December 20th.
I don't know who the most prestigious person I ever met is.
Me?
I just can't remember.
Me, maybe?
You're up there.
I don't believe you.
Well, let's take a look at another picture here.
Okay, I'll bet you've met the lieutenant governor.
Hope I clicked it twice. Now I clicked it once.
Okay.
It is a bunch of coal cars. And it's for Friday, December 20th. And it says that a FERC order could boost coal over renewables, raising costs for consumers. This doesn't make sense. Well, it does, really.
It does. Inside Climate News. It does if you if you take it from the point of view of let's save coal at all costs.
That's where it makes sense.
Yeah. Rules approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is referred to as FERC, are designed to counteract state subsidies that support the growth of renewable energy and use nuclear power.
This is sneaky.
The change would require higher minimum bids for subsidized power plants.
Well, what it says here is the regulations will tilt the market in favor of coal and natural gas in the nation's largest power grid region, which is from New Jersey to Illinois.
Yeah, and we are going to get to another article later in this broadcast that tells you why this whole thing is not going to work.
But it's pretty easy to see why it isn't going to work.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you think about it,
coal is dead.
If you've got subsidized solar power coming to the grid and it's subsidized at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, and you say, okay, I'm not going to bid 2 cents per kilowatt hour, I'm going to bid 4. Well, you're hitting the minimum that they've got, and you're still below the cost of natural gas and coal.
Yeah.
So it's not going to work.
Well, it's the economy, stupid.
It's the economy, stupid. That's right. Unfortunately, I don't like the stupid part at the end. Okay, gang, this is the economy at work here. Should we go on?
Yeah.
We're up to Saturday, December 21. We're just cruising through these because we have fewer things every day.
This is an interesting article.
Yeah.
Scientists created a new sponge that could clean up oil spills.
Yeah. The secret to cleaning up water contaminated by oil may lie in the cheap, common polyurethane foam used in mattresses, enhanced by a special coating. In a study published in Nature Sustainability, this is a peer-reviewed journal, scientists found the material consistently captured almost all of the oil in under 3 hours.
That's amazing. You know, I'm sure they never expected such success.
I have no idea. But you know what's going to happen when they use it? The polyurethane foam will fragment and contribute to the plastic in the oceans.
Well, the sponge was designed to recover micrometer-sized droplets of crude oil that get dispersed in the ocean after oil spills and leaks.
Right.
As well as in wastewater from fracking.
Yeah.
So these are problems that they're solving.
Yep. Okay, now our next item is from the BBC, still December 21st.
Oh, this is a very interesting article, and it's very timely.
This has 2 pictures, so let's put the first picture up.
Let's get the first one up there.
That picture, when I looked at it, I saw that it was referred to as coming from high-altitude aircraft.
I would imagine. It's a picture from the air of 2 fires.
Yeah, and I thought when I saw it, you know, you can actually see the curvature of the Earth there. And
yeah, you can.
I thought maybe it had come from space, but you know, this...
Probably from an airplane.
I would say from an airplane.
Well, look at that, huh?
Look at that. Okay.
Ooh.
Now, this is way up. You're probably operating here at 40 or 50,000 feet at least, way above what you would do with commercial aircraft. And those are fires in Australia. Now, they're bushfires. I want to show you a map of where the bushfires just in New South Wales are happening.
That's this map.
That's this map. In this map, the red part is areas that are either on fire, were on fire when this was put up, which was the 21st of December, or had already burned.
Well, to put that picture in perspective, that's about the size of California.
From north to south.
From north to south,
Yeah.
not east to west.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting that there's no fires to the west.
Well,
but there's nothing there but desert.
Yeah, you don't have forest fires in desert. You don't have bush fires in desert. But every state in Australia has got major fires going on.
All around the country.
All around
absolutely.
the country. And I want to point out a couple of things here. Down in the bottom of this picture, you see a thing that says ACT.
Yeah, that's like the Washington, D.C. of Australia.
That's the Australian Capital Territory, which is the equivalent of D.C., and Canberra, which is the equivalent of the city of Washington, is in it.
Yes.
And they've had fires both to the east and to the west. Up a little bit, and on the coast, you see Sydney, which is surrounded by fires.
Yep.
And those fires, some of them are like 75 miles across, and Sydney is probably 35 miles from them. And Sydney is a city of 5 million people. And, you know...
The map doesn't really demonstrate that.
No. And in the news today, you know, the Prime Minister of Australia, who was under fire because during all of this he went to Hawaii for a vacation. He came back, and for the first time he went to a town that had been overrun by a fire, and he met people who were there, and he grabbed a woman's hand and said, "How are you?" And she said, "I'd rather shake your hand if you were doing something about the fires." And he had nobody in that town had anything good to say about him. They all wanted him to deal with climate change because Australia is having its 2019 was the hottest year ever in Australia. The average temperatures were 1.5 degrees Celsius above normal. So this is a problem.
This is a very big problem.
Anyway, this comes from the BBC, and I want to point out too. You had talked about that. The area burning here is about 25% larger than the state of Vermont.
Well, I've got a bunch of notes here.
Yeah.
They refer to the Peshtigo fire.
Yes.
Which was at the time the biggest fire ever happening in America.
I think it still is the largest
ever
in America. Yeah.
It burned 1.2 million acres.
Right, which
now,
is almost...
For reference, Vermont is 6.6 million acres, the whole state.
Yeah.
Okay. Bateman's Bay to Byron Bay, which is what you see in this map, is 660 miles, which is about the size of California, top to bottom.
Yeah, this is not good, what's happening here.
And the Peshtigo fire happened in 1871.
Same day as the Chicago fire.
Was it really?
And it jumped Green Bay.
Yes, it did.
It
was in northern Wisconsin and in the upper peninsula of Michigan.
And there's some question about whether it might even have jumped to Lake Michigan. The Green Bay thing they think is absolutely possible because there was a hardware store sign which had caught fire and had been picked up in a fire tornado and carried aloft and then fell down like 10 miles from where it had been picked up.
Well, what you're looking at in the map there is 6 times as big.
Yeah, that's right. As the biggest fire that ever happened in the United States. This is from BBC.
Well, this is what the article says.
Yeah.
Australia Fires, a visual guide to the bushfires and extreme heat. And you're looking at the visual guide right now.
You're looking at part of it. There's a bunch of pictures in this.
It's a very interesting and grim article, and if you look it up, you're going to be reading it for an hour.
Australia is grappling with massive bushfires fueled by record-breaking temperatures and months of severe drought. Months? I got news for you, whoever wrote this.
It's years. Yeah.
Fires in New South Wales have already burned at least 2.7 million hectares, which is 7.4 million acres this season, destroying more than 700 houses. This is a visual guide to that.
Well, it's 2.7 million hectares. In California, 1.8 million hectares have burned.
Yeah.
And in the Amazon, where really things are just starting to heat up, I think, they burned 900,000 hectares.
That's another thing. These fires that we're looking at on this map, the fire season hadn't started
Hadn't
yet.
even started yet. Yeah, this is their
We are
this
now
is their summer.
You know, 2 weeks later, we are now starting into the fire season, and
Oh, boy.
at that point we were just starting into the fire season, which lasts until March. Is there anything going to be left of these? I mean.
Well, it's interesting. We could use this kind of to slide into the next article, which is from
Okey-doke.
Sunday, December 22nd.
Yale Environment 360.
And it says that the global price tag for 100% renewable energy is $73 trillion.
Yeah, let's think about that for a minute. The global
Well,
effort.
considering what you're looking at here, and keep that in the back of your head.
Yeah. The global effort to transition to 100% renewable energy by 2050 would cost $73 trillion up front. But The expense will pay for itself in under 7 years.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah, and create 28.6 million more full-time jobs, according to a new report from researchers at Stanford University. And by the way, this particular report, which came from Mark Jacobson, is all people have been. It's been appearing in the news every day since this. Today, I was reading news articles about this report, and what he's saying is, if we spend that money, which is not all going to get spent in 1 year.
Oh, no, it's over a period of time.
It's over a period of time. We're going to be making money back while we're spending it.
Well, what they're trying to accomplish is increased energy efficiency,
Yeah.
okay, and the electrification of all energy sectors, including transportation, buildings, heating and cooling, industrial processes, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and the military. Did I skip anything?
Probably, but you know, I couldn't pay attention.
What they really want to do is to electrify everything.
They want to electrify
Stop using
everything.
fossil
Yes,
fuels,
absolutely.
period.
Absolutely, that's how it's done. Now, I can think of renewable energy that is not electric, and that includes, for example, solar heat.
Yeah.
Which is you can actually
Pure solar.
Yeah, pure solar.
Yeah, I know
heat.
a lady's got a pure solar panel on her house that heats the house. It's not electric at all.
Neat. You know,
It's on the side of the house, and it just gets hot, and they pump the hot air into the house.
Yeah, they don't even have to pump it. In some cases, you can do it with a siphon.
Gravity does it.
Gravity
Yep,
does
gravity
it.
does it.
Okay, we are up to Monday, December 23rd, and we have a
Nice
picture.
image here. Let's get the picture up. So
This is an image that I think is actually a little bit silly. Negalite and pozolite. I'm sorry, but you know.
Well, this is a flow battery.
Yes.
And it's supposedly Lockheed Martin's special flow battery, but it's a regular flow battery.
They don't tell you what's special about it, except some of the specifications.
In those two tanks, the Negalite and the pozolite, there's no limit to how big they can be.
Yeah, and
they
there's
can be lakes.
Yeah, and there's no limit to how big the cell stack could be either.
So this could be a very, very large battery.
Yeah, that's right. It could be a very large battery. All right, let me read this. Why don't you read the title?
Yeah, Lockheed Martin tests innovative flow battery technology.
This is from Clean Technica. Lockheed Martin announced that it is partnering with TC Energy to develop new energy storage systems based on Lockheed Martin flow battery technology. They say the ingredients are not toxic, that's important,
good, that's good.
or expensive,
That's
that's
good too.
but have sufficient energy storage capability to be commercially viable. And you know the toxic and expensive parts are...
That's important.
The two things that are holding flow battery back.
Yes, absolutely. So this is beneficial, quite beneficial. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's unique about Lockheed Martin's, and that's it. You know?
Yeah, that's what it is. They've come up with a Negalite and a pozolite that they aren't naming, probably because they're so ridiculously inexpensive that you could do it in your own kitchen. So
it could very well be.
Okay, should we go on?
Well, this flow battery technology that they're talking about is capable of storing large amounts of electricity for 6 to 12 hours and dispatching it as needed.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking large amounts of
large amounts of electricity. Yeah, and in fact, I did an interview a couple of years ago of a flow battery company in California, and I said, "How big are your batteries?" And they told me they had one size that they were selling, and I said, "Have you ever considered putting these into a residential size cabinet?" And the guy said, "Yeah, but we haven't got the money to develop two sizes at the same time." So
okay,
they could come to homes, but they haven't yet. Okay, we're up to
Tuesday, December 24th, day before Christmas.
Item from Texas Standard.
Yes, renewables are a bright spot in Texas's tumultuous energy market.
A survey from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas estimates that about 8,100 Texas oil and gas sector jobs might soon disappear in another oil downturn.
That could happen.
Could happen, but it's not all bad news, especially for the renewable energy market. Texas produces 20% of all U.S. wind power.
Looking at it from a slightly different view, if Texas were a country,
yep,
it would actually rank as the 4th in the world in producing wind power, exceeded only by China, Germany, and India.
There you go.
I mean, you don't even think about it.
No. China, Germany, and India, and you didn't even say Denmark. So they're bigger than Denmark.
Yes.
And you didn't say Scotland, so they're bigger than Scotland.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we think about Denmark and Scotland.
Well, they're very progressive, but they're small.
They're small, and you know, only 2.5 million
Well, considering
people.
its size, Denmark has a lot.
Denmark also has one of the, I think it is still the biggest wind turbine manufacturer in the world.
They do, yeah.
It's actually even bigger than Lego.
Bigger than what?
Lego.
Lego.
Toy company.
I didn't think of Lego as a wind turbine manufacturer.
No, but it is Danish. And what this tells you is that big wind happens to be a little bit bigger than big toys.
Well, let's move along here.
Okay,
and
we're
touch base on Australia again.
Still
We got a
on
picture
December
here.
24th. And
Yeah.
oh my gosh, I hate this picture.
Well-
Okay, Daniel Knox in a controlled burn. There
That
is
is
the
Daniel
BBC.
Knox.
That is Daniel Knox. And Daniel Knox, I think, actually set that fire to
Controlled burn.
as
He
a
said it,
controlled
yeah.
burn. This is
Get
this-
the fuel out of the way before
exactly.
it becomes.
You know that the big fire is coming, so burn up what you
Yeah.
can before it gets there, so it'll not have fuel when it does. And he was just finishing up a 15-hour.
That's what it
shift.
says.
And by the way, the firefighters in Australia are all volunteer.
I got a little note on that.
Yeah.
Well,
Australia, it got a title.
Australia
Let's start with a title.
fires. Thousands of volunteers fighting the flames.
We're doing this because it's a passion, said Daniel Knox. It's a brotherhood. He was one of thousands of Australians who dropped their ordinary lives to battle the nation's raging fire crisis. He said, quote, "When that photo was taken of me, I had just done a 15-hour shift out there," end
I'm going to
quote.
put him back up there.
And you know, these people are facing months of work, and it's not easy work.
This is dedication.
With
you
no
know?
pay.
This is dedication. These guys aren't, well, as you just said, they're not getting paid for it. Well, Knox is part of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service,
Yeah.
which calls itself the world's largest volunteer firefighting organization. And has 70,000 members. And they're extensively trained and mostly unpaid.
Yep, and the federal government of Australia is actually considering compensating.
They're giving these guys bonuses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They're pretty good ones, $4,500,
Yeah.
$5,000. And they're doing a good job. They're doing a very necessary job. Well, you know, in mankind's favor, when the going gets rough, people get out there and the rough get
Yeah.
going.
Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 25th.
Christmas Day.
Christmas Day, and we have an item from the Weather Channel.
Yeah, I don't have a picture though.
No picture.
We'll come up. We'll get one soon.
We'll have a picture soon.
Scientists struggle to save vital seagrasses from coastal pollution.
Seagrasses, this one blew my mind. I had no idea that seagrasses were this important. Seagrasses grow along coastlines nearly everywhere around the world, and they can store twice as much carbon in a given area as temperate and tropical forests.
You don't think about that
No,
much.
you don't. Well, the fact of the matter is, we don't have seagrass around here, but you can get the same kind of super potential, bigger, I think, with peat growing in ponds.
Peat?
Peat,
I
yep.
didn't know that.
The only thing is, peat will kill everything under it.
Okay.
Okay, because it produces stuff that's toxic to many life forms, which is why if you have a deep wound or a bad wound, you can put peat moss on it, live peat moss, to keep it from getting infected.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
over 70 species of seagrasses in coastal habitats are among the most poorly protected species.
We kind of disparage these things, and they're really important.
They are.
Well, this is some of the reasons why they're important. They provide food and shelter
Yep.
for fish, shellfish, sea turtles,
Lobsters.
lobsters. They blunt the impacts of ocean acidification, reduce coastal erosion, keep the water clean.
Yeah. There you
And
go.
coastal development, overfishing, farm runoff, and climate change are threatening them.
Well, you know, they're kind of like garbage collectors. And every time I walk down the street and there's some guy driving a truck and he gets out every 50 feet and dumps the trash or garbage or whatever into his truck, I say thank you for doing that. Really.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely.
Okay,
Well, we got
now-
an image coming up again.
Now we have a picture, and this is
An interesting picture.
one of the most impressive pictures I've ever seen. And This is no-till with cover crops on the left and conventional farming on the right. It comes from Inside Climate News. Why don't you read the title instead of staring at the photo, Tom?
After a rough year,
Yeah?
farmers and Congress are talking about climate solutions.
Midwest farmers who have always voted Republican are now going to their congressman and saying, we have to find solutions. And here is something that is interesting. The Midwest floods of 2019 revealed another benefit of sustainable agriculture. Fields farmed with conservation
Leave
practices.
this picture up while you're talking.
Yeah. Fields farmed with conservation practices recovered faster from flooding. Farmers saw the difference. How could you miss that difference? And now they're taking their new knowledge to Congress. I would not have imagined that you could deep plow a field, leaving the soil all loose, and then no-till a field next to it, leaving the soil, full of roots but tight, and that the one
that drains.
And the one that drains is the one that's no-till.
Yeah, it's interesting.
As I think about it, it's probably, I would guess, because those cover crops and possibly the crops that are grown there have root systems that go deeper. And so the water has ways to go deeper underground quickly, where the field on the right has been tilled down
It's
to
flooded.
8 to 10 inches or something.
Yeah, and it's hard as rock.
And after that, it's just hard. Yeah. So it won't drain out.
And I don't know what they're growing as a cover crop, but it's probably something of a legume.
Yeah, it could be. Alfalfa.
Alfalfa, something like that,
Something
which
like that.
regenerates
the soil.
The soil.
Yeah. This was, the thing that George Washington Carver found when he was working in the South.
Yeah.
The thing about growing peanuts.
Yeah, yeah.
Southern
Which are
agriculture.
legumes.
Yeah.
Legumes, I don't know.
I say legumes, but legumes is something I hear a lot of people say. He was working in an area where the traditional agriculture consisted of plow those fields, plant that corn, plant that cotton, plant that tobacco until the fields, and fertilize the fields until
wouldn't grow anymore.
Until you couldn't grow those crops anymore, and then what you do is abandon your plantation and move west.
Yeah, they did exactly that.
People from Georgia would move to Alabama. People from Alabama would move to Mississippi, and he came along and said, "Wait a minute, you plant peanuts, and the next year those things will grow again because the
And
peanuts."
you can stay there. You don't have to
and
move.
you don't have to move. And then on top of everything else, the peanuts have got value of their own, and people were saying, "What value? Show me the value
of peanuts."
So he
Talk to Mr. Planters, huh?
I think I've always thought that he invented peanut butter.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
Well, let's move the picture back. The fields that were slow to drain and remained waterlogged longer, the ones on the right, have been farmed conventionally.
Yeah.
Tilled, left bare, and unplanted over the winter.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if they could plant a crop that'll bring in a little more income, why are they leaving them bare? It doesn't have to be big income, but it's something.
Yeah.
The fields that drained quickly and were ready for sowing hadn't been tilled in years and had been planted every winter with cover crops, which help control erosion, improve soil health, and trap carbon in the soil. And there you see in a picture of it.
And you drive down that field and you think, the field on the left, you're going to be able to plant this year. The field on the right, it's questionable. That might not drain fast enough for you to get a crop in this year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Still, on December 26th, we've got an item from EcoWatch.
Yeah, we do. As fracking companies face bankruptcy, which is happening, U.S. regulators enable firms to duck cleanup costs. Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that handy? Yeah. Over their heads in debt, U.S. shale oil and gas firms are now moving from a boom in fracking to a boom in bankruptcies, despite anything that Donald Trump might do to help them. This trend could put U.S. taxpayers on the hook for paying to shut them down properly and clean up the drilling sites. Well, it's
one of the things that's happening is the fracking operations aren't delivering what they expected.
Yeah.
They're running out of oil and gas much quicker than they ever thought they would.
We've talked about this over
Yes,
and over
we
again.
have.
We had an item last year, not last year, well, it was last year now, But we had last regular show, we had an item where we were talking about the rate that fracking companies were going broke. Okay, should we go on?
Well, did you read that one?
Did I read it?
I don't know. Duh.
Over their heads in debt, U.S. shale, and yes, I did read this.
Well, federal and state governments have not been holding fracking companies fully liable for the environmental damage and cleanup costs of their drilling activity.
Show me a government that keeps anybody fully liable for environmental damage.
Well, EP Energy, which is what this article's about, plans to continue operating after restructuring and eliminating up to $3 billion in debt.
Yeah.
However, EP has not identified any funds that would be set aside, they would be setting aside for cleanup.
So the courts are going to say, we know that you owe these people who loaned you money $3 billion, but we're going to let you off the hook.
We'll let you off the hook.
And by the way, you don't have to tell us how you're going to clean the mess up.
Bingo. Well, we got a picture here that's occurring in Texas.
That's right. I like this picture. Friday, December 27th, and this is from Renewables Now.
Renewables account for 100% of the October 2019 capacity additions in the U.S. This is kind of interesting. You got to read those words and think about what they mean.
Yeah. The U.S. put into service 722 megawatts of new power capacity in October 2019, and all of it was renewable. The first monthly report by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, shows this. For January through October, slightly less than 50% of the capacity has been natural gas.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And you know, when this came out, it was the Sunday campaign that was doing this.
And who campaign?
Sunday campaign.
Tell us about it.
Well, the Sunday campaign just keeps track of these things.
Okay.
And I wrote a note to the guy who runs the Sunday campaign and said, you know, maybe you should review this. And the thing that I told him was the same reports that he was referencing in these things, which are the FERC reports, show that the amount of natural gas proposed for facilities proposed for construction in terms of the number of megawatts that is proposed for construction has been declining very, very rapidly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if it continues at its current rate, there won't be any natural gas plants proposed in 2023.
Well, from the article, in year-on-year terms, natural gas installations halved.
Yeah.
Okay. Wind grew by 26%, and solar fell by 23%, which is interesting.
Because of the
it's the tariff, isn't it?
Tariffs.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, those tariffs cost the solar industry more jobs than there are in the coal industry.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, we are up to an item from iNews,
and this is
which
Saturday,
I just lost.
December 28th.
There you go. Thank you very much for that.
And it says, from global warming to plastic pollution, this was the decade when people learned the planet was facing a climate emergency.
A Frenchman is credited with being the first to discover the photovoltaic effect that produces electricity from sunlight. The first solar panel was built in the United States, but when Abu Dhabi decided to build the world's...
I got different stuff here.
Okay, where are you? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. Global warming...
this is number 14.
Number 14, global warming to plastic pollution. I'm sorry. We'll get to that one.
We will.
Hold on, we'll get there. This was the decade when science demonstrated climate change is happening beyond any reasonable doubt. Record high temperatures, droughts, floods, and storms are all plainly visible to anybody who looks. And there's no reasonable doubt. There really
no,
isn't.
absolutely not. That's just what this article is saying. In November 2019, 11,000 scientists from around the world published a study warning clearly and unequivocally, it's their words, that planet Earth is facing a climate emergency.
How did the Chinese trick all these people?
Best fraud's ever been perpetrated on the world.
Yeah, right. I can think of better frauds.
Let's move to Antarctica.
Okay, let's do that. This is an item from The Guardian, and we do have a picture. And that's
yeah, we do.
Rather nice picture of of a glacier that, or iceberg.
Well, that's a big glacier.
That happens to be falling apart, but nevertheless, go ahead, Tom.
Submarine to explore why Antarctic glacier is melting so quickly.
Yeah. An international team of scientists at the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica is preparing to drill through more than half a kilometer of ice. Half a kilometer is, what, about a third of a mile?
Yeah, about that, yep.
Into the dark waters beneath. They plan to lower down a torpedo-shaped robotic submarine to explore with hopes of finding out why it's melting so fast.
Yeah, this particular glacier, well, I'll mention where it is. It's on the coast of Marie Byrd Land.
Right.
Okay, which is named after Admiral Byrd's wife.
And we all know where that is.
It's a large pie-shaped state, if you call it a state, in southwestern Australia.
How in the world is anything in
southwestern Australia, southwestern Antarctica?
How do you call something southwest when it's on Antarctica?
Well, I was thinking that same thing too. The
Okay.
Florida-sized glacier is melting rapidly.
Yeah.
Since the 1980s, it has lost an estimated 540 billion tons of ice.
540 billion tons.
And it's melting rapidly. They're trying to figure out why. Scary.
Yeah, it's actually just more of the same thing that's going on in Greenland and other places.
Stuff like that.
Okay, we're up to December 29th with an item from the European Sting. And this is the first time I had read anything from this particular site.
Aha.
And you know, whenever I come across a site that I have not visited or haven't visited recently, even, I have to check to make sure that a person on a different computer can open the link that I put in.
Yes, yes.
So there's
very rarely, but once in a while I've been unable to.
The reason it's rare is because I check them. But you know, one of the things...
Well, they change sometimes.
They change them. I had one go up, and I just happened to click on it before I saved my blog.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it.
It was gone already.
It was already gone. And that was like BBC that had done that. Okay. Got a title?
The future of energy is being shaped in Asia.
Here's where I say the Frenchman is credited with being et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that was Becquerel, by the way, in 1839.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
He had a unit of measure named after him.
Yes. I don't know what it is, but you're right.
I think it has to do with radioactive power.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You are right, though.
When Abu Dhabi, having preceded this with, you know, the Frenchmen invented photovoltaic, the Americans produced the first panel. When Abu Dhabi decided to build the world's largest individual solar power plant, they looked east for help to China and Japan. Why did they look to China and Japan for help?
Well, I got an answer to that.
An explanation.
Asia, more than any other region on the planet, and China, more than any other nation, currently represents the future of solar energy. Okay? And are at the heart of ensuing industry-wide transformation from fossil fuels to renewable and nuclear energy.
Yeah.
They're on the ball. They know what's going on, and they're working on it. And we're not.
We've got a trade war going on against China, and they're eating our lunch. You know, this
you know, they do something that we should be doing and aren't doing, and that's called planning.
Planning?
Yeah,
This is a free market. We're supposed to have a free market where anybody can do anything he wants. You know, we don't have to plan.
We don't have to plan.
Of course, in a free market, you don't have anybody keeping track of the environment either.
No.
You can make money on the environment, but who pays for it? Okay, our next item has a very cute picture.
I'll put the
Isn't
picture
that a
up.
cute picture?
That is a spoon-billed sandpiper, which is, by the way, a very rare bird.
There's about 100 of these birds left in the world.
You can just see the spoon bill there.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like a duckling till I looked at it closely.
Yeah, and you look and the front of the bill is wide, but the back of the bill is not. And that
Well,
bill will get longer.
The bill is actually pretty long. I think it's just the angle that it was
Could be.
photographed from.
Very cute bird, but there's only about 100 of them. They live
Not
in
too many.
central Siberia.
And the article asks a good question. With 1 million species at risk, what do we save?
A decade-long project to save one of the world's most endangered birds has finally found success as 2 chicks hatched. But an estimated 1 million species at risk worldwide and nothing like money and resources to save them all. How do conservationists choose the few they can save? Well, you could say, okay, let's choose the cute species.
So that's exactly what's happening. By the way, this is a neat article. I would recommend
Yeah.
people look it up.
But we do have the problem of triage
Well,
here.
I'm just about to say that. Conservationists are competing for limited resources.
Yeah.
Okay? A lovable icon, something people can get behind, can mean conservation projects are able to raise money
Yeah.
and plow resources into protecting a habitat.
So
that's part of the story of why rhinos, elephants, and orangutans have very deliberately been made the poster species for conservation.
Right.
We love elephants, you
Yeah.
know? We love orangutans.
I'm not sure I want to get near an orangutan. And I petted
I'm talking like
an
in
elephant
pictures.
at a petting zoo when I was a little kid.
Did you?
Yeah. They have very stiff hair.
Do they really?
Yeah, it's very sparse over them, but you know, it's very stiff hair.
So it boils down to money, doesn't it?
It does. And what we're looking at with this little cute guy
Pull him back up.
is a creature who, that species, I would guess, probably won't survive climate change. I hope I'm wrong. But
There's very few of them left now.
yeah, but
Then they've had a
people
hard
who-
time getting eggs to hatch.
Yeah, and people who look at that can say, okay, that species I can get behind. I'll give these people
that's exactly what the article
$100
says.
to help, and that $100 could go to saving a species that
A
you know,
snail.
or an earthworm.
Yeah.
And we've invasive earthworms, and they're destructive as all get out.
Oh?
Yeah. They are, what is it? My landlady calls them, they're hyper earthworms. They're big, they're
Never
really
heard that
big,
one.
extremely active,
Yeah.
and they eat all the leaves in the forest, leaving castings that are turned into methane by microbes.
I hadn't heard of that one.
Bad news.
Not-
And
not
they
good.
drive the other earthworms away. Okay, we're up to December 30th.
Well, we got a picture coming up here.
We do.
December 31st. And
Yep.
Where is the picture?
Where is the picture? No, do we have a picture?
10 a.m.
We're on item 18, Green New
Oh,
Deal.
we're on 18?
Yes.
Aha. I skipped one. Monday, December 30th. Green New Deals for the world are green good deals.
Now, I talked about Mark Jacobson.
Yeah.
This is another one of the articles about the same report that he did.
Okay.
The world leaders at the UN Madrid climate talks failed to agree on a path forward. The core of the problem is the belief by some leaders that solving global warming will be expensive and drain economies of their countries.
Well,
However,
it will be expensive, but it's not going to drain
it's not
their
going to drain the
economies, as
economies.
we
It's
already
actually
spoke
going
to.
to, it's going
It's gonna
to
pay for itself,
and
what,
it'll
7 years?
make those economies much more prosperous. The new research indicates that the belief that they're going to drain the economies is incorrect.
So that's wrong.
Yep.
And
Okay.
what this article says is solving the problems is much cheaper and creates many more jobs than not solving them.
Yeah, and what is the United States doing? It's bet the piggy bank on obsolete technology continuing to be important. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we are up to Tuesday, December 31st.
Now we got that picture coming
Now we've
up,
got this horrible picture.
which isn't a very exciting picture. if I-
It's a depressing picture.
Come on, you.
Come on, put it up, Tom. Put it up. Don't double click.
That's 10 a.m., would you believe?
Yeah, in Malakuta,
Malakuta,
Malakuta is
Victoria.
in Victoria.
Australian wildfires force thousands to flee to the beach.
This is from CNN. Thousands of people have taken refuge from wildfires fires on a beach in southeast Australia as fires swept through the town. About 4,000 residents and visitors. The town usually has about 8,000 visitors and 1,000 residents at this time of year, but many of the visitors had already left. They were vacationing. Beautiful town. These people were forced to evacuate Malakuta, Victoria. Roads had been cut off and there was no way out in or out of town, so they went to the beach. And the beach was where the local emergency people had said, if we get to this point, which they knew could come, they said,
This is where you go.
This is where you go. Go to the beach. So they've been hiding at the beach, hiding from the fires, and that picture shows what the beach looked like. Remember, this is summer. And these people were there to go sunbathing and stuff like that. That's what it looked like at 10
o'clock in the
a.m.
morning.
because of the smoke going overhead. I've seen a lot of other pictures which are not as dark as that. But today, authorities, this happened on the 31st. Today is the 2nd of January, so it was 2 days ago. The Australian government is sending a Navy ship down that can
Yes, to pull these people
pull
off the
the
beach.
people out, and it's removing that one ship. I think must be a cruiser. Either that or it's some large kind of supply ship. Because
more likely.
They're taking out 800 people.
Yeah,
on
they
each
got to
ship.
have a large.
They have to have a
ship.
big ship. That's not a destroyer.
This is an interesting article. There's a nice video on it.
Yeah.
About a minute and a half. 57 pictures.
Yes.
I mean, you could just
I
keep
know.
looking at picture after picture.
I saw that, and I thought Tom is going to be spending an entire day on this.
Well, there's good news, I guess. Weather conditions are expected to improve in the next 24 hours. That's now.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning cooler temperatures and lower winds, but will worsen again by the end of the week, bringing dangerous fire conditions, according to CNN.
Yeah, there was an article in the news today saying that the better conditions were coming, and there was another article saying that the Premier of New South Wales was declaring a week-long fire emergency.
Okay.
So, you know, things are out of control. They're still out of control. What they really need is a whole bunch of heavy rain, and they're not going to get it probably until March. So
we got the next one, the
well,
battery
before
decade.
we do, I want to point
Yeah, well, we
something
got
out.
time.
Yeah. If you think about it, 4,000 people went to the beach, vacationers and local residents.
Yep.
Their children went to the beach.
Yep.
4-year-olds were on that beach under that sky.
Under that, right.
And they did this like a few days after Christmas. Did they take their Christmas presents with them? And the adults, what did they do with their cars? Did they bring their cars to the beach? These
I don't
people are
think
going to
so.
go home, and then they're going to say, where's my car? Well, it got left in Malakuta. Does it exist anymore? Well, probably.
That rotting hunk over there
Yeah,
used to be your car.
It's probably only valuable for recycling steel.
Yep, that's about it.
And this is a complete disaster. Imagine being driven by a fire on foot, not in a car, but driven to a beach and having to abandon everything.
And a beach with a sky like that.
A sky like that.
Wow.
Imagine being under that when you're 4 years old, or 5 years old, or have a heart condition and you're elderly.
Yeah.
And this is and Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, went into a town that got hit, and as I said, he grabbed a woman's hand and shook it and said, "How are you?" And she said, "I'd be happier shaking your hand if you were doing something about climate change."
Yep.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we should. We should. We're running out of articles here.
Yeah.
so-
Why don't you put me or us up? And
I can do
the
that.
next item is from CNBC.
The battery decade.
Oh man.
How energy storage could revolutionize industries in the next 10 years. And it could. Absolutely.
No, Tom, not it could.
It will.
Will.
Absolutely.
It will.
Absolutely.
Over the last 10 years, a surge in lithium-ion battery production drove down prices to a point where, for the first time in history, electric vehicles became commercially viable from a standpoint of both cost and performance. Next comes
Well, they're figuring out how to make them cheaper.
Yeah, next comes utility scale storage. Okay, we've talked about Wright's Law. You remember
Yes.
Wright's Law?
Yep.
Wright's Law says you see that the production of something has doubled, so the number of units out in the field has doubled.
So the price comes down.
The price comes down, and it comes down by a percentage. And you can count on it. Every time the amount out there in the field doubles, the price will go down by that percentage.
Bingo. It balances itself.
Yeah, and now what's happening is the price of batteries in the last 10 years have come down by 85%.
We've only seen the beginning.
Yeah, and
I mean,
10 years from now.
There's little guys working in their
Oh,
garage trying to figure out
absolutely.
new kind of batteries, and some of them are going to hit it. Well, we've talked about some of them, but some of them are going to hit that nail on the head.
Yeah, they are. And 10 years from now, what's the price of batteries going to be? Maybe 15% of what they are now. Just think about that for a minute. Meantime, You've got the price of solar and wind have gone
Coming down.
Enormously. Similar numbers, 60 to 80%. 10 years from now, the price of electricity from renewables and storage is going to be a small fraction of what it is now.
I would expect. I would
Okay.
expect.
Now we're seeing natural gas plants, even combined cycle natural gas plants, being forced out of the market by that combination of solar and wind. What's going
And
to
natural
happen?
gas was forcing everything else out of the
That's
market.
right. What's going to happen when solar and wind and batteries drop 35%? You're going to be at a point where, well, let me put it this way. I could make a prediction based on my considerations of this. My bet is that in 2025, 5 years from now, there will not be a single coal-burning power plant in operation in the United States unless there's some weird kind of local condition that forces one to
Well, the
operate.
problem is, if they're existing, they'll be subsidized.
Well, the only way I could see, I could see if you had a coal mine in Alaska, and the source of energy for a village where that coal mine was a small coal burning power plant, I could see maybe that coal mine could be in existence 5 years from now. But unless you're talking about weird things like that, natural gas plants, I cannot imagine 5 years from now that there will be any natural gas plants being built.
Being built.
Yeah.
They'll still be using the old ones, but they won't be building
10
new
years from now,
Yeah.
I don't think any will
They'll
be
even be
used.
using the old ones. Yeah.
Which means I'm thinking that from the point of view of power production, 10 years from now, we're not going to have any fossil fuels in use in the United States.
I don't think so.
To speak of.
I
And then-
think we're going to see very much distributed generation.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you can't generate electricity on your property, your neighbor probably can.
Yes, that's true.
And you're going to be buying your power from him.
And he will be buying power from you because what you do is you say, okay, I'll make a deal with you. You have the solar panels, I'll buy the battery, and we'll put our two houses
Something like that.
on
yeah.
a grid.
Absolutely.
On a
It makes
microgrid.
sense.
It makes sense. And that is going to cut the cost of transmission. I think we're just seeing it. And, what will happen to transportation? Basically the same kind of thing.
Well, I got a takeaway from the article, and we got
Okay.
the time, so I'll read it. Batteries hold the key to transitioning away from fossil fuel dependence and are set to play a greater role in the coming decade.
Oh boy,
That's
are
what
they
the article's
ever.
about.
Are they ever.
Solar and wind are playing a greater role already in power generation, but without effective energy storage techniques. Natural gas and coal are needed for times when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't howling.
Yep.
So large-scale storage is instrumental if society is to shift away from a world dependent on fossil fuel.
Now, I'm going to add one more thing to this. The fossil fuels industry has been the one reliable source of income for the so-called, because I called myself conservative Republican for many years, but they have been the one reliable source of income for among businesses for the so-called conservatives in Washington, D.C. Under the circumstances, I
contributions.
don't think they are going to be able to make political contributions 4 years from now.
Not if they're not making money, they can't.
So I'm figuring this is going to cause a radical shift, not only in electric generation, but also in politics. Okay, we've got one item.
We got a
about
final
2.5
picture
minutes.
coming up here.
Final picture coming up. There it is.
And there it is. And
that is a house built to code.
That's just what it says.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of a nice house, but
It's a
way
lot
up in the air.
You get some exercising going through the front door.
In Mississippi, the cost of coastal flooding are adding up. Not just in Mississippi, by the way.
Not just in Mississippi. Clean Technica was the source of this. The First Street Foundation research found that between 2005 and 2017, flooding erased nearly $16 billion of real estate appreciation in coastal areas from Maine to Texas. Researchers did not even calculate the losses in Louisiana because of the complexities of the issues in that
We've
state.
talked about that.
Yeah. And what's happening, there's a bunch of pictures. This is an interesting article because of the pictures. And there's a bunch of pictures showing what are obviously upscale waterfront neighborhoods. in which every single building is elevated 25 feet.
It's the only way they can survive. They have to.
And people who have bought those buildings are saying, if I knew how much time I was going to be, you know, stuck in a flood, I would not have bought this property, because they're getting sunny day flooding now.
Yes, they are.
And the result of that is you could have a beautiful house with a beautiful view, but if you're going to want to drive when the new moon is full and the tide is high,
You ain't going to be able to do it.
you're going to have to, at best, drive through salt water. Do you want to replace your Mercedes every year because it's rusting out?
45 years old, haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Well, one of the problems here is flood insurance costs represent a great share of the annual housing budget. We've talked about that. Flood
Yeah.
insurance is getting very expensive if there's a likelihood of it flooding.
Yeah. Okay, we should probably put ourselves up on this so we can say goodbye.
Oh, why not? Why not? I think
And
I can do that.
The sign says, have a perfectly lovely week. I've been experimenting with ways of saying have a good day, and I've come up with a new one every day.
I haven't noticed it.
Well, if you actually go to the blog at the bottom, I think
okay.
today, you know, like have an impressively sunny day or whatever, you know. Anyway, from the inconsiderable George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell, have a good week. See you next time. Or
See you next
you'll
time.
see us, I guess.
Huh?
We don't see you.
You'll see us. Yep.
So we'll call the meeting to order at 4:34. Got a sign-in sheet. Sign-in. Pass that around. We've got, we've got a speakerphone. So, let's see how this goes. So I'll run down the agenda so everybody knows how kind of things are going to progress today. So first we're going to approve the minutes. And then we have a call with the VSBA. They're going to share with us some things that they could provide around superintendent search. Then we'll have a call with Mark Andrews, who's a former superintendent and is working with Washington Central on their superintendent search. That'll be at 5. And then we'll continue the conversation and have some public comments at that time. Sound good? Okay. So, the approval of the minutes, I never motioned before to do this, so are we moving to approve the minutes?
Yeah, we might as well, while people get
Move to
settled.
approve the minutes.
Second?
Oh, we have to take those, sorry. Okay.
All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
Any nays, abstentions? Good. Okay. So I guess we're ready to, or is he's not calling us, we're calling him.
We're calling her. So
Her.
it's Sue Siglowski.
Okay.
So I don't know how to do this, but I assume.
Okay.
Can I give you the number?
Yep.
Oh, here, do you wanna take that? It's the.
Sure, I'm a visual person. I wonder if we can dial a long distance.
I think it's dial 8. Oh, Steve's not here. I think dial 8 first.
Dial 8.
For outside line.
Will it let us dial long distance?
Oh,
All right, want to use a cell phone?
Yeah, that's a different procedure, which we don't know.
Okay.
So
I kind of
we call them the phone operators in here.
Stairwell when I came up, I see if he's still there.
Do you want to just use the cell phone? Cell phone might work. Yeah.
You can't call from a classroom.
That's what I was like, really, they're going to allow that? Because.
Yeah.
All right, hold on, let's see. I like that money saving for technology. This might be tough to hear, but is that as loud as it goes? I think so.
Hi, this is Susan Pawlowski. Please leave me a message. Thank you. At the tone, please record your voice message. When you are finished recording, you may hang up or press pound for more options.
Hey Sue, Carrie Amadon from the WSESU. We'll give you a call back in a few minutes. Thanks. Okay, that is definitely the number she gave me. Maybe in the meanwhile we can see if
What company was that?
this is the VSBA.
While we wait for her, we could either go see about Steve, or we could give short updates on the calls that we did have.
That would be good. I would love to hear how the other call went. Okay. David, you want to, or?
Yeah, let me find it again. Come back.
So in the interim, we only had calls with NASDAQ.
Yeah, that was,
That's the
I
only
think
one, right?
yesterday. Yeah, the NASDAQ designs their search around our needs. There are 300 affiliated districts that they work with on things like executive searches and other searches, and also special ed assessments and all kinds of professional services. They've had a couple of Vermonters on their board. National search is standard for them. It's the most helpful and economical. And they do provide outreach to their proprietary national network. They have colleges in their network, and they send out hard copy and electronic outreach. The proprietary national network is available a la carte. You don't have to purchase their whole package from $12,000 to $20,000 for between I think 3 and 5 you can get access to that network. And what that means beyond the educational, like School Spring and what was the other one? AASA.
The Superintendent's
and then Top
Association.
School Jobs, which is another. I think it's more than that, but that was what they specifically mentioned. They said it's not easy to attract candidates in Vermont to Vermont. They they are known for, or they advertise that they can implement authentic focus groups, 6 to 10. They can do electronic surveys and interviews, and they will present that to the board as data, basically, to develop a profile for the community. 120 days is typical for the process. That's 4 months. It takes they recommend anticipating 6 weeks
I think this is
to
Sue.
develop the applicants pool.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
More later.
Good, thanks. Can I put you on speakerphone? Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, hold on a moment. Hopefully I can do this. There we go. Okay. Sue, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So, oh, there we go. We could try that. I don't know if everyone wants to introduce themselves or.
Hi, Sue. It's Christina Naylor. I think we've met.
Hi, Christina. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Sue. Emily Murphy-Core from Brattleboro.
And Dave Scholes from Brattleboro.
Hi.
Hi.
So with another group, we just started by saying, would you like to give us your elevator pitch? And that usually leads us to asking more questions.
Okay. Well, because I'm in my car, pulled over because I'm on my way home, and someone needed to get by me. So the VSBA has provided a superintendent search for a number of years, and we've done it in getting close to being finished, and the other one is just starting. So I know that one of the very first steps is really deciding what your community is looking for in a superintendent, and she has sort of some steps to go through to help you figure that out if you haven't figured that out already. It sounds to me like maybe you have already thought about that part of it, and then she works with the committee your smaller committee to actually build a larger committee that includes possibly some administrators within your district, like a couple of principals, could include some teachers. So it's a broader group of people normally that work to look for and hire a superintendent. And then she does all of basically the footwork, the groundwork that you need, working on the ad, putting the ad out there, helping screen the candidates, helping set up the interviews, really just being the person that keeps everything going for the committee, because oftentimes board members don't have the time to devote to that. It's a pretty time-intensive process if you want to get through the whole thing in a good amount of time. So I guess that's my my short description of it. Do you have any questions?
So this is Christina. What do you typically see as a time frame for the searches?
You mean how long they usually take?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I would say 3 to 4 months total.
Okay.
I think that the one that Susan has been working on that's almost finished started in October. So that's actually a little less than 3 months.
What are typically the places that you would be searching through?
For superintendents, candidates?
Yes.
Well, we would be putting the ad, I know that they definitely use Full Spring for the ad. There may be other places that you can advertise as well. To advertise in national publications is more expensive, but you will possibly attract, a different set of applicants by doing that. And there are times that we may know of superintendents that are looking, that we may let them know about the ad once it's up. But we don't necessarily go, sort of like headhunting, searching for people for you. That's not typically how it goes. So if I could talk to Susan and see if she's done that at all, but I don't think that she has.
Do you have any experience in or any methods of identifying or getting the application materials in front of qualified candidates of color? Or any experience or any resources or sites that you can use?
I'm sorry, I heard what you said about do you have any experience, but I couldn't hear the rest of it. It kind of was muffled.
Okay. I think maybe because it's sitting on my glove. But do you have any resources to identify or get the application materials before qualified candidates of color? Now, do you have any contacts, or have you identified that as a specific area to try and find candidates?
We certainly know that's an area that people are interested in, and if it would be okay with you, I'd like to get back to you because I'm not sure if what Susan has done with that, but I can certainly ask her and let Carrie know. Is that okay?
That'd be great, yes.
So Sue, it's Christina again. We are a newly emerged board, and so I think we don't even have a vision statement or mission statement for our board, and it's making it, I think, even more challenging to then, as a newly merged district, think about a mission vision statement for searching for the superintendent. Can you describe a little bit how that process would look? Because even though we did have a fairly, an open public meeting and heard from a lot of stakeholders, but how you hone from that process into a job description is still a long walk, and wondered if you know about that process at all.
About the process of coming up with a vision and mission statement?
A vision for what kind of superintendent you want, and then put that into a job description.
Okay, yeah. Well, I know that when I worked with, and Christina, you were involved too, so I know that you already know this, but maybe to everyone else does that. When I worked with your SU for the superintendent evaluation, I believe that we put a job description in place. And that is a pretty comprehensive job description for a Vermont superintendent. It includes what they need to do according to the law. So you may want to keep that job description and focus more on the goal for the first year, as you see them, for someone coming in as your new superintendent.
So I guess I didn't say that quite exactly right, yes, because I came to the first meeting armed with that job description. Thank you so much for helping us with that. It was good to have that going into this next search. More sort of creative vision of what we're looking for in the educational leader for our district, which is somewhat different than the job description which we created from evaluation. I mean, I think that's a great jumping off point for the nuts and bolts, but I think getting to the vision is the harder piece. As we're merging our visions together as a district, that's the piece that I think it'll be interesting to hear if there's a process to work with districts developing that vision for the leadership position.
Yeah, I think that fits more into the strategic planning part of our work, but it certainly can be included in a superintendent search. If it's a district that's in your situation that really needs to do that work in order to do the search and hire a superintendent that's going to be best for your district. So that work, it's hard to accomplish in a short period of time, which I'm sure you realize. And it oftentimes is important to bring the community in as well to talk about that. So it may be that that's the first steps that you want to take. And I realize that you only have, you don't have a lot of time. But, maybe it seems like that might be something that you want to talk about is that so important that we really need to get that in place before we embark on a search. And maybe an interim for a year would be a good strategy
We've,
Yes.
we've thought about it. It's not the route we want to go. We're hoping to get it done, but you know, we recognize that may have to be what happens.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just
Yeah.
putting it out there as an option for you. But you could certainly at least, you know, start with a board retreat, and at least then you may be able to do some of the work of the goals for your district for the next year. I found when I was on a newly merged board that it was really difficult to say, you know, we're going to do planning for the next 5 years, because there's so many things that you really need to do in the first year. And the second year. And so when I was on the newly merged board, we found that it was a lot easier for us to just do, when we started out, to just do a goal for the first year. So that may be a way to approach it.
Sue, it's Carrie. This might be an inappropriate question, but can you tell us how well the other searches are going? And I guess I'm looking to find out, are you having an easy time finding a qualified, wide pool of candidates?
Well, the one that Susan's at tonight is just starting, so I don't even think they've done the ad yet. So that one I can't really say. The other one, I know that the screening committee, or whatever they call themselves, I believe they were able to interview about 6 or 7 people, and there were 2 that they were considering passing on to the full board for the interview. So that's about all that I know about that. I have not been involved in knowing who all the applicants were even. So I can't really tell you how qualified they were, but they must have been qualified enough to have an interview. I do think it is not easy to find a superintendent. Are you still there?
We are, sorry, we're all sort of like thinking and looking over notes.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't lost you on myself.
So we can maybe open up if there is anybody else who has a question for Sue, or something that we've missed.
We're in a public meeting. We've got about 15 people here with us.
Would it be worth asking for a written proposal from the Vermont School Board?
Well, we've got, yeah.
Oh, you already have it.
We've got their
So
list.
could you?
Is that on the web? That might be good to share.
We could put it there.
Sue, maybe it'd be good, we have the proposal, but I don't think everybody else has seen it, so maybe it'd be good to also say what the pricing is? Is that something that we
What
should?
the pricing is?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Carrie, did you share the email?
I did, yeah, I did with the board, so I can read it off if you're, I don't want you to be distracted. So
I'm not driving right now, I'm pulled over, but yeah, the pricing is $8,500 for members. And the other thing is I had called Carrie to tell her that the VSBA board met last week, and they decided that superintendent searches and evaluations will not be available to non-members. The the reason for that decision, it was really to make sure that the services are available to members because we have a small staff and those two services are in high demand, and so they wanted to make sure that they're available to members. So that the price is $8,500 for a member, and the other option too is if you want to include an evaluation of your superintendent after their first year. We have a chart. It's $9,000 total for the search and that first evaluation, which is a $500 savings because the evaluations are normally $1,000. So those are, you can either choose just the straight search option or search and an evaluation after the first year.
She's answered all of mine.
You want to ask me a reference for somebody? Is there somebody we can talk to? I'm not sure we've talked about.
Go ahead.
Sue, is there any district chair you could, board chair you could point us to that might give us a reference?
Let me check with Susan Holton, and I will email that to Carrie.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay. I'm making myself a note right now.
And I can email you later as well.
Okay.
So anything else, or can Sue
I
continue
need
to
to
drive?
answer David's question and the reference question.
Oh, yep.
I apologize for coming in late, and perhaps this was in there, but what is the cost of becoming a member?
$9,964, I believe.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I think you've answered all our questions, Sue. We really appreciate you being available for this meeting, and I guess we'll be in contact, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Have a good holiday, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Drive careful.
I will. Have happy holidays, and I hope everyone gets a chance to come to the workshop on the statewide
Healthcare.
marketing arbitrator's decision and what it means for local negotiations. There's one that's held in Brattleboro in January, I think.
Sounds good.
Good plug you got in there, Sue. Good work, good work.
You've got a TV audience for that
Yeah.
one.
Thanks, Sue. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Look, it's 5 o'clock.
And it's 5 o'clock.
Is NASDAQ also long distance?
This is Mark Andrews.
Yeah. Do you want to give us you've talked to him, right?
So he came recommended from 2 districts, OSSU and Washington Central. OSSU used him last year. Washington Central's winding up a search right now. They both were really pleased with him. He is, for those searches, he's $5,000, but he's located a little north of Burlington, I believe. So he would have. Did he send it?
Yes, and I
Did I?
yeah.
I
I
never-
think you sent it to us.
I sent it to you, but I don't
Yeah.
think I ever opened it to see what
Oh,
it was
okay.
going to be. So.
No, he sent his resume and a search proposal.
But did it include the dollars in it?
Contract conditions, payment, 10,000.
10,000.
10,000, but that does include in-district once weekly, January through April. We would be dealing with weekly overnight accommodations and mileage reimbursement.
We would have to reimburse for the accommodations on top of the 10,000?
That's what it's looking like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't, he said, I think he's very hands-on, and so he said he was going back and forth to Washington Central for a meeting in the morning with administrators, and then a meeting in the evening with parents, and so I think that is kind of the search that he outlined here. He's a former superintendent in Essex, Vermont, and I think I passed along to you, he said, oh, it's getting late. And,
Yeah.
So I think that feeling like we've got to get going on this. He said, you might want to consider an interim. I'm like, yeah, don't say that to this crowd. It's not popular. I don't think he's been doing it as long as the VSBA. On one hand, I think he's only been doing it 2 or 3 years. But I think he understands the job of a superintendent pretty well, and he surely came across well, and I think he does the job by working pretty closely with people, so.
Okay. Shall I dial?
Dial away.
Oh, let's see, wait a minute. Hi, Mark. It's Carrie Amadon from WSESU and my fellow committee members.
Hello, Carrie and fellow committee members.
Hey, Mark.
Hey.
Hello. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, Mark. It's Christina Naylor from the WSESD board, and I spoke with you the other day, and then passed you on to the capable hands of Carrie Amadon to do the important work.
Okay. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I've got you on speaker, and technology seems to be working tonight, which is a good thing.
So this is Emily Murphy-Core. I don't think we've actually met before, but from the WSESD board.
And I'm Dave Scholes from the WSESD board.
Good evening.
Dave Scholes, hi.
Hi.
And then you're at this is a public meeting, so we have about 15 members of the public as well, so that we won't.
Okay, hello, public.
They're all waving.
Okay, very good.
So do you want to ask for the elevators?
Yeah, we've been starting off just asking people sort of for their, 3-minute elevator pitch. What would you think is most important for us to know about what you do?
Well, I can begin by sharing with the group assembled tonight that I'm doing a number of different things in retirement. I retired as a superintendent in 2017. I had sent my resume off to Christina, and perhaps she has shared that with some of you. Since retiring, I've stayed active in the educational community as I wasn't quite ready to retire when I did. And that's neither here nor there. So I'm a certified principal mentor, and I'm mentoring, and I'm actually coaching as well up in the northeastern part of the state. I've conducted a couple of superintendent searches. I'm still active in the Vermont Superintendent Association. And I stay busy with hobbies around the house, and I work at a food co-op in Morrisville, and it's all good. And I have several new grandchildren, and that's also an awesome experience that my wife and I are enjoying immensely.
So could you outline the process, sort of, 3 minutes, kind of 3 to 4 minutes about what you have done with other districts in their search for a superintendent, SUs in their search for a superintendent?
Sure. Has Christina, have you shared the outline that I shared with you?
I have, yes.
Okay, so that's obviously it's a general outline, but pretty much those are the steps and the components of the process that I have followed. Obviously, it's very organic, and it's really, as I mentioned in my letter, I really want to follow the board of the search committee's lead in terms of what makes sense for your individual unified union at this point. So we can move some of those pieces around the chessboard, and we can go deeper into some areas and maybe brush over others. And again, I would defer to the committee in terms of how to best meet your needs. As I mentioned to Christina very briefly, I really believe that the work that of the committee is to identify a person who can best align with the mission, vision, values, and goals of the former supervisor reunion, now unified union, and not to forget the town of Vernon as well. And that's a big conversation that I always like to have, and even though we don't typically, I haven't had typically enough time with the standing board to go deeper into that conversation. I think that's where I really think we need to begin. My belief is that the superintendent, is the leader of the district, is really has to work closely in alignment with the board, and so having that congruence, and making sure everyone is on the same page before we start looking for a superintendent, I think is just tantamount to finding the right person to match up with the job. So the superintendent's position is important, but really I like to start with what does the board believe is most important based on the values and again and the beliefs in your community. So I can take, I'd be glad to answer any questions jumping off of that outline, but there's really nothing much more to offer than what I have laid out on that one pager for you.
Mark, it's Carrie. I guess I'd ask, can you help us get to that vision?
Well, I would be glad to be part of that conversation, Carrie. I've been a little bit not disappointed, really, because I understand the timelines that boards are facing. But given the short timeline that you have in terms of finding the right person, I think it's multiple meetings to just leading the board of the committee, whoever those folks might be, in a conversation about as trustees of your communities, and now as a unified board, starting with you, who best reflect, I think, what the taxpayers and what the staff and what the students are looking for. If we had more time, as I said to other boards, I think it needs more time to actually have a number of longer sessions working with the board, especially, and having that richer conversation. There's also a piece, again, I'm going down the road a little bit now, but with the new superintendent installed, I would hope that there'd be an action plan to engage your communities in this conversation. Really identifying what the ends are, what are the outcomes that you're hoping for, and how do we build trust, among all the stakeholder groups. And that is a board and superintendents work together. And again, we can't accomplish that within a search process, but it needs to be, integrated into an action plan and going forward. And I'd be more than happy to have those conversations, knowing that we couldn't get into any level of detail.
Ask about the diversity question, David?
Yeah. Mark, have you had any experience identifying, finding candidates of color for qualified candidates of color in any of the work that you've done? Or do you have any resources or leads to get application materials in front of those people?
Well, we in the search that I'm conducting now, we went outside of School Spring, knowing that the candidate pool currently is not deep, and so we used a number of print media and other digital platforms to put the word out there. I haven't, to my knowledge, those who have applied so far to the position are not coming from that type of background. I think you have an advantage because you are close to the states of Massachusetts and Connecticut, and that might play into an objective that the board may have, is to try to invite or encourage folks of different backgrounds to apply. It's harder when you go further north in Vermont, but down in your neighborhood, it might be more attractive to folks in southern New England.
Thanks.
So I don't have any special or strategy per se. All I know is having met with the executive director of the Superintendent Association last week to get a sense of the lay of the land. Other boards are experiencing a less than robust response to their ads, to the postings.
Do you, Mark, it's Carrie again. Do you think that less than robust reply is due to our timing?
Due to your what, Carrie? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Due to the time of year?
Oh. Well, it could be. I think there's a number of factors. One is how unwieldy it seems to people from away applying to a job in Vermont, where they have been more accustomed to working with one board with one town. Multi-town districts are not an anomaly by any means, but it's not always appealing to some people unless you really understand board governance in Vermont. I know for some, this is very anecdotal, this is just Mark's opinion, but I know that the transition that a number of boards have found themselves in, sometimes not willingly to transition to a new governance structure, has created some unrest in the community. And that's a gross generalization. I'm not speaking about Wyndham Southeast by any means, but people who are looking for these jobs, the ones who are serious are doing their homework, and they're researching, what type of activity has there been around community engagement and either support or not support of unified unions, and that too might be, something that is a factor in people's decision. The superintendent is a darn hard job, and as are all the positions that are in the field serving kids in public school. And I just don't think we have, the interest in the position as maybe we once did. There used to be a pool of candidates. I was one of them who aspired to be a superintendent starting at the building level as a building leader. And, if you speak to the people in the Vermont Principal Association, those aspiring leaders, just are not as abundant, if you will, as they once were. So, I don't know if that answers your question, Kara, but I think there's a number of factors. Timing may be one of them. I got out pretty aggressively with the Washington Central ad back in early November, and we still have not a very strong candidate pool at this point. So, and there's only 5 positions. Actually, excuse me, there are 8 positions currently open in Vermont.
So we would be 9.
When you
I
say
think you might be 8.
We're 8, okay.
Yeah, I think you might be 8. It's not to worry. It's just the reality, and even if you crank up the base salary and you try to put some perks in there, that doesn't. People take these jobs not necessarily for money, but for the reward that it offers. It's becoming less rewarding, I think, all in all, to do the work.
Just a follow-up question. When you say not a strong candidate pool, are you mainly talking about not a strong candidate pool in Vermont, or is it, I guess that's one question. And second question is it typical that most superintendent positions get filled by somebody from Vermont?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I know that when I started practicing as a superintendent, back in 2004, and I'd walk into an all-day meeting, it was primarily people who were in Vermont. But I think that trend is changing. I do think that more, and again, that's a good question for the Superintendent Association, but my hunch is that there are more people from downcountry, other parts of New England and even beyond, who have applied. Yao Obang, who's just recently tendered his resignation, he's a Canadian. I can tell you that the candidate pool currently that we're looking at in Washington Central, the majority of people are from out of state. So if that's an indication, my guess is that there's fewer people in Vermont that are looking than there are from away. But again, that's just one data point, and I wouldn't guess. I wouldn't think that that's necessarily the case across the state. You may be discussing this or sort of pondering this. The board I worked with a couple of searches ago, they were looking for someone who was fresh and new, and it didn't fit necessarily sort of the mold, and they were looking for transformation, not transition. The ethos, I think, in most districts is about just making another transition to yet another superintendent, and I think more and more boards are seeing, not that we don't have some outstanding superintendents in the state. But I think now that we've got, there's a whole host of different expectations that many of which we don't have control of coming from state policy, that you need to have someone who can see the work through a different lens. And if you've been in Vermont your entire career, you know, sometimes you may not be able to see sort of the opportunities that others might have coming from different states.
So shall we open it up to other folks' questions if they have them?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
So we have, as we said, a room full of folks, so maybe you guys have some questions?
Our audience is unusually quiet. We should talk about artificial turf. That gets everybody having an opinion.
It's always a little bit odd talking on the phone and a sort of a conference call, so I understand that.
Do you have any additional things that we haven't thought about that you think we should consider in this process?
Any good advice?
Well, the only advice I have, and I think it's good advice, is to just remain focused on the work, remain optimistic. There are defaults that a board can use, you know, namely an interim leader if you're not, you know, finding the right person. I would really caution any board not to rush into a decision if you don't have, you know, full support, at least a consensus from the board that this is the person that we need at this time. It's the, you know, probably the one most important decision the board can make, and it's typically the goal is to have the person on board for a number of years. I think it's unlikely they're going to work 39 years in the district, but I do think, you know, trying to find someone who can work 5 to 10 years is not unreasonable. So be optimistic and don't sell short, I think would be my advice. I have a number of questions, but not necessarily appropriate for this evening. You know, if my candidacy was something you wanted to continue to talk about, then I would want to ask some other sort of clarifying questions in terms of just what you're looking for and you know, the different stakeholder groups that you want to engage in the process. But at this point, I don't have anything else that I think would be helpful for the group other than to say, you know, I'm interested in the job. I find the work rewarding. I think I may have mentioned to Christina that I find supporting, you know, boards in their work is extremely important. I wish we had more people who could do this work. We have the Association of Vermont School Boards, of course, and I know that at times they're probably feeling pretty lean in terms of what they can offer. They've got some outstanding people that work there and work for them under contract. But that said, you know, searches for superintendents notwithstanding, I just think there needs to be more people who are willing to work with boards who are truly the leaders of the district. And it's something that, again, if you thought that I might be a viable candidate, I want to talk more about how I can approach that with you during this process.
We're all nodding here, Mark. I think it only works if it works for both parties. So we would agree with that. So.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mark.
You're very welcome, and thanks for taking the time to assemble and give me a call. If you know, just I know you will, but you know, you can either give me a call, please send me an email in terms of one way or the other what you guys are thinking. Okay?
We'll do
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a nice meeting and good meeting, productive meeting, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
So that was the end of our calls, right?
That's the end of calls, correct.
So did you want to continue on NESDEC?
Do you want to go back to
Yeah.
NESDEC?
There's not a lot left, but it has a lot, it's very similar to what Mark said. Whoops, wrong draft. Oh no, that now is in your email inboxes. I just sent it to you so you can put it in the minutes, Carrie.
Oh, okay.
So now let me go there. So I'll start that paragraph. They indicated that 120 days is typical 6 weeks to develop from getting the ad out until either closing it or starting the interviews, even if you continue to accept applications. You have to allow 6 weeks for that. You have to expect that it's going to take that long. The number of people applying the pool diminishes into the spring. It gets smaller and smaller as you get further into the spring. And then in the summer, it starts to grow, and again in the fall it grows, so more people are available and applying during those seasons. They pointed out that, as much as Mark did, an interim might be really good, might be the option we want to consider. The interim can help set the table for the new administration. The board can think and be confident in the process and have community support and understanding. Again, really the same points that Mark was making. And as far as candidates of color, they're primarily in Massachusetts and Connecticut, although there are a lot of other states as well. And they're finding that is becoming one more, the quote is, becoming one more component in their search, in their list of components for the searches that they do. They recommend being candid about the time frame, that the search needs a solid community visioning process. And I think the last things we asked really explicitly, do you do a la carte? And they said, yes, there are a range of services. And if you look at their list of services, there is part that we could use them for and parts that we might use other people for.
What did they say for pricing, or did they not?
So the
12
pricing
to
is
20,000.
in the search outreach, which is what he said could be a very good option for us, which is just where they will do the ad placement. And it was AASA, Top School Jobs, School Spring, and their proprietary network, which David did try to rent, but they said no, but nice try.
But I think he didn't really say that wasn't included in the search
Oh, no, it's
outreach.
included.
Yeah,
It's
right.
included in the
Right.
outreach, but we were trying to basically get it from
Right,
them,
right.
but they said no. So the search outreach is $3,500 to $5,500, and that does include any ad costs. Although he did say they don't use as much print media as they used to. Most of it is electronic. I'm trying to think if I've got anything else. He was very honest with us and said, your timetable is doable, but you're pushing it. He's got clients he started working with in October, and they're ending in late February. So that was the 120 days. He said the biggest mistake people make is rushing too quickly. He also, it's very interesting, I thought, he said the same thing that Mark just said about there is a difficulty in attracting candidates to Vermont given our multi-town districts, multi-boards. I think that is it. For him.
So this 3,500 to 5,500 search outreach, this is not, that would just be in addition, we'd still have to hire somebody.
We'd have to hire someone to do the visioning.
Okay.
And probably, if we want to make tweaks to the job description, so we would need that work done. But, he did say the most economical way to engage them might be to do the search outreach, just because they do have a national database that is proprietary. And so I think that was the 300, do you remember what that was, David?
35 to 5?
No,
Oh, the number of searches?
Who the proprietary people were.
I think it was,
affiliate districts within New England?
300 affiliate
300
districts.
affiliate districts within.
And And also he mentioned a number of, I don't think he said how many colleges they have a relationship
Yes,
with.
they have relationships with, yeah. Okay.
And I don't know if he thought that, if that meant somebody coming out of a graduate program, or if it meant people in colleges that might want to become superintendents. I'm not sure exactly what he meant by that. But.
That would be a little weird for a superintendent search to get somebody.
Yeah, unless the college, you know, they're retired superintendents or superintendents that became professors, or,
Yeah.
you know, or I have no idea what, you know, what the scope might be.
I mean, it did just sound as if they are very in touch with the educational community nationwide.
Yeah, they really,
He had
they
a good
clearly,
network.
well,
There's
Andy made this referral to us, and it was a really good call.
Yeah.
They're really the very competent and knowledgeable about all of this thing. And as you said, Christine, you know, really not really happy to hear the recommendation about waiting and doing it, taking our time doing it right, but they were really clear about that. That's been really a consistent message that
Yeah, I think the three people we've talked to that
Have said.
do this have all said that.
We hate to tell you this,
Yeah.
but.
And then, so the search would just be looking for the candidates, that 3,500 to.
The search outreach included them advertising, collecting all of the resumes that come back and getting them to us.
Yeah.
We didn't ask him about reference checks.
I think they.
But I can't remember if he said they, I don't remember asking that question, and I'm sorry for that.
And so do they have a next level service plan up on their dim sum menu that allows, that they'll kind of help manage focus groups, you know, interview groups and manage candidates and do all that? Because I don't see this board at this, I like to save some money, but I think this board can't do this right now.
So they've got a guided search, which includes telephone and electronic access to an assigned search consultant. They have a comprehensive search, which includes all of, the guided search is 6,500 to 8,500.
And that includes the other things?
The other
Okay.
things. The comprehensive search is the broader scope of services typically requested by most of our clients. So I think that is the full visioning. That is 12,000 to 20,000, and that is where they like to design it around your particular community. Let's see.
Did you get a feel on the ranges, like we're a fairly small district compared to many districts in Massachusetts? If they're working mainly in Massachusetts and Connecticut, are we falling maybe at the lower end, or no feeling about that?
Again, any sense of-
No feeling.
Okay.
Excuse me. I can answer some of that. And the answer is they've done both. And you can go to the website and you can, they have a listing of searches that they've conducted. And they run from small communities, student population probably similar to ours, to urban areas where, you know, many more students, so they do both. And also just, if I could add just one other commentary, that 12 to 20,000 sounds like a lot of money, but again, you're hiring a CEO of a $60 million operation with 700 employees, over 2,000 children. It's money well spent to help us get the right.
It's very much in the ballpark.
Yeah.
Everybody else, it's not unusual at all.
Yeah.
And the a la carte makes them actually really,
Yeah.
much more affordable.
Yeah.
So, do we want to, what do we want to do? We want to talk to the whole board about these options, because we're kind of at the point of having to make some decisions, and I don't, do we want to talk now and bring a recommendation, or go have dinner? And
There's
do it with
snacks in the
whole
corner,
board?
David.
5:31. Maybe we could attack it a little bit like principal search is attacked, where we just sort of debrief and talk about the positives of the candidates. And I think with Thrive, it's a little bit, we did them before, it would be good to bring them back up on the table, and it's too bad Jen had to go to, we couldn't get Jen Jacobson in case that we had follow-up questions, but to just talk about the positives that each group can provide, because it may also be that we do some hybrid system,
Yeah. Well,
Depending on
and do
who
we
we go
want to
with.
do that? We'll have to do it again with the full board.
We'll have to do it again with the full board, but at least we can
Okay.
sort of maybe come to a place where we have, I'm throwing this out there as a concept, that we can at least start the process, because maybe as we talk, something, or if somebody feels they have a strong feeling and they want to recommend a candidate and make a motion, go for it, as far as I'm concerned.
I think it makes sense to talk now. I mean, I'm not on the full
Let's-
board, so that would be nice just to chat with you guys about it.
Yeah.
But additionally, since they didn't actually hear from them and weren't allowed, or weren't able to ask questions, it would probably make sense to come with some type of feeling from us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would
think
expect.
so.
Okay.
Okay.
And because a lot of these bodies are the same bodies,
Yeah. So do we want to just go top to bottom? You're saying to talk about positives and then first?
Yeah,
Is that what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
that's a good,
Okay.
and just to refresh everybody's memory on sort
Yeah.
of what people are bringing to the table.
Okay, so, what was it?
Shall we start with the ones we heard today then?
Yeah.
Since they're fresh?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so first was VSBA.
Well, they've worked with us before. I guess recent work with us. I guess for Mark, I would say I liked his being a former superintendent. There was something nice about that.
I felt comfortable talking to him. I thought he was clearly an educational leader.
Yeah, I think I liked, I mean, he just seemed pretty straightforward. I mean, he did suggest the interim, but also just said what the timelines could do and what he felt was really important, which I liked that he felt the visioning process was really important. Because I didn't necessarily hear the same emphasis on that in other folks.
Yeah, he also, the point he made about having a plan to engage the community in the search, but then also in the early period of the new tenure to continue to be engaged with the community, so people can see what's happening with the change.
I think he really came across as a Vermonter and got that community input importance that I think is a real Vermont quality, so. I would say a positive for the VSBA is they do a fair number of these, so they aren't, specifically superintendent searches. Bless you.
I mean, it did seem for VSBA and Mark Andrews, they have time. I mean, it's not, VSBA said they just had one that was on their plate, I guess. And Mark seemed to have the time to also kind of personalize the process.
I mean, I'm impressed that, I'm impressed his proposal includes coming down one day a week. I mean,
Okay.
So, does the community also want to say positives?
We could do
Anything
NESDEC,
they heard?
we could do NESDEC too.
Oh, NESDEC too, okay.
I just say, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're very competent. They don't know the area, and I think the visioning part would be kind of generic for them as opposed to really customized to the community. Again, a lot of experience. You know, they really that just was you just felt confident in the information that they were the information that he was giving us.
And the wide range search, they seem to,
The connections.
the connections
Yeah.
that they have.
And the fact that they're flexible about making those available if you don't want everything else.
I think for them too, we might be more likely, it seems like, than VSBA and Mark Andrews to get maybe a candidate of color, if that's something that's important to us. Okay.
I just want to call him Anderson, I don't know why. Andrews, sorry. All right. Do we want to go back and do the other?
Yeah. Jen Jacobs, Thrive,
Thrive.
yes, not just Jen Jacobs.
Love that they're local
Yeah.
Yeah, the,
and a track record, a local track record.
Yeah.
yeah, and successful in getting a broad pool of applicants, which, at least for the town, the Brattleboro Town Schools was really important. Obviously, well, not obviously, I don't think it's necessarily less important, but it's less pressing, I think, for the other towns. I think the survey ability, the research ability, the electronic communications ability, the familiarity with the community is really helpful in the visioning process. And the relationship with the Vermont Alliance would also help, making sure that the materials we developed in the search and outreach process would be inclusive and wouldn't be turning people away, but would actually be appealing.
Well, so maybe it's my misunderstanding, but I felt like that relationship would be, if we got both of them together, is how that would work, or no?
I don't know, I would think that's to be determined.
But that relationship,
Yeah,
Maybe you can
oh,
answer
yeah,
that.
yeah, I was gonna say if there was anything.
Could you introduce yourself? 'Cause
Yeah, I'm
You're
Alyssa
Alyssa.
Pilo. I'm a HR consultant for Thrive. So I work for Jennifer. And yeah, that is the understanding is we would, sort of assist and join forces with the consultant that's chosen.
So, Curtis also gave a presentation last time.
I didn't bring my stuff, nuts.
Curtis is
I didn't think
only,
we'd
my
do
understanding, but I was on the phone, so I couldn't hear everything, so Curtis is
computers and
only,
computer
it's not for the whole process.
I did not think it was the whole process.
Okay.
Curtis was
Curtis
not
is-
proposing the whole process. He was proposing,
Support with language and.
yeah,
And outreach,
Protocols and.
candidates for outreach too.
Yeah,
looking for different ways to do outreach, and working with committees on implicit bias to make sure that, and working on our description.
but he was
and our
also,
ads.
he did talk about an evaluation matrix.
Oh, that's right, yeah, yeah.
And participate in the triage and interviewing of candidates, reviewing the job description, assist in the development of written and oral interview questions, an evaluation screening matrix. It seems like he's,
I just didn't think it was gonna be the running the interviews and,
okay,
that's what I
okay.
don't think that was what he was proposing, the piece of managing all the stuff.
Okay.
I didn't,
Okay.
did I miss that?
No, I
Yeah,
don't
right.
think so, I don't think
So
so.
he's playing a supportive role, but not a management role.
Right, he's like an upgrade, you know?
Yeah, okay.
Would that be the best way to characterize how it worked with the town, to your knowledge?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't involved with that particularly, but it does something like that.
Jennifer would coordinate the interview process.
Okay.
And her and Curtis collaborated through that.
Thank you.
So he has the same track record with the town then?
Right.
And he's local.
Yep. Okay, so track record with town.
One of the points that Jennifer made in a response after the first meeting, when they didn't do a formal 20-minute presentation like the ones we've been doing here, but just kind of talked sort of informally, is that as we evaluate what different consultants offer, want to consider what the consultant will do versus what the members of the search committee will need to do, and then what the consultant will not do. And they provide guidance for strategy and execute each portion of it while remaining closely aligned with the goals and vision. So a partner rather than an advisor coming in.
I like how you said guidance and execution.
Yeah.
Because that's Thrive.
Yes.
Do we have it on here?
Guidance for strategy and execute each portion of it.
Okay.
Well, it's nice to have so many options that seem viable.
I know. I want to take a little from everyone.
Yeah, I have that same.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do we know Curtis's fee? Did anyone ever?
14,000.
14,000.
But he also has an hourly consulting fee if it's not, if you're not asking for
For not the whole thing.
a
For the whole
full thing, yeah.
I kind of want to throw that out there, building on what Carrie said, is maybe we can get the best of some of these candidates and pick and choose. I mean,
We know NASDAQ is very open to give us your job description and we will blast it out and handle parts of it. And that seems, I like that as their strength.
but whereas I think one of the things we have to offer here in Brattleboro is we have a thriving, I'm not from here, we drove around Vermont, we could put our business anywhere in Vermont, and we moved here. And so, that's 20 years ago, but I think it still applies. This is an interesting place to live, and it provides an alternative to places like Boston and New York, and there's still a lot going on here, so I think working with somebody who's Massachusetts-based for the whole process, I'm not sure they're gonna
Get
that other part. That's what I'm concerned they wouldn't be able to provide.
I worried a little bit about that when he was talking, because he was very aware that the relation, they do have a couple of people on board from Vermont and sort of know the dynamics, and very aware that most of the people come from Vermont or New York or northern Massachusetts or maybe New Hampshire, pretty much along along that line, that corridor. And he sort of had it in his mind that that's the reality, so that's what's going to happen. My concern was that that's what they see and that's their experience, and so they will look at it that way rather than the sort of much broader search that we're hoping to engage in. They would do, if we said, no, we want it broad, they would do that, I'm sure. But
right.
I just wonder about how they would be able to articulate why somebody would want to come here, or they should want to come here.
I think too, it would be pretty hard to do the visioning is not included in it, but it would be hard to do a lot of community engagement via phone.
And focus groups and stuff like that.
So, we want to support the community in kind of creating a vision for the position and being involved in the process. So I don't know that we could go forward with NESDEC if we wanted that. We could go forward with an a la carte, but we couldn't go forward with them for the whole process.
That's $6,500, the comprehensive.
But it was very clearly includes telephone and electronic access to an assigned search consultant.
That seems a little bit
That's-
hands-off
Right.
compared to what our community would probably like.
Right. Yeah, I had the same, I was like, oh.
It seems very in
Talk on
person.
the phone.
Even though we did all this over the phone, but.
But it was, but, yeah.
But it doesn't mean we can't have them maybe for the national, they can
Yeah.
put our stuff out for 3,500 if we want to.
Right, if we want to use their network
Yeah.
to really get a wide scope. Okay.
So it sounds like we're thinking about it, an à la carte approach with using the local resources to do the initial visioning and developing materials and a lot of the outreach as well and the search, and then also engaging the larger group to expand it even further. And probably, I don't know what else they offer, but he was a helpful person. They definitely are in the business as well. I think even if we only engaged them for 3,500, I think it would be worthwhile. The question we haven't talked about yet is, do we wait? Do we look for an option, an alternative for the next year so that we can do this properly? Because, well, that was, properly, right, and you don't want to make a mistake on a decision as big as this, or the kinds of things that we've heard through this whole process. And I can't help it. And then the 120 days, and if we just took the 6 weeks the 6 weeks for collecting and getting all the applications in, and then the 2 weeks of interviews, that's 2 months. And we would be starting that at best in early January. So we'd already be to March. And it may be that there's somebody out there just waiting for the the materials and the offer that we're looking to make. But the other point, and this was from the NASDAQ as well, is most superintendents have in their contract a 90 or 100 and some number of days notice clause, so that if somebody wanted to take the job in March, they might not be able to start until well into the year if we waited. The other thing that he said about the pool growing in the spring and the summer really got me feeling. I was right where you were, Christina, right up until I talked to him, and he just the need to get it right really kind of stuck out.
Well, I'm the one that said interim first and I nearly was crucified and stuff for that.
Yeah.
No, I think
Well,
we were
you
all.
had trouble getting it out.
Yeah.
too.
Well,
I wanted to be optimistic, but I
Yeah.
have to admit, every single person has warned us and
Yeah.
said, you need to do this right, it will take time, it's late.
Yeah. I guess I think we have things to offer here that other places in Vermont don't. I think we have a community to
Yeah.
offer. We have interesting challenges to offer for an educational leader looking for those. We have a lot of cool things happening
We have a lot of
throughout our
a lot of
district.
progressive things going on in the schools. Yeah.
Exactly, so we're not,
And incredible staff
Yeah,
and
so-
administration.
I think we do have a lot of things to offer so that maybe we could, and so maybe that person's out there that when they saw this job might say, yeah, I want to do this. I don't think we should close our minds to the option. I think that I'm a realistic optimist at heart, and I think we need to think that maybe it will be an interim, but I'd like us to
Go full
go
bore for
full
2 months
bore
and see what
and
we get.
see what we can get.
If we went full
You
board.
nodding on that one too?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
nodding on that one now.
If we went full in during this process, and then we actually chose an interim, I guess I don't know a lot about the process, meaning like, we interview people and then we kind of like somebody, so we give them an interim position? Or like, how does someone get elected an interim, and then will all of this just set the groundwork for what we end up launching in the summer if we have an interim? Is that how we think about it?
I think what Christina was saying was, what I was nodding my head to was, we'll jump in the process, see what we can get in 2 months, see if we find somebody we want to hire. If we don't, then obviously we'll extend it and try to find somebody to fill in for or some other option to get through the next year.
So there's no harm really, from what I'm hearing then, in going full in now, because you're just extending it. Like, what's
Let me play devil's advocate. Is there though, with what NASDAQ said, that the pool is starting to shrink and it's not gonna open up again, until summer, fall, do we not go full in on the advertising of the position, but we go full in on the visioning? And making,
preparing materials.
and preparing so that we can go all in, you know, whatever this dip is in the thing, once we know the pool is growing, is that when we say, okay, we got it? I'm torn because there could be somebody out there ready to say, hey, I want that job. And I don't want to lose them, but I want that wide pool.
Would that person, you think, apply for an interim? If they really wanted to be here, wouldn't, and then they can apply for the full, or does that not happen?
I don't know how that works. I mean, that's such a...
I mean, the other thing I feel like is we've been through a lot this year, and so to go through 2 leadership, I mean, I remember when somebody asked me at the candidates night, we have a strong administration, we have a strong community, we have strong staff, and in a couple of years, the board will be strong too, and it's just gonna take us a while to find our way. And so I think, I don't wanna miss the opportunity to try to attract, and I think we'll know early on if it's even a
Yeah,
possibility.
if we're not getting applications,
And
and we
then we
won't
can
be
switch
having
course.
people processing them, yeah.
And we'll have learned from that.
Yeah.
And
We'll have all the materials, and we'll have the vision stuff in place.
we should not hire somebody that's not for a full-on position.
Right,
That is not,
right.
we're not sure about, so.
So do we
Clearly.
know when that time is that we have to say, switch course?
I think after probably the first round of.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Okay.
first that first 6-week period of getting applications.
Okay.
So just a question on the timelines then. So the 120-day timeline from that NASDAQ gave, and a lot of folks suggested that same one, but
3
they were
months,
like
yeah.
3 months. That doesn't
3
include
to
visioning
4.
though,
Or 3 to 4 months.
right?
It does.
Oh, it does?
It
Yes,
does.
includes
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he also did warn us, December's gone. I
Yeah,
mean,
it
that's
is, yeah.
part of the reality.
I'm around.
I think we have a meeting scheduled next week. What's this?
If I see you all on Christmas, I am so just.
No, you can have Christmas off.
Let's go caroling at Carrie's house. We'll sing some.
A bunch of eggnog and crash on the couch.
So,
What's our dream scenario? Like what would we do if money were not an object, time were not an object?
I mean, I think.
Who would we tap for what?
Well, if money, so here would be my, like, dream scenario is NASDAQ does that initial, we work with someone to come up with our vision and craft our job description.
And that's in January?
In early January. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people offer a lot of stuff. I think Mark offers a real understanding of the job and has done this search. And he just sounds like he understands board dynamics and he's used to working with school boards. Jen understands our local community, and Curtis can bring in the piece that I think we really would be worth investing in trying to assure that we're packaging our community in a way that can attract a diverse candidate pool. How could we make that work? And then NASDAQ does the search piece of it, and then somebody, and I don't know who, it would probably make sense to have it be more local, does the guiding through the management.
Is that Jen?
Well, I think too, Curtis has, Curtis and I think Thrive also have a pretty strong list of organizations and contacts that we would want to also have outreach to, getting materials to. I'm a little bit worried about, I agree with what you said about Mark understanding the circumstances and the job, but I'm not sure how available he would be in that compressed period of time when we're going to want to be doing that. And then as far as surveys or focus groups, you know, I don't know that he's available to do any of that. And we would want to at least try to have at least one or two of those.
I think he was, I mean, on his thing, which I don't think we're looking at his whole,
I've got it if anyone wants to. There's
Yeah, I
part
didn't
of
see
it.
that.
whole gig. I've left my.
I've got the
I
proposal,
didn't get
his
back home
resume, and
today.
then that's the letter.
So he was gonna come one day a week to work with us every week, so I think he would be, his plan was to be here, to do a lot of that work, so I don't. When I first talked to him, he was iffy about the availability, and and then he called back and said, yes, he would, because of the distance, but then he thought about it and.
Yeah, the collaboratively with the board to identify the responsibilities and priorities and essential qualifications, he would be really good with that.
So it seems like we're thinking of just, I'm summarizing now where we're at. So we need vision and job description.
Yeah.
Which it sounds like from the names that were mentioned were Thrive or Mark, is what we're thinking.
Or maybe Thrive and.
Thrive and or Mark. Management throughout the process. I put Thrive because it seemed like you mentioned Jen, and maybe it's and or Mark, I don't know. Because I'm not sure exactly where his name fell in. And then a la carte, maybe NESDEC, like for the outreach and Curtis Reed for, I mean, I'm calling him a la carte only because he wouldn't be managing the process.
Right.
So he would be an additional support for us in a specific direction.
So Thrive is management, Curtis is additional support, we advertise through NESDEC, and then it seems like Mark had a little role in here.
If we
Do we
could-
have
yeah.
too many cooks in the kitchen?
Well, that's my concern.
It depends on it depends on their response if we make a proposal along those lines.
In my
You know, it
opinion,
depends on how proprietary they feel. Did you
if
have-
vision, that's right, vision and job description, do you think it's smart for the same person to do management and vision and job description? I mean, it seems like it would be more seamless if you had one person versus, I mean, I do think Mark seemed really invested in that, only because he was the one who specifically spoke about visioning. But if we did not go with him for management, it might be a little.
It seems clunky, like
Yeah,
here,
like, 'cause
you're
other
with
folks
us for
probably
so
could do
long, and
that,
then you gotta
like-
hand it over to somebody else.
Yeah.
I worry about the Passover.
Yeah. Just of those
Yeah.
two.
Although, I also could see them as sort of discrete, getting everything boiled down and clarified from somebody who's done the job. And then you have a package that you're marketing then and managing. And I think that's something that I feel we really need help with. And so who's gonna be the best person to help us with that visioning process? I didn't get the sense the
Have you looked
VSBA.
at, have you seen this, Mark's?
Yeah, I have it here,
Okay.
yeah. So I feel like he would be the best one at doing that. I don't think the VSBA was gonna, but we weren't talking to the key person. We were talking to Susan Holson, which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
She's the one that does it, but, like, I don't think the question was even really like, oh, visioning, missioning, you know, we're trying to vision what we want for our educational leader, and I don't think that was.
No,
She said that was strategic planning, so I think she wasn't getting the connection.
I know, I tried to reiterate rephrase the question, so I'm not sure if it was just the phone connection, not the right person, but I just walked out feeling like this key piece that I'm concerned about is, I thought he would be the best one to do that. Not NASDAQ, because they're not even gonna come here. And Thrive probably would be pretty good at that, but also some people who've done superintendent searches before have been through the process before, so, you know, and people who've done the job kind of know the issues.
I think for the VSBA and Mark both, they really have not done anything really outside of Vermont. He offered some ideas, but really no experience with that or no sense.
Well, except that he said most of his Washington Central candidates all came from
We're
outside.
from out of state, yeah.
From out of
I was
state,
thinking more
so.
in terms of candidates of color.
Well, yeah, I think that's another, I think probably Curtis is going to be the best at doing that, maybe NASDAQ.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just would love to put from the educator side, lay an element of importance on having somebody in that place of the visioning management that really knows education. I think is going to be vital. To know which stakeholders should be part of which conversations and which questions to drive that whole process. I think Mark really presents that, and I do have a concern. As much as I think Thrive sounds like an amazing organization, not knowing the educational field would make me concerned for that role.
I think balancing that and Mark not knowing the promotional and outreach and presenting things, sort of the professional part of finding candidates, that's what we need to balance.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that finding somebody to do a wide search by all means, but I think the visioning and the local work ideally would be somebody that has educational knowledge.
I can contribute to that a little bit. I did work for WCSU and Human Resources previously before going to Thrive, so I at least can contribute some of that background, doing some searches and hiring for WCSU and sort of using that for this.
I mean, one nice thing too is if we did go with Thrive for the management process, they're right here. So like, I mean, management is the part where it's like a lot of random things happen, we have to meet, and so Mark is kind of
keep it on track.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we have a short timeline, so it's a little like, it would be hard if we needed him more one week and, he wasn't available. But maybe like Christina said, if we went with Mark for the vision and job description, or what she, one suggestion she gave, I guess if we wanted, we just have to make it seamless because we do have such a short timeline that like there has to be very descript, like this is the deadline and here are all the processes that lead up to it, and needs to be a kind of, he would need, if he was the first one, the vision and job description, he would need to really get moving soon. Which I think he's expecting anyways, but
yeah,
it would just be understanding if he could really do that.
Why are we tweaking the job description with Mark?
Not that, well, that.
It's not that, I think it's the
vision of what because the job description is more the nuts and bolts of the evaluation, and it was really created, that job description was created because there wasn't one and we had to evaluate.
Right. Yeah.
So we were creating that.
These kinds of things too. Qualifications, experiences.
So I guess what I'm getting at, is there any reason not to take that job description? I know Curtis had some issues with it, which maybe we could deal with. Yeah. Is there any reason not to take that job description and get it out now? And then get the visioning going early January? Where do they connect? Where do they cross?
I think there needs to be something, because that's a really nuts and bolts job description, and I think there needs to be something that really clearly defines, I think like a half page of what we are looking for and what we're offering.
Where we want to go.
And where we want to go. Yeah, what are...
So we're missing our elevator pitch.
Our elevator pitch, not the you
2
have
years of this,
and
3 years
and
of this.
You've evaluated principles, and
Okay.
that's what our current job description is versus what are the really good stuff, that
the stuff that will catch your eye and say, I want to go there.
Washington Central had a great elevator pitch. Did you read that, David?
No.
I feel like I've got it somewhere.
We want to.
Hold on, I know.
I mean, I don't think it really applied to us.
There we go.
You have it? Scott Thompson wrote that. It was. I don't think
is it our single board, single budget district contains blah blah blah. Historically, our townspeople strongly support both their own schools and public education in general. Okay.
Yeah.
Our current board has 10 members, which will increase to 15. Our student population shows little racial or ethnic diversity, but it spans significant differences among the axes of income and socioeconomic status. Natural population growth is stagnant. All right, oh, a successful candidate must have, no, okay, now it gets into.
There's a line in there, like we're
Oh.
looking for a,
This is, okay, our
There
ideal
you go.
candidate is well-rounded and able to respond constructively to the demands of any given situation.
List, yeah.
By disposition, she or he will naturally tend to be more educator than administrator, more Democrat than bureaucrat, more questioning than knowing, more inclined to experiment than to play it safe, willing to delegate decision-making to capable subordinates, able to balance the needs and aspirations of the people with state-mandated requirements. Can't we just be inspired by this?
well, they would,
That's who Mark helped. right?
that's who Mark
This
helped.
is who Mark helped.
Yes. They have a really good writer on their board too, I will say, so,
Okay.
Scott Thompson wrote that, yeah, but,
Wow.
and I'm not sure that, but I loved that, and that
Okay.
I think is the thing that we need to.
We need-
That's what I think we need. And I-
Because ours is like 4 pages long right now, right?
Right, and,
It's-
And
and,
there's no life in it. It's just,
yeah,
Yeah.
because it was
Just key
created.
in.
It was
It's
created
for-
for a different
For a
purpose.
tool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little,
And it's really helpful for when we're interviewing a superintendent to say, wait a minute, these are some of the responsibilities that need to get done and how are we checking off? And it's, so,
we need someone to take this and turn it into this.
yeah.
Knowing us.
Infuse it with some spirit.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is who Mark, like that was their
This
ad, and they
is-
worked with Mark to come up with that, so that's maybe also where I get the idea that he might be really good for this, so.
Yeah. No, I know that, I didn't realize he wrote this or was.
Another hand in the audience.
One more, so 2 things. One, I wonder if that outcome is part of the visioning process, perhaps, rather than separate. And also, I wonder about the visioning and the management split, and I thought perhaps, but maybe you could speak to that. It seems like it might be important that the person doing the management is very involved in the visioning process as well, that they might be very intertwined.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think in the whole holistic process, that would be crucial. A collaboration from the beginning.
Oh, I'm just going to reiterate something that was brought up at the last meeting. There's been a lot of great proposals. I think everybody's been very clear. It's nice to hear what everybody has to offer. NESDEC does offer everything I feel like that you would need, and they've done it, like this is what they do. So just, you have something there that can do the job you're looking for, I think. And so to consider that, rather than having to find all of these people and split up the resources, does it make sense to go with a package that exists? That's a decision that would have to be made, but I was at the meeting last night and it came up with the contract, with the turf field, of course, and if you're working with somebody, you can ask them for what you need, right? Like you could ask, can we meet once a month or once a week or whatever? I don't think that should be off the table because it's not listed in their proposal. I would just, something to consider. It's a company that does this, and they've done it well for 70 years. It's worth considering.
Did you talk with them about the possibility of meeting in person? Do they have people that will travel here? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's
we
a
asked
much
if they've-
longer process if we're gonna engage them
Yeah.
for the whole thing. I mean, that would pretty much, well, it's,
He did say they haven't done a lot of remote work, but I thought he also said, but we've gotten a couple calls lately.
Yeah.
I feel like other people are looking at them as well.
Mhm.
So this is not,
They're in New Hampshire. They're doing some searches currently in New Hampshire. If you just click on their link, so it's not just southern New England.
Yeah.
They're
No,
up here.
they've done, I mean, they've done hundreds.
Yeah.
Their most recent were Granby, Connecticut, Hingham, Mass, Norwich, Connecticut, Putnam, Randolph, Mass. They must have too many good people.
Is it, is it appropriate to like seek people out that have worked with these organizations and ask about their experiences? As far as if like if there's a concern about level of support or, you know, physical people being there, could you reach out to a district that uses them? Gain that perspective.
I think the thing about NASDAQ, they are very thorough and very complete, and it's a whole package. And that has its advantages. I think having local people involved, deeply involved in the visioning process is really important, and that we've heard that from everybody and from them as well. But they were the ones that were most clear about the amount of time it takes to actually do that. And I think we just don't have that time. The other thing is that they are away. A lot of it they would want to do electronically and on the phone, including surveys and things too, which they can do. They have the capacity to do that. They do come and do focus groups. That was one of the things he emphasized. But I'm not sure how that gets set up or what, you know, how they would know who to meet with, or what does it say? Oh, they were the first ones to use authentic
focus groups, yeah.
To do community needs assessments. Yeah.
I mean, they do seem full service. They do seem that they will do.
Well, and we also have an hourly rate from Thrive. Actually, from everybody.
From it, right, I mean, that's, the question is how to make it
How do we put a proposal together to them?
Right, right, so that they will say, yeah, we can do that, or no,
And
you've got too
it's
many
not gonna
irons
work.
in the
Yeah,
fire,
it's
this is not
gonna
gonna work.
Don't do it. Yeah. Good question.
I mean, I do think that if we were to go with NASDAQ, at least it's all managed by one person, or one, I guess it's one group. And they would probably assign us, I would think if there's such a big organization working across Massachusetts, and Granby, Connecticut is in western Connecticut, I would think that they would be assigning us somebody who's out here. Or that could be something we requested. Because then the commute time would definitely be, you know, they'd be able to come more maybe.
Right, like, it's a little
I think
concerning.
they're all in Marlboro. I don't know that. They have affiliated districts.
Yeah, their headquarters are in Marlboro.
They have affiliated districts. I don't know if they have affiliated people. We'd have to find out.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
So, I think one of the things that we have to offer is we're different here than Hingham, than Granby, than Putnam, and we're gonna have to find a way to get this larger organization to sell our funky little town and all the cool things we're doing in our schools.
Yep.
And so that's the challenge, like, Marlboro, Mass, this is my zone of the world, kind of, and so can they, differentiate us? Can they differentiate instruction for this group versus what they're used to offering? I mean, I think they would do a comprehensive job, but can we get that local flavor, that terroir of Brattleboro area schools?
Do you think that every school goes in thinking that they're different though? I mean, I would say.
No, it's just us.
No, I think our community is definitely different.
The one and only Brattleboro.
Well, I mean, no, we are different from other districts, but I'm just wondering, like, I'm sure there are, out of 300 districts they're working with, there are probably a few special cases.
So I think when you think of going to teach in Vermont, you don't kind of think of this.
Yeah.
This is not what a lot of Vermont looks like particularly, you know? I'm from the Boston area. You could pretty much walk into any of those schools and they're very similar.
Yeah.
And the communities are very similar. And I don't think there's slight nuanced differences, but I don't think, everybody thinks they're better.
Yeah.
But
The reason I asked you is because, so Amherst Pelham Regional School is actually a school district really similar to ours, because I grew up there, so I know. But it's like, you know, Leverett, it has a bunch of surrounding
Interesting.
towns,
Yeah.
and it's a pretty diverse place. I grew up in the town south of it, didn't go to that school, but I don't know, I guess, I just wonder, like, if they're working with them, and I think it's actually a really well-functioning school district. I don't know, I guess I just wonder if they've, how that search is going, because it is only about 45 minutes away from us.
That would be a good reference.
Yeah, if we did want to check into somebody, because they're, I haven't looked up their demographics recently, but I would say that they're a really artsy place, so.
And that's the one that caught my eye too, was like, oh, they're working here, you know,
Yeah.
you think Amherst, I'm like, oh, that's here.
That's,
Yeah,
right.
and it's a college town, and it's progressive, and. 400 students.
Anybody know anybody on the board at Amherst?
Pelham Regional Public Schools?
Peter, are these all superintendents though? This one is, but I don't think actually Amherst is a principal.
Yeah, they do executive searches, so.
Okay.
Oh, this is executive, it does not mean executive, the whole organization.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, where do I go
Yeah,
for
they
that?
have
They,
superintendent's list.
well, I've got the recent, well, even some of these are, or one of these is an
I
executive.
thought executive
director.
was the executive.
Yeah.
Okay. Executive openings, that would still be principals?
Principals, yeah.
Yeah.
Line, conference superintendent.
I can't see any of the other ones then, I guess. Interesting.
So you just scroll through them, is that the only way you can?
Well, only here was only like very few.
Oh.
In addition, I'm only seeing principals, I think. Sorry. Interesting anyways.
My second half cousin-in-law was on the Bourne Public School, so I can call her. They just finished the superintendent search. She used to be chair of the board.
So I guess where are we at? Like, what's the temperature? Because now I'm like, I liked both options for different reasons.
Yeah. I mean, I walked out of the NESDEC phone call just going, wow, he was awesome.
Yeah, and he was
I mean-
also really clear that we need more time. I mean, they'll undertake it, but you know, he was not recommending it at all.
So maybe that's our, well, I don't know.
Can you, because, sorry, I'm not good if I don't, because I wasn't part of the
Talk it
call.
up, yeah.
So their process of getting to a local vision for the educator, how are they gonna run that?
They have somebody who, I think they have the ability to do outreach and set up focus groups, so somebody would come here and work with the search committee to do that.
Okay.
Is there anything in the materials that?
Yeah, okay, so that would probably be the comprehensive search, which is 12 to 20,000.
Okay.
Covers the broad scope of search services requested by most of our clients. Typically includes advertising development, active regional and national recruitment, community needs assessment, development of a candidate profile, interview training, and follow-up services such as entry planning and governance training.
So how do they do the development of a profile, I think is kind of what we're
looking for.
What we're looking
that,
for, so how do they go about doing that?
It includes, the comprehensive search also includes an experienced search consultant, timeline development, advertising campaign planning, active recruitment, blah, blah, community needs assessment, assistance in screening applications, assistance with initial interviews and finalists, management of all search details, ongoing communication with board committee, entry planning, governance, retreat, or executive coaching. So there's really nothing detailing how.
I suspect it's less of a need in a lot of these schools, like I know Brookline, Mass.
Yeah.
They've had the same people, they have people on the board for 20 years. They know their vision, they know their community. That community hasn't changed since John F. Kennedy was born.
One of the things I wrote down about that process, when they're talking about the authentic focus groups, they do 6 to 10 of those. They do an electronic survey and interviews, and they present those findings to the board as data to develop the profile or the vision of the profile to put in the ad. So that's the process in the beginning.
What was the first thing you read?
They do focus groups, 6 to 10 focus groups, an electronic survey and interviews, and face-to-face interviews. And then they present that information. He said, we present that as data to inform the profile for the advertisement, for the job. Yeah, for the advertisement.
That's what I've got.
Present that as data. Okay.
Board as data and evidence of what the community is telling us the successful candidate profile will include.
Okay.
And that's part of why it takes 120 days.
I mean, the challenge, I see like a challenge in kind of, maybe in our feeling of values. Maybe it's not necessarily a values challenge, but I'm reading between, or the tea leaves or between the lines or whatever they say. One is a corporate structure. So like, you know, I mean, if we go with them, it's going to be a little more like they're going to present certain things. And we can ask them for certain things, but they're also managing a large pocket of folks. So it's not that personalization level that you had said. If you go with somebody smaller, or, you know, I mean, they're still an entity, but not a big corporate, then we want more of that personal touch. At the same time, a corporate has become a corporate because they were successful at doing things. So there's a value in the corporation, there's also a value in the personal touch, but I guess it depends on, with our timelines and with all the things we need done, how much corporate versus personal we can go. And if we do want to piece together stuff. That's just my...
Yeah.
Because they would probably have less, I'm thinking, this is just thinking out loud, but like, I wouldn't think as many people would be involved if we hire NASDAQ. I mean, maybe that's not your thought.
As many people would be.
Meaning like, if we were gonna go with, we had talked about Thrive and, you know, all these kind of putting people together.
Yeah.
We're doing a package, so I mean, I don't know how interested they're gonna be in working with 20 other people.
Okay.
So I think we're either picking an organization to do the thing, or we're picking folks that we think have real skills in certain assets in certain areas to kind of create a hopefully seamless approach.
I was worked for a school system in Central Mass for 23 years, and we did a couple superintendent searches. So I just want to say, it's a stressful time for everyone, right? But the timeline still worked. We had a superintendent that resigned in like late June, July, and we got to hire somebody by October. You know, we hired a full, you know, and we did a. And School Spring isn't a terrible tool. Actually, it's used so often. And actually, when you post a job, I used to manage School Spring. When you post a job, you get a chance to post it on other sites as well. You have to pay for them, but they have people of color sites that you can post it to. So it's great, you know. But just I think that everyone's saying, oh, no interim, the timeline. But I think your timeline can still work if you started in January for successful July.
Just not try to finish it in March.
Yeah, and I get the idea that the timelines and would someone have to give their notice and such, depending on what that would be, but just to try to help you ease your anxiety, I've been through it. You can go through a crunch and you can still find a successful candidate. You can really do that.
We needed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we need to deal with the possibility that it goes beyond March 17th. Your seat's not up, right, Carrie?
No.
Okay.
So, Are we thinking we're gonna have a recommendation for the other board? Or,
Not at this point.
okay. So I guess, I mean, I'm gonna throw my 2 cents in again. I do think, like, you know, we wanna be thorough. At the same time, if we're talking about this huge deadline, you know, we can't keep pushing it back. So what do we feel about that? Like, when is our deadline for ourselves to like get a move on? And what, if the deadline's not tonight, what do we need before we hit that deadline and we just have to like call the question?
I kind of think the deadline is tonight unless we want to go back to NASDAQ and answer some of these, get a better sense of like, would they be willing to work with Curtis Reed to try to make sure our ad, you know, is that going to be problematic or not? Because I do think to make sure, you know, I imagine we could do some implicit bias training that would sort of could be concurrent and wouldn't mess with their process, but it might mess with their process and their timeline to have somebody giving input onto how an ad is written in a big structure like that. So maybe there are other follow-up questions like that we might go to, and maybe it could be one of those creative motion-making times where the board empowers somebody to answer. I'm getting, yeah. By the time I retire, I'll be a ninja at motion making. To empower, you know, to have a preferred structure and then a couple questions to ask, and if it isn't working with that, because I don't think we're going to go terribly wrong with any of these options. Honestly,
no. I think we're lucky to have the number that we've got,
and so I think we're just trying to find the best way to get the best process that. And to try to get it done relatively quickly.
I like it.
Which is why I get into the dim sum menu, like NASDAQ uses their
right.
$3,000 to $5,000 that we use somebody to help us vision. We use NASDAQ to do what they do, which is to do the outreach once we have the vision. They take it and they push it through, and then we think about what else might happen.
I do worry about managing all of that.
Yeah.
You know, if we're not on top of it, something could fall through. Where one company is going in this direction and the other company is going there and trying to.
And so then the alternative
cats at some point.
So I think the alternative is then we have to manage how we have our voice in a corporate process, and how we make sure that the candidates. Have a real sense of what this area has to offer, and that's going to be on us if we go with NASDAQ. So we're going to manage something no matter with any of these. They all, unless we're going to break it apart and manage a broken apart process, we're going to have to manage something extra. So I think we're going to have to really manage.
We're going to have to stay on top of the comprehensive search and making sure it's sticking to our vision.
They can, yes.
That they are properly creating our vision.
But they're not going to be able to sell Brattleboro. I don't see that. I don't see that happening in a way that I think a local organization could, which I think was really helpful in the Brattleboro process. And so I think that we'd have to find another way to do that. And maybe again, then it's breaking it apart and thinking about it that way. How do we?
We could, yeah, I mean, we could also have, what you're saying is we could, I think, or alluding to is like, we could also have somebody, just like we were gonna have more piecemeal if we said like, let's have, what was his name, Andy? No, his name's not Andy.
Mark Andrews.
If we're gonna have Mark do the visioning, Thrive do this one do that. I mean, you could also have Mark do the visioning still and hire NASDAQ, right?
Well,
like,
yeah.
So you could have a personalized approach with Mark who gets up and running quickly and then hand that off to, I mean, you could still do focus groups and a few other things that are more data oriented, but you want him to create that vision of like, you know, that blurb that is really nice.
I think
I mean, that seems like a middle ground.
Thinking that way, I think I would like to hear from Mark and from Thrive as far as doing the visioning part, because we didn't hear a real presentation from them
Right.
about how they would go about that. We got a general outline. I think for Mark, it's the things like identifying key superintendent responsibilities based on current board policy, identifying key priorities for the superintendent to focus on based on the mission, values, vision, and goals. Once that's, once we have that, essential qualifications, experiences prospective candidates must have, and then helping to create the job posting. I think those three things specifically in the process we'd like to have his help with, because he knows this.
He knows the job.
The local terrain.
Yeah.
I have to go get something to eat, or I will not make it through the next meeting. So, if you can keep going.
It might be good for us
have
to adjourn and just think for a minute too, and sit with this, and then meet with the.
Deb had a question first.
Just something I just realized, sorry. Just thinking of NESDEC, in my mind I had really expanded them to be this national organization, and then just realized they're a regional organization, they're New England. So I think that's...
Yeah. He mentioned that they don't go down to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, places like that, but primarily New England.
Yeah. So that made me feel more like, oh, they are more local than I was thinking.
Yeah. But the plus for them is they do have a national network.
That's, and I think that's what
national outreach,
yeah.
Which is good.
Okay.
So we're gonna adjourn?
I can't stay for the next meeting.
I have to.
Okay, so I will let David get food, so what are we gonna?
I mean, I'm fine with you guys deliberating in the next meeting too. I mean, do we want to come, I guess we have some ideas that you would be envisioning in the next meeting. We're not really,
The next meeting is, yes, Tim, David, you, me, possibly Kelly. But.
I don't know if this is appropriate, but I can say my opinion from what's gone on.
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. Let's do that.
Yes.
Okay.
I know we don't usually state this right on TV but I think that I'd like I like the idea of working with somebody like Mark Andrews for the visioning, or Thrive if that's what we had said. We didn't hear on Thrive about the visioning, but I know they did the towns one, so I'm fine with either really, but we know he's a superintendent and has some background in education, or a long background, which is really important.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think going with somebody like NESDEC with our timelines and knowing that they can get the information out broadly. We said it was important for us to have candidates of color. It's probably more likely if they have a national audience, and it seems like they have a lot of inroads, and I know we could use their proprietary network and all that with the 3,500, but I don't think it's starting to, for me personally, it's too many people. Like if we start breaking it up too much. So I like the local person or local to Vermont, and then pair it with somebody who could do like
management.
the
So
whole process.
I'm hearing for visioning, Mark, who's got the educational experience, or Thrive, who's got the local, and then when that's done, go to NESDEC for management of the rest of the process.
That seems to, I mean, that's only my opinion, but I guess because you're gonna be chatting about it, and there might be stuff that, I mean, I was very persuaded by what you said. I mean, it's true, it's a big undertaking, so it's gonna be a lot for us to manage, and the board is already very, very busy, so.
Do you have a preference, or?
Since we're voting. No, I mean.
I like that preference, and I think we're getting the best of two organizations with this. It might be interesting to think about Mark and Thrive working on the visioning process.
Okay.
Because you're bringing us somebody who has an outside view, who's intimately familiar with the educational scene in Vermont and the superintendent position, and somebody who really understands the local.
And you like NESDEC for management as well?
We'll see.
So are we thinking we need to ask people more questions? Are we thinking we're not ready for is this we should talk at the next meeting about what's next? Or how do we? leaving it hanging
So
so
I think we
that we're
can
not
leave it
ready
hanging,
to go.
because I think the next board actually is the decider.
Okay.
But I think if there's a consensus among this committee, that will
Mhm.
probably, and it may, there may be tweaks on this, and
Mhm.
and there may be questions, but I think I could imagine a motion where the board chair, in consultation with the committee chair, could go forward to make those final decisions about how we create a visioning group and what package we work with NESDEC, and then move forward from there and get the party started.
All right, so I just added, I like somebody for visioning. I can't decide between Mark or Thrive. I'm not sure I like the idea of trying to hybrid those two together, just from the management point of view, of who's calling who to say, hey, meet here. I don't know, I see us having a hard enough time showing up at all of our meetings, but to try to be going, did Mark call Thrive, did Thrive call Mark? And then NESDEC, I feel like, okay, we're all actually
Why,
kind of close.
can you just answer, because it sort of turned me off that nobody in that large organization could take a call between 4:30 and 7 o'clock at night. Did they just don't work after? That kind of turned me off, honestly. 'Cause everybody
Well,
else-
it seemed as if he wanted to be the one to talk to us.
Okay, so they couldn't pass it
But,
over.
no. I'm trying to think, this is Art. I mean, he was very attentive by email
Okay.
and just, yep, no problem. Good morning, my colleague. And, I mean, they were right on it. If I was better on my emails, I could. Thank you, I'll send you. Yeah, I mean, he set up the whole conference call. Let's see. Sorry. I mean, he gave me a cell phone number. I was like, let's see. Okay,
Or is he like the intake guy and nobody else does those things, and so it wouldn't be an issue going forward if we're having evening meetings and it's.
Oh, I regret I do not have a consultant available to meet with you and your exploratory committee on December 19th.
Okay.
We think it's important to remain fully focused on our clients' needs in order to guarantee blah, blah, blah. While we're not able to meet with you on that date, we'd be happy to explore other dates and a time when it might be convenient. So I don't know if we just picked a bad night. I mean,
Okay. I guess that was just my initial
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah.
Susan Holson was somewhere, but an organization of two could cough up somebody to answer the questions and we get back for,
Yeah.
So, I don't know, that was just that was my corporate life feeling, but that may be totally unfounded.
Yeah.
At your meeting tonight, or the WSCSU meeting, even if, so I mean, I wasn't actually clear what's gonna go on there. Is it that you're gonna approve you're gonna make a decision?
If we can.
If you can, you're gonna make a decision.
I don't think we have to.
Yeah.
I think it is, if we feel like there is a consensus that we could move forward with. Otherwise, we can try to move forward on our own, or we can kick it back to you.
Well, I was just gonna say one other option, if we need more information from NESDEC, right? If we're a little worried about it, you could say this is the best option we see right now. We can start moving forward with a visioning process if that's what we're saying, if it's gonna be hybrid.
Right.
And then say, okay, we're gonna just get the information we need. NESDEC's our top candidate for this at this moment. And as long as things come back A-okay, then we'd have, you delay that decision, but maybe don't delay the visioning, because I just feel like something needs to get started.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Just a thought.
I agree.
So.
I would love to take a break just for.
Yeah, sorry, I'm the one who's ending the meeting. So do I move?
Yeah, I think I heard Christina move to adjourn.
I did, I moved.
And I
to adjourn.
seconded it.
Okay. Everybody in favor?
Yeah. Aye. Christina moved.
No names, no.
Carrie,
No names.
at 7:03. So first thing is approval of minutes of December 11th.
I move we approve the minutes of December 11th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, questions, comments? They look good to me. All those in favor of approving the minutes of December 11th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, they are passed. Communications, I have none. Recognition, welcome for all of you hanging in there with us. Let's do the committee report down under the new business, because it's on twice, so we'll. Warrants and payroll. So we have December 11th warrants, 1079, 1082, 1083, 1084, 1085, in the amount of $1,048,633.90. And the December 6th payroll in the amount of $495,231.05. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? All right, all those in favor of passing the warrants as stated and payroll, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? They are passed. We have no administrative reports. We have no unfinished business. Wow, knock on wood. Okay. The recommendation of the Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee. Who would like to report?
I guess I will, unless you would like to take it away, Carrie.
Hey, why don't you give yours and I'll see if I agree.
Emily's gone and not to return?
Emily's gone.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Emily's been replaced by Tim. So the first hour of the meeting, we first had a conference call with Sue Siglowski of the VSBA. She is not the person who is doing the superintendent searches. That is Susan Holson, who was currently meeting with a superintendent search committee group. So we got kind of an outline of their process. And I would say some of the and I guess I'll add into that the strong points. Oh, let me get my notes out. Some of the strong point notes that we had from the VSBA is that they worked with us before, and in fact they worked with us on the superintendent evaluation that we worked on last year. They do a fair number of these, and they have their, nope, that's from somebody else. So some of the challenges a little bit were they didn't really have a good diversity outreach scheme, it seemed like. It seemed like they were like, well, we could work on that. And then there was a little bit of a disconnect in talking to them because I think one of the things, anyway, for me that I identified is coming up with a vision for this position, a profile of the perfect candidate. Now, I have better words for it now than I did at the phone call, so it may also be my problem, how we would go about trying to outline, with the help of all the stakeholders, exactly what we were looking for in a superintendent, and we didn't, that was a little challenging. And maybe, again, because it was on a conference call, she was on a cell phone in a car, and it wasn't the person that did it. But anyway, that is my synopsis of the conversation. Chime in if you think I've gone wrong anywhere. Hearing none. We then spoke to Mark Andrews. He's a former superintendent from Essex Junction. He's done several superintendent searches. He'd come recommended from my reaching out to the state. Currently working on one in Washington Central. So we're very comfortable with him. He was very straightforward. He was very interested in personalizing the process for the group. His proposal included coming down for 1 day a month for 3 months. So we felt like that was a lot of guidance. And he was clearly understanding of the educational aspects of a superintendent search, of a superintendent job. He's clearly used to, and he talked a lot about engaging various stakeholders. And as I pointed out, he's worked with school boards before, so he knows what he's getting into. I think one of you two could maybe take describe NESDEC, because I was not on that call, so.
Yeah, so I was on the NESDEC call with David. I think we were very impressed with their track record. They have done hundreds of these. They are New England based, but they have a national network that they can tap into. They have a variety of services, so we can just use them for outreach. And that would get us their proprietary list. Or they could help us with a guided search, which is a larger arena, or they can do a comprehensive search. So we have a couple options with them. David, anything you'd add to that? They did say they were a little concerned about our timing. They usually take about 120 days to do a search, and we're a bit late in the process.
I think the concern for the timing and having enough time and the importance of really how important this is and getting it right, not wanting to make a mistake with a decision like this, was uniform across everybody that we consulted with. And I think NESDEC more than anybody really. And they're, they have the most experience in it.
And all of them did say we might need to consider an interim, so it was not preferable to anyone, but that came across from everyone. So I'm looking for Thrive and my notes from Thrive and Curtis Reed. Bear with me.
I've got the positives we had written down on
Okay.
Thrive, which was local and a local track record, proven success in gathering a broad pool of applicants. They have survey and research abilities, and they are familiar with the community. They have a relationship with Vermont Partnership, and they could give us guidance for strategy and do execution.
And then I found my Curtis Reed. The positives were thinking outside the box. He talked about coming up with an evaluation matrix, like a rubric, to help guide our scoring of candidates. And I think that would also sort of guide you with implicit bias and making sure that we are evaluating candidates on their capabilities, as I recollect, versus any implicit bias working in there. He is local and he has a good track record with the town. And written and oral evaluation questions. I don't know what that means now. Does anybody know what that note meant?
I know he said he could help us with
creating the
crafting
questions. Right.
Yeah. All right, so those were the 5. Did we cover all 5 people that we've marked? VSBA, NESDEC, Thrive, Curtis. Okay. So those were the 5. So then, you want to try to explain where we think we left it?
So then we kind of, we're trying to find the perfect match, and then we went on another direction thinking about because and maybe this was guided by looking at the strengths of everybody, what would we do in a perfect world? And in a perfect world, as we talked about it, it would be to work with someone who could help us come up with our vision for the superintendent position, because our job description currently is a very nuts and bolts job description and does not actually describe the characters and the qualities that we want in our educational leader. It just describes what their responsibilities are. And we read, do you have that Washington Central example? I do. Just because I think that, for Tim's benefit, elucidates. You know the sentence I'm talking about.
Let's see. By disposition, they will naturally tend to be, is this the listing? More educator than administrator, more Democrat than bureaucrat, more questioning than knowing, more inclined to experiment than to play it safe, willing to delegate decision-making to capable subordinates, able to balance the needs and aspirations of the people with state-mandated requirements.
That's what their vision was?
This is part of their,
Gotcha.
so, it was a very well-written job description, and not that ours is not well-written, but ours is very long and wordy, and I guess I would say tough to digest. It's what you need in a superintendent, but theirs sort of encapsulates it in a way that I would think anyone reading it would go, I want to go here, not these are the 45 lists of tasks that I have to do.
And we don't want to represent ourselves as that.
As
We want to
45
be a
lists of tasks.
Very dynamic image.
Right, yeah. This is far more dynamic.
Yeah. And that actually came from Washington Central, and they worked with Mark Andrews creating that. And so, and that's where I feel, and I think the board kind of agrees, boy, we've got a long way to go creating that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have a mission vision statement for our board yet. And so, so when we don't know what our mission vision is, or haven't articulated, having the superintendent carry it out is even a longer walk for us and more critical than it might be in another board situation than ours currently in this first year.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about, as we kind of wound up the conversation, and Deb Cardane really spoke strongly about trying to work in some fashion with people that have an education background and really understand the job. So we talked about working, but then NESDEC is this professional organization that does this for a living. Marlboro, Mass, you get the, you know the drill. Talked about their ability to outreach. They have probably the best outreach capability for casting the net because they do this all the time. I don't think they have done a Vermont search. They said they've gotten some calls recently.
Yeah.
But they're more Massachusetts, Connecticut based, some in New Hampshire. But I mean, it's New England, it's not Texas or something. They may have the best outreach capability, although they're not as hand-holding. It seems like a lot of things are going to be done via email. And I think for the visioning process, we felt like that's something we really need people here. If you're doing guided group activities with multiple stakeholders to create a vision for your educational leader, I think you kind of need to be here. So where we kind of ended up as a committee, and correct me if I'm misspeaking, was to work either with Thrive, which was Jen Jacobs' organization, or with Mark Andrews to work on the vision piece, and then to consider NESDEC for the nuts and bolts of the operation, the outreach, the managing the interview process. I had a tiny concern, and I was not on the call with them, so it's a little bit challenging, but they couldn't find a consultant to call in anytime between 4:30 and 7 o'clock. And I thought, with a big organization like that, it concerned me, I guess, that we have such a short time frame and so much else on our plates. Are we going to have to work around them? I mean, he had a nicely worded letter. He's been right on it with Carrie from the beginning.
He has. I haven't had to wait more than 20 minutes for an email response, so he's been good in that.
Yeah. So we hadn't quite ironed out as a committee. I think we still had a few questions maybe we wanted to, or maybe not. I don't know, on that second piece.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up well, though, that we're thinking for visioning Mark or Thrive, and then taking that package and turning it over to NESDEC to do the rest. But now I think the question is, how do we move forward? How do we take that and...
One clarification, the visioning, is that also include thinking about the materials and the description of the community and sort of the selling parts of the ad.
That's an interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is the selling of the community might be a little separate. I think the selling of the job, as in the wording of the job description, is going to come from the visioning. I think possibly after that you can extract some of it and make sure that when we're selling the community.
Yeah, I don't mean like, we've got a river and a museum.
Yeah.
I mean more like what's it like to live here, and why would you want to live here, and especially why would you want to work in this district? What are we doing that's really that's unique or that's appealing, and a competent educator looking for a real creative challenge would want to come here.
I think that should come out of the visioning and be incorporated into this. At least the way that
That's
this
kind of my
is
thinking
written,
too, but we didn't say that
it
explicitly.
has that.
You do get their community vibe, yeah.
You do, I mean, it's explained very well.
Yeah. But I think what I want to tag on to what David said is that I think even more so we have a little more to sell here in terms of what we have in our school system. I mean, we have a really well-functioning system here. We have a really interesting community with a lot of interesting things going on that could be fleshed out a little bit more about why you'd want to come here. So that's like the selling the local piece about our communities, a vibrant arts community with, it's access to outdoors and recreation, almost no traffic, whatever it is, but we have a lot to offer that I think in this corner here that I think would be a nice addition to that.
Okay. And do you feel like that has to come at the beginning of the visioning process, or can it come out so that?
I think it would be nice to have that in the ad when it goes out.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be in the package.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, because how else would anybody get it?
Yeah.
If they're looking for a job,
Yeah.
it needs to be all together.
Because I think when people who I talk to, like I live in Brattleboro now, if they've been there, they're like, that's a cool town.
Okay.
And like, oh, I drove through there, I stopped there, I went to this or whatever, that's a cool town. But a lot of these people probably have not driven through here, so how do we give them that same flavor of, and when people haven't been to Vermont, they're like, oh, does everybody wear plaid? So.
Okay, so we're at we think there's a group or two groups that could do visioning. We think we like NASDAQ for nuts and bolts, for outreach and management of the search once it's pushed out. Is this when we should, if we haven't made a decision on Mark or Thrive, I'll throw it out there, should we reach out to both of them and say, we're considering you for this piece? Can you give us a...
Are you interested?
Are you interested, and can you give us a proposal?
Yeah.
Is that a good next step?
Well, if we want to make the right decision, we have to, because we need to be able to compare them based on more than we have.
So let's say you all were to authorize me to reach out to both of them. I would be asking for them to conduct a community vision exercise.
More, how would they go about doing it, given that we only have a couple of weeks to put into it?
How would you go about creating a community vision?
Or helping us get a community vision to work from, or.
And I think we're looking for an early January process, so that may feed into if people have 3 or 4 meetings already scheduled for early January with another project.
And so our deadline for a finished product would be?
2 weeks. I mean, if we don't have more than that, because we need 6 weeks to it's February before, or March before we have the applications all in.
So we're almost saying January 17th. That gives them 2 full weeks.
Yeah.
Could they, and how would they go about it?
And I'm assuming I can say something such as, we certainly are available to meet with you.
At your pleasure.
Right.
Yeah.
To help you identify stakeholders and such.
Yeah.
What else would they need to know? I just want to make sure I'm doing one email, giving them all the information, and then they come back with a price, a yes, we can do it, and here's what it would entail. Here's what we would give back to you. How many community meetings, such as that.
Yeah, what do we envision for,
Question.
Did you say you were going to give until January 17th to come with a proposal?
No, we want them to finish this job by January 17th.
Okay.
we want a proposal like
Tomorrow, like, yeah, this email is going out tonight.
These people aren't on a school calendar.
Yeah.
They're not on vacation.
Thank you.
So and I think I'm literally saying I need to know next week if you're interested.
And I guess I know you'll do this, but you will, because you're a lovely human, and but to say that like we really think that this is, your expertise is best utilized here, if you can follow my thought process, because I don't want to, like, if I look at Thrive, they don't have a lot of experience looking in the superintendent world, and if I look at Mark Andrews, the process of all this winter going back and forth for a long process might not be the best use of fossil fuels and everything else to manage it. One thing if he's next door. But since NASDAQ is kind of set up to do this, I mean, they're not going to be really going back and forth, I don't think. But package it well is I guess what I'm trying to say.
You got it. You got it. Okay. So community vision to work from, January 17th. How would you go about it? We would be available to the board. The board would be available. Blah blah. Okay. So is that an option? Anything else we feel like they should?
Do we have an idea of how many kind of how many days we want to put into it? And how many,
or how many stakeholder groups we'd be thinking of? I
mean,
do we want them recommending that to us, or do we want to be saying, we hope this would be?
I think it would be useful to have them recommend, well, to say how would they go, given that they've got 17 days or whatever it turns out to be, there may be some time left in December. Here's how are you gonna, how would you do it? How many meetings would you have, stakeholders, and, who would you involve, or what can you tell us about how you would do the process? To get it, I think to get us to the vision is almost as much as you need to say. We need to get to a vision that we can use to create the application materials, and we'll be available to help as much as you need.
And it's create application materials to, am I saying cast the widest net for the largest pool of successful candidates? I mean, that's
for a broad search.
Okay. Okay.
Because they'll ask for specifics, and they may say, well, who do you want to have for stakeholders? And they'll say, well, here's what we think. Or they may, I don't know what to expect.
And we kind of know our stakeholder list from our first meeting, so.
Right.
Yeah. And despite the fact that Thrive isn't in the education business, we have many people who are and know all of that, have all that background, all that information in terms of what we're looking for, what we need in leadership. In fact, they have a very strong view of it.
So that is an option we could take, that I reach out to both of them and say, if possible, we realize we're not giving you a lot of time. Well, we're basically giving them a week minus Christmas. If by next Friday they were interested, if they could come back with their proposal. Does that seem?
Then that would give us
A
the
whole
next.
week. Today's Thursday.
So we would, okay.
So then the question becomes, we get these, and
I mean, I think we have to decide next Friday, probably.
well, okay, so that's the next question. Can we meet next
They need a
Friday?
week, they need a week to,
Yeah, they do. Well, so do we want to meet next Friday or the following Monday?
I'm Friday.
oh, if I could do it early Friday or late Monday. That's the weekend between Christmas and New Year's, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
I could do it by phone too.
Well, Monday is New Year's, oh no, Tuesday's New Year's Eve.
I could,
So Monday,
I could phone it in too.
Monday the 30th?
I think Monday 30th would be better for me, but
Do you have a time? Michael?
I was doing times earlier.
I don't actually think we have meetings that night, so this like,
Not so far.
Although, well, there may be one.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you need to post it also, or do you?
We'll have time now.
yeah,
We have to get it to Barb tomorrow before the office closes down.
I'll get it
But,
tonight.
I guess I could always call in if I can't be here.
Okay. So Monday, Monday, December 30th, sorry, turn the page. So we would meet Monday, December 30th. Someone give me a time. Wing it.
Oh, wait, I thought Friday was better for some people.
Oh, is Friday better?
What day was better for
Either
you?
one, they're both, I mean, Friday's is 3 days earlier, is my thought.
I know, I kind of like Friday if we can phone it in, because then, if that works for you, Carrie, if we can phone it in, because then that gives that gives them a weekend to, that gives them 3 more days to get cracking on it.
Wait, what Friday are you thinking?
The
Sorry.
27th.
Gotcha, okay.
So
How
we
does
need-
that give them more time?
They
No,
got
it gives-
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of not getting them until Monday.
It gives them more time to set it up once we've gone with somebody.
Oh, I understand, okay, now I'm with you.
Because I don't think it's gonna take them that long to decide what they wanna do and hone a proposal, because it's probably moving into the hourly rate kind of situation for people.
And
All
they
right.
know what they're doing.
They know what they both talk to us, they both, you know what I mean, they both groups kind of have a sense of what we're looking for, so we're just defining a piece of that, and so.
All
I
right,
mean,
so,
Mark put together that proposal in a day.
right, okay, so Friday, December 27th by 12 noon,
Okay.
and we meet at?
1?
Yeah, we meet at 1. I'll have to do it by phone, I think.
Okay, let's warn it for 1, I'll see if, we'll need a place to meet.
Probably nothing's open, huh?
The library will be open.
At Brooks?
Yeah. I'll see if we can get a room.
Okay, that would be awesome, thank you, David. If not, we'll come up with something, we'll figure that one out after, okay.
Yeah, Amy's.
All right, what about NESDEC? Do I reach out to NESDEC and say, this is what we're considering?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that we would get everything up to the materials and then ask them to put them out and manage the
manage
process
the-
afterwards.
Okay.
Do we want them to do that?
And one more suggestion, I'm wondering about, so one of the things that I heard you describe with NESDEC was that they would compile data, the community's input, and create it as data for you to review. Is that?
That's the visioning process in the very beginning.
Right, and so I wonder if it's worth getting there, first asking, would they be willing to minimize that to a shorter period of time? Because I do think that would give you a really wide-angle picture of the community, or could. You might have access to community members that you're not necessarily going to get access to in that short little piece of time. If they were willing to do some sort of a condensed version, or I know they said it was 120 days and we don't have that, but I wonder if it's worth exploring. Just since you're going to ask people for specifics anyway, is it worth asking them, could they do a condensed data collection?
Instead of 6 to 10 focus groups, like 2.
Or something, yeah, because I just wonder if they might be able to get a wider picture.
So I think what we're saying is, instead of just asking Mark and Thrive, why not ask NESDEC as well?
And how they would do it, I guess.
How they would do that.
Because, like, I think I'm turned off by a survey notion or an electronic notion.
Right.
I'm just turned off by that with the state of affairs now. I think we need a personal touch. That's
Okay.
mine.
So there's no reason not to ask all three of them, how would you go about doing this? Can we see, because that is the one thing we weren't able to drill down in the materials on NESDEC exactly how that would.
looks, yeah.
All right, so we'll ask all three of that. Or I will, because someone's gonna make a wonderful motion.
Well, so I'll make the motion, we can continue to discuss. I move that Carrie contacts Thrive, Mark Andrews, and NESDEC to discuss.
Proposals for a community vision.
I was letting him catch up.
Strategy, oh, sorry. He's doing good.
Okay, keep going, I think.
Community visioning strategy for the superintendent position.
Sounds good.
I don't think I need to include the timeline on there because.
No, I think we're good there.
Is that a good motion?
I think that's a great motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? So this at least gets us moving into visioning mid-January as a next step.
Right. Well, I think there's another motion to maybe be made about NESDEC
Okay,
after this motion's cleared up.
okay. Any more discussion on this one?
Tim, I hate to stick you in Clark because I realize you're the one that's not up to speed on this. So we can pause for a minute.
Yeah.
That's why I
Stop
was wondering
looking.
about all the talking,
Yeah.
knowing we'd have to do it all again at 7 o'clock. I was,
Yeah.
no one knew how we, but anyway, off you
But
go.
then we were losing Emily,
Yeah,
so.
right. I thought she'd stay.
I mean, I think I'm fairly clear on it, I think.
I'm happy to read through our positives again, because we literally went through.
No, I think I
Okay,
got
you
it
got,
from the-
okay.
yeah.
And I think we were all very happy that we had 5 such, I mean, we were torn. We were starting to really go, let's take this from this person and this, and then we were like, okay, now we're getting a little too crazy, but I think we're in a good position to have such resources. All right. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now you think there's another motion?
I do think that Carrie could, I'm not making it quite yet, but I do think I could make a motion that Carrie reaches out to NASDAQ, because just some, like, their availability in evenings, and just flesh out, we had a couple questions from
Okay.
the other thing, so just to answer those questions while you're reaching out to them anyway, and I think there's a potential, if those are cleared up, that we could make a motion to hire them and get them on board for the next piece of it.
Gotcha.
If we feel.
Okay, so this is more on people, resources, continuity with a consultant.
For the.
Can you call us at a 7 o'clock meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And what is the availability of people to come for the meetings? Because it was not, it's a big, long list, but I don't have a real sense. They have a lot of paperwork, but I don't get a real sense of exactly how it is going to feel on the ground.
Yes, okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's your motion?
So I could make a motion that Carrie reaches out to NASDAQ to clarify the process.
Sounds good. Is there a second?
I'll second that as well.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, I think we have a path forward.
And I think we could perhaps make that, you could warn possible action on hiring NASDAQ for that Friday meeting as well.
Friday the 27th,
As
okay.
a possible action item.
Yeah.
Just because it would be better to engage them this year.
Well, and I think it's possible action on Thrive, Mark,
All of it, yeah,
NESDEC,
yeah.
all of it.
Oh, that was
is-
definitely the possible
Oh, okay,
action that I
okay.
think we need to do.
Yeah.
That has to happen Friday. And
Okay.
then, but this one, it would be great if maybe we could just do it all.
Right, okay. Okay. Nicely done.
Can I ask a general question?
Sure.
Are you done with what you need to do? I mean, is that all right to jump
I
in now?
think
or-
we are done with what we need to do.
Okay. One thing I was kind of wondering, it sounds like you've gone to various firms and given them, it sounds like you're going to use more than one possibly on different aspects of things. And I was wondering, what would happen to a candidate who was totally local? Would they get the same information that candidates from out of the area would get? That would happen. It would be available to anybody, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
open and transparent
Yeah.
process, yeah.
We're not excluding internal
No, that's why I
candidates.
asked the
Yeah.
question. I didn't
Yeah.
know, since these firms are not local, how the local, somebody who is in-house and wanted to apply, how that would work, but it sounds like it wouldn't be any problem at all.
No.
That's a good question. We've never
Yeah.
done this before,
Right,
not in, ever.
yeah. And then the other question would be, I actually have two more questions. This one might be a little sensitive, but given the time of the resignation and then the time of the need to get the new person in place, is that by statute or by any, when a staff member resigns, it has to be within a window. And I was just wondering, is that window complied by?
You'd have to look at Lyle's contract to see.
But I'm sure because it's at least 6 months and I know,
Right,
you know.
right, she's
It
given
wouldn't
us
be more than that.
7 months notice.
Yeah, the
Okay.
longest I've ever heard is
Seven
6
and a half months
Okay.
notice,
Yeah.
yeah.
And coupled on with that, because it's a lot to do in a short period of time, even though it seems like a long time, it isn't.
It doesn't seem like.
Well, I think to some people, it seems like, it's over there. As a fallback position, I would go back to what Christina initially said in the first meeting, and that was, the fallback interim. Not recommending that by any means, but, if the process doesn't come to fruition as we hope, it would be good to have a fallback interim, which I assume would be somebody that would be very knowledgeable of the whole system. So chances are an interim could come smoothly from somebody that's been involved with education in one of the districts for a long time. So,
I think we heard from at least NESDEC, VSBA, and Mark. Interim might be where you need to go.
Yeah,
Actually,
because,
from 5 too.
Oh,
okay,
really?
that everyone said,
okay.
first of all,
that's
don't rush the
pretty-
process
that-
and be prepared that you might need to.
So
And-
everything is really on the table, and we'll see
That's right.
what time dictates.
Right, but we also just felt like, we don't want to make that call now.
No.
We're sort of on the let's go,
Yeah,
see how far we get,
absolutely,
but I think we have all come around to that might,
Possibility.
it might happen.
Well, it was very interesting. I had to go play badminton, so I couldn't stay.
Excellent choice.
Oh, well, there's emergencies, we understand.
You made the right choice.
But it was really good. I heard the first two people say the interim may be a fallback position. And I think they're probably thinking because of the importance of the position and the shortness of the thing and really difficult. And, David's comment to everybody that, individual of color, it's important to look there, and that might stretch out the availability, but it's very important. I mean, so.
we had a good discussion, I think it was during your badminton game, about do we just look for an interim, and then but you know, it was like, no, let's try, because maybe that perfect person who checks all the boxes, we immediately fall in love, you know, I mean, you know, speaking
And we've
colloquially,
got
but
great
just-
resources to help
Yeah.
us, so it was, let's push on through.
And at any rate, it's worth going through the process, because even if we don't, it really informs the process for the next time around. We're just, you know, we have our materials, we just go forward. So there was no, to us, it didn't make sense really in the end. You know, we're being realistically optimistic.
And was Curtis's proposal talked about today, or?
No,
Well, we did, yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
We
In
went
terms
through all
for
five today.
parts of the outreach and for developing the
Yeah.
materials where he has real expertise. yeah,
And
absolutely.
Jennifer's also?
Yeah, that's Thrive.
That's Thrive.
That's her company.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't understand.
But I do think as we're working through this, we should really, no matter who we go with, we should really take a look at, as we're kind of moving forward, this maybe doesn't have to happen tonight, but have Curtis consulting with us on those pieces that I think, you know, do some training with us. I think it's money well spent for the implicit bias to read
Everybody has hourly
through.
rates.
Yeah. And so to use him in that way. that,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me in.
And Vermont School Board is not one of the groups.
No, we talked to VSBA.
Oh, you did?
We did.
Oh, I heard you talk to them, but I didn't know
Yeah.
whether that, you know, where that went. I left.
Yeah.
So I think the first challenge was that we really wanted somebody who could help us with creating this kind of mission, the vision of the
vision,
position.
yeah.
And they did not respond really strongly on doing that, whereas Mark Andrews did quite well, and I think.
And that's what Thrive's business is.
Yeah, and that's what Thrive's business. And we had a good example of what happened in Washington Central that Mark Andrews worked on, so I've seen the product that was a great, everybody was like, oh, let's just use theirs.
Yeah.
So.
No, be inspired by theirs.
So, and then they don't give an a la carte option, so you have to use them for everything, and I feel like, especially right now in our history where we don't have a mission vision statement for our board, we really need somebody to help us articulate clearly what we're looking for in a superintendent. And that's the thing I feel most scared about doing here, is like, I think the interview process will actually be a little bit better at.
Yeah.
In a way.
We've done it. We know who
We've
the
done it.
stakeholders are.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we've got help with the questions. We
But
know
writing
what
an
we're
ad
looking
that's
for.
attractive enough, that explains what we're looking for and who we are, that's the thing that I'm really stuck on. How do we get from what we have, which is a job description, a boring job description, to a soulful advertisement for a job that really
Something
explains
that really pops.
something that pops, exactly.
All right. Anything else? Our favorite motion?
Madam Chair, there being no business before this body, I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye. All right.
When I came back, I couldn't get in.
Greetings and welcome to Montpelier Connection. This is the show on BCTV that helps bring our work in the legislature back here to Windham County. And we want to thank BCTV for helping make that work more accessible to you. It's getting close to the holidays, getting close to the new year, so we are getting ready for the 2020 legislative session. As you know, Vermont has a part-time legislature from January to May, so during that condensed period of time, we have to do all our work for the year. As we look at the session to come, today's guest is Senator Jeanette White.
Hi.
Thanks for coming, Jeanette.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you for all your service. Going back to the Select Board in Putney and working your way up to here you are representing us in the Senate.
I don't know if I would say working my way up.
Well,
I would say someplace different.
Yep, good. Well, I appreciate you taking the time here because I know, like most of us, you work another job and you've been working a lot at Brattleboro Housing because they've had somebody out sick.
Right, and I'm not really an employee. They just hire me to do special projects and cover when somebody is gone. And
But like most of us, we work in the off session, and so it's still a busy time for us.
Yeah.
Now, you're on two committees,
I
as all senators are, because there's only 30 senators and there's 150 House members. So you're chair of Senate Government Operations, and then you're also on the Judiciary Committee. Looking ahead, what's on the agenda for Senate Government Operations?
Well, I think that there probably isn't anything around elections this year necessarily. We've done a lot in the past around automatic voter registration. When you renew your driver's license, you can register online now. You can go to your town clerk's office, same-day voting. And so we've done a lot, made a lot of changes lately. And I don't think there's any kind of major change going to happen this year. But I should say that one of the things that we've been looking at and that the Secretary of State, Jim Condos, has been very up on is cybersecurity of our elections systems. And he is part of a national Secretary of State's group. And Vermont is leading in that. And the town clerks are all getting trained on it, and I think our systems are pretty impenetrable.
And we still have a paper trail.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. We're, by law, we are required to always have a paper trail in elections.
Other states don't, but they're starting to look at that to make sure they have that record of how people actually voted.
Right.
So in the last election, there's been a lot of publicity about the Russians and their attempt to influence our political discourse, but they weren't able to really get into any election data, were they?
No, no, I think it was more social media and telling people that polls weren't open and that they couldn't vote, and if you didn't vote today, it was that kind of thing. I don't know in some states if they were able to. I don't know at all, but in Vermont they couldn't, and it's really hard to do it here because we have 250 clerks that are the keepers of the elections in their towns.
So there's not a big concern that we're susceptible to an
Not with
foreign
our
player.
No, not with our election systems. And I think the same is true in the Secretary of State's office. He's done a great job on the the business section where people file all their papers of incorporation. And vital records, we've tightened that up a lot. So.
Now, in regard to records,
oh yes,
there has been some controversy in the news lately about policies around public records and who can get them, and whether they should pay for them or not. Can you shed a little light on that?
Well, I think there's some misunderstanding, and I read the case, and there was a dissent. It wasn't a unanimous decision, and I believe that. So the way public records requests works, you go in and you ask for public records. If the agency that you're asking from has to spend more than half an hour either finding it or putting it together or redacting personal information, because a lot of that has to be redacted. You can't give out people's social security numbers and home addresses and stuff. If you spend more than half an hour, then the statute said that you can charge for that. And there's a what do you call it, chart that says if it's this level person, you can charge this much, and if it's the governor that's doing it, you can charge more. But I think there was a misunderstanding. The Supreme Court felt that the statute was not clear, and so you could only charge if people were asking to make copies, and regardless of how much time the agency spent preparing it, you couldn't charge if they only wanted to look at it. And so now looking at it, you can go in with your phone and look at it and take a picture. And what the Attorney General said is that we're not going to allow you to take pictures because we had to spend all the time preparing it. So we'll try and clear that up this year. I think that from my remembering of what we did before, that this was just maybe the statute wasn't clear enough, or so.
And that's the way the process works. We
Yeah.
we put a law together, and then some things come up that they might not seem to have thought of beforehand. So we go back and we look at it again.
And there are issues around public records. What is a public record? How much for municipalities, for example, how much of their employee information is public record? And of course there was just the big flap in Digger about the DMV, and they do. Is that a public record or isn't it a public record? And actually, public records you can't sell them. But this is a little bit different. So we'll be looking at that issue and having DMV come in. And
I think there's going to be some discussion about that, because I've heard from some people already who are not happy, and I'm not so happy about that either. As we move forward into the data age, our data should be ours.
It is, but the people they're sharing, people they're sharing it with are insurance companies, law enforcement agencies, and they get it anyway. Law enforcement agencies can get it. And so if it's available to law enforcement agencies, is it really confidential or not? And do we really have any private information anyway?
I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion.
I think that we're, given social media and what people post themselves and with their information, I don't think there is such a thing as privacy.
Well, I think many people are looking at this. I know personally I now use a different search engine on my computers that doesn't mine that data. It's not the big ones. It's a smaller one, and if you look online, I don't want to be advertising one over another, but there are search engines now, because otherwise, whenever you search, that data then gets stored and put into a file.
And my guess is that it won't be long before the smaller ones start doing the same thing, because they're going to figure out that they need to have revenue from those.
Well, this one in particular, and I can tell you about it later, advertising that they're not going to do it, and they have another way to make money without selling your data. So that's what makes it attractive to some people.
But we will be looking at that with the DMV and what is public and what isn't public.
Yeah.
And
at one point, there was a lot of discussion about what records are exempt from the public record laws. Has that been settled, or is that still an ongoing process?
Well, it's never settled, because no matter what you do, some people think something else should be exempt, and some people think that whatever is exempt should not be.
So what kind of things were exempt?
Well, we have the public records law says that everything is available to the public unless it's specifically exempted. and things, anything that has personal information is exempt. Now you can get a record, but all the personal information has to be redacted. So it doesn't mean that the whole file is exempt. Proprietary information from companies, because all companies register with the Secretary of State's office. Insurance companies register with Department of Financial Regulation. So all of that proprietary information, there's big discussion over whether, I'm going to get the term wrong here, but the manure management systems that farms use, is that, does that have proprietary information so it should be exempt or not? We have 260 some exemptions, and we went 3 years ago, we went through every single one of them and decided, and there were people that said we should only have 10, but if you have 10, they're going to be so broad that, because what does it mean to have 10, and they're going to be broad. So we have very specific exemptions.
Were you thinking of the methane digesters before?
No, there's nutrient management systems. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, and it's how you dispose of your manure and what you do with it, and how does it leach into the water system and stuff.
Yeah.
So, we'll open meeting laws and public records law are never settled.
Yep.
They will always be on every year.
In every year, your committee oversees the Office of Professional Management, right?
Right, professional regulation.
Regulations.
Yeah.
So they license various professions in Vermont.
Right.
And certain ones come up for renewal or review.
No, the way it works usually is that as changes are made in the profession itself, the either board or the advisors to that profession bring suggestions to us for change. And we're looking at two different things right now. One is around the whole issue with climate change is, of course, we know, a huge issue. And what are we going to do about it? And we continue to build houses, and we continue to put in HVAC systems and all of that. But so people who are doing those kinds of jobs, should they have specialized training in good practices around for climate change and greenhouse emissions, and realtors, what kind of training do they have around that? So, excuse me, we're looking at that with the professions, and then the other thing we're looking at is, we know we have a workforce shortage in Vermont, and we also know that we have some refugees, and we know that a lot of refugees come with skills, but when they come, those skills aren't necessarily transferable. So the Office of Professional Regulation has spent a fair amount of time last year, and we're going to continue it this year, looking at how can we make those skills transferable. If somebody is a doctor somewhere and they come here, can they just take a few courses? Can they do it? Because you don't want people to have jobs that aren't in their own profession. It's bad for us, it's bad for the state, it's bad for them, and it puts them in a dead end a lot of times. So those are the two things that we'll be working on this year.
Interestingly, in our history, whenever there have been labor shortages, we've relied on immigrants coming into this country, and right now that seems to be at odds with what the president is trying to do to keep people out at a time when we really, right across every business sector, people are really struggling to find employees and good employees.
Employees and children to put in our schools.
So hopefully we can loosen that up after the next election.
Well, and even what we have right now, even the refugees that we have, making it easier for them to practice their profession when they get here.
Because we're getting short on tradespeople too.
Yeah, we really
Try
are.
and find an electrician or a plumber, unless it's a dire emergency, and they're just backed up. Because there's a shortage now, so we need to get some more trained, skilled workers here.
Yeah, we do.
Judiciary Committee. You sit on the House Judiciary Committee that Senator Sears chairs.
No, not the House Judiciary
Committee. Oh, I'm sorry,
Committee.
the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Senator Sears oversees that.
Yes.
Now, each year there's a number of pretty hot issues that come up, and You know, firearm reform has traditionally been one of them over the last few sessions. What kind of things are you looking going into the second year, and also aware that the second year of a biennium can be a little more pressure packed because people know that bills they want to get through need to pass or
Right.
else they go away?
Well, we are hoping that the House will do something with marijuana this year. That came out of the Judiciary Committee, and it was a really good bill, and we're hoping that it'll at least get to conference committee where we can hash out the differences. We're looking at right now we're working with the Council on State Governments has a Justice Center,
Yeah.
and we're working with them on what we're calling
Reinvestment 2.
Reinvestment 2,
Yeah.
that's what it's called. And looking at, you know, I don't know if you know it, but we have a lot of people who are incarcerated who probably shouldn't be. But in 2010, there was a prediction that if we followed the trajectory that we were on at that time, that in 2019 we would have 2,700 people in prison. Yeah. And we now have 1,700. Yeah. So we have done things. And we did, one of the things that we have to keep working on details around is the juvenile justice issue. We, what happens is, as a result of some crimes that were committed a number of years ago by some young people, any crimes committed by people, even kids at a certain level, were started in criminal court. So we've changed that so all cases, there's a couple exceptions that they can, if there's an agreement between the state's attorney and the defender, they can start it in criminal court. But as of now, all cases involving an 18-year-old will start in family court. And the reason for that is that in family court, they're not public cases. And then if there's a need, it can be transferred to criminal court.
So that means the proceedings are closed to the public.
Right. And so the kids have a better chance of, and we know that kids sometimes do things in their youth that can change their lives forever. And this will hopefully give them a chance to correct that. And then, and because they'll be having case managers or getting therapy or whatever it is through family court. But if it needs to be transferred, it can be transferred to criminal court. But they'll start there, and then as of, I think it's next year, it goes up to age 19, and eventually up to age 21. Yeah. And we're the first, the juvenile justice people are really excited about that because we are the first state to do that, and it is a huge, huge change. And I think it's really exciting, and so we're looking forward to do that. But there are tweaks that have to be done every year because how does it affect DCF and how does it affect corrections and the courts and stuff. So we're making those changes.
Right now, the family court dockets are pretty full as they are.
Yeah.
So if we start adding to that, we may need more judges or.
Right, and I don't know how it'll affect, but and then we do have a bill that's new this year, and there's a group that's been working on it kind of all over the summer and fall on eliminating life without parole. Mm-hmm. And because we still have that on our books, and just eliminating it as a possibility, and looking at things like who are people that are in prison that could be better treated outside of prison in a more humane manner, but also to allow them to pay back their communities and continue to survive in their communities and do well. Yeah. So
now, last year we started to have some discussions around some of our prison population that's aging. anything come of that where maybe different ways of dealing with them, especially if they're ill?
Well, we have, I have a bill in, and I don't even, it's called compassionate release, I think is what it's called, and it would give aging prisoners an automatic parole hearing. It doesn't mean they would automatically be allowed out on parole, but it would at least give them a hearing at a certain point. And we're looking at kind of a look back after a certain number of years after a crime has been committed. Are you still, should you still be in prison, or should you have some other whether it's confinement or treatment or whatever? And I don't. One of the problems that we heard with, and this isn't true with all of the aging prisoners, but a lot of the aging prisoners are very ill, and some of them are hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a home, and their families may not want them home, nursing homes won't take them.
Oh, really?
Some of them are very difficult to handle. But we should be doing it on a case-by-case basis. And I have to say, I think our commissioner, Mike Touchette, is really looking at how to best treat people. And one of the things he's doing, which is very exciting, I think, is if you've been in prison for a while, you probably didn't keep your driver's license renewed. You don't have any, you probably don't have any IDs. And he's working really hard with Social Security and DMV to get IDs for people so that when they come out, they have something. And that's a big deal. And the Community Justice Center here is very happy that they're doing that.
This is a different world than when many people were incarcerated, and having IDs is really a central piece right now. Now, speaking of the community justice centers, we all know they're doing such great work, and for years their budget has pretty much been level funded, and yet they're, like a lot of services, the caseload requirements are going up and the needs are going up. Do you think there's going to be a push this year to try and increase their funding?
I have no idea. I think there are so many areas where we need to put additional funding, but we ought to, as we start having fewer people who need to be incarcerated, it should be costing us less, because it costs, I think it's $55,000 a year to keep a male in prison and $75,000 to keep a female in prison for a year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
We could.
It's more than an Ivy League education.
It is. It is. I once had suggested that we might want to just think about taking anybody who had nonviolent sentences and crimes and send them to college instead of prison. Pay for them to go to college. It would help our colleges.
Yeah, it would.
But that didn't go over very well with a lot of people. But
as you go around, we've got a few minutes left. Are there other areas that you're hearing of people's concerns about?
Well, like everybody, we're hearing a lot about climate change. Act 250. That is, and I have no idea what's.
What are you hearing from people around Act 250?
Well, it's very.
It's 50 years old now.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what you're hearing from people because there isn't anything concrete for them to react to. So people are just afraid that what's going to happen. I know that the agricultural community and the logging community are very nervous about what might happen. I think that there's some development issues that need to be addressed, and so I think people are just nervous and they don't have anything to react to because there's nothing definite yet that's come out of the House committee. So I'm hearing that, hearing a lot about our emergency medical services, which we are going to tackle this year. We have been working with Drew Hazelton down here at Rescue and with a person in UVM who's the head of rural medicine up there to work on some of the certification requirements that we
Yeah.
have and the testing and everything. So
It's very expensive, isn't it?
it's very expensive, and it's also very inconvenient, and we make it difficult.
Yeah.
And we could do a lot better.
Yeah.
And so those are some of the issues that I'm hearing a lot about: law enforcement, dispatch.
And organization of law enforcement, something you've talked about in the past. Is anything moving on that? 'Cause
Well,
we really don't have a system, I think, is what you've said.
well, we don't have a system. We have the state police, and then we have 85 agencies, law enforcement agencies in the state.
Yeah.
And we're looking at how we might improve that. We can't change it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't. We can make some changes that will be better. And I've been working with local law enforcement down here.
Yeah.
But I've also been working with Mike Sherling, who's the new Commissioner of Public Safety. He used to be the head of Burlington Police. And he's a very outside the box thinker. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And dispatch is the same way. We have a mishmash of dispatch, and some people pay and some people don't, and so we're trying to deal with that also.
Yeah. It's creating systems where there haven't been, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as we wrap up here, people have ideas, this is the time, or if they just want to get in touch with you, if they have a question or anything.
Call me at home,
and
email me.
Yep.
Either one. I'm in the phone book, and if you go to the legislative website and look it up, all of our, well, for us anyway, still our home addresses and telephone numbers. I think that the House took theirs down.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, ours are still listed. And in terms of having ideas, if you had an idea for a piece of legislation, it's too late.
Yeah.
The drafting deadline is Monday.
Yep.
And so...
For the House, it's for long form. So if you have short form bills, you can still submit them after that. But
we don't do short form.
Yeah. In terms of other ideas, if people, let's say somebody's having trouble with Vermont Health Connect, is that something you're able to help people with?
Well, I can put them in touch with people who might be able to help them. I personally couldn't help anybody with it, but I could get them to somebody who could.
And many times our phone calls get answered quicker than somebody calling from somewhere else too.
Yeah, that's true, and that is a good thing that we can do that.
Yeah.
But I think our goal should be that we create a system that is so easy to navigate, not only in Health Connect but in everything. The people don't have to call us to get our interference or our help.
That's certainly the idea.
That's my goal with systems.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and looking forward to getting going again in January.
Yeah, I am. And in the meantime, having meetings down here with all the groups, and it's great.
It is.
Yeah.
It's an honor to serve and to help
and
make
it's
Vermont.
more of an honor all the time, because you realize that some of the things you've managed to make at least everybody mad at least once. So.
Well,
thank you.
On that happy note, thank you for your service, and thanks to BCTV too for their service. They help make this possible, and we certainly appreciate their work in bringing this to your home too. So until next time, take care.
please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? I'm gonna get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy. Can
Walk
I
slow.
stand up? Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
Oh, stop. There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
Yeah, Cindy's gonna join us, all right? Cindy, please. Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has. Okay. You know, getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with RHR Smith and Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today, so she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review, but I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start at the beginning of the year, 6/30/18 and come right up to today. Sure. And tell you where you're at financially and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, you know, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, you know, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and, you know, whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions, you know, in the right place. We actually see that going up on in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, you know, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
We just got it today.
yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, you know, but we're pretty confident, you know, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, you know, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, you know, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, you know, is with this town is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think you know what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that, what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to de-obligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that, while you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you have the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that will probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did, is it this year?
Oh, they just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met, and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is, certainly for the municipality. So, but on June 30th, I think a large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it wasn't 18, I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent, so if you guys all want to know.
19.
19. So again, the grade is I'd say is a B plus. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you had right now. What's that?
176.
176 so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the state of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're given us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself, and it just doesn't. The way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean, and your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, is, and one of the things, topics of interest, is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that, and again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements, we're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds have dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. A lot of those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey,
more
listen, no worries.
worthwhile.
We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
All right, I'm not going to hold you up there. Thanks for coming.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I again apologize for taking me to. It's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year. Let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough. I can tell you that. So today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens,
So,
because
so a lot of times there's provisions, Gene, so a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily, what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together, to sign, that warrant, I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually, where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or a procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now, is probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing, certainly, that's a very common practice in the world of government, that you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all
But
only...
and I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. You're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library, okay? And, and your out goes, a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
This is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. And that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, right there on that, and just take that and just apply that to any vendor, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that library. That library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require the.
Yep. It can be circulated through, we can get into the whole issues of the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as a respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True.
Yeah.
One thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any bills from our office without Jean signing off on it.
So.
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing of things. I
And
want Cindy to have time to do it.
And if that's the case, Jean, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely.
Maybe where somebody with authority, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure you're a select person at this town.
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy to talk about that, to make sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, in anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. And I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can have a four-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Jean, for sure.
That would be great to help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S, payroll, $8,293.20. 49S, payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes?
Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we put the board and Cindy into executive session.
Michelle.
And Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 p.m. Out at 7:01. No action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
I underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, the one that we have this time. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned. So I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that. Yes. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you want to look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out.
Mhm.
But I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get it. It's like
No, it's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is and all, so it is.
So you sign it
is
after,
per
before
each
everything?
training, yep. And it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
So should we add that into here?
I don't,
Before
I'm
you
open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one,
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I think
day.
you should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you're maybe going to a, training how to be a whatever.
So
I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
So you're saying add the
Well, just
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
Yeah. At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm
depends
just saying it's on
on,
the borderline of the.
it depends on how nitpicky you want to get. Do you want to choose an app that we, no, I swear to God, I mean, we're going to this length, so let's,
Well, another thing
It'll
is
change, but
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't, I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
so how do you want E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or, yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentation, I mean,
And you can always download those look them up at VLCT's website too.
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't have to be included in the packet, but
well, that's it.
I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe made available to the board members?
sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
Did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
E.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't gonna say it, Sandy, but, yeah. But you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think you already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
Well, we probably don't really want to room with you either.
No, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean, at this point now, we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials of the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging and blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney? Because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I think I feel better HR-wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
That you are writing a policy to force somebody to share a room with somebody else. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or, I just want to make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male.
And there may be another way to word it, so I
Half the person.
don't see a problem with the current employees.
We could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
Yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. We have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it
Well,
vetted.
going back to the question about, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say, a popular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could,
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh,
the 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, Apple mapping might say.
1 hour and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh.
It doesn't need to be more complicated than, but some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was just saying, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning, and
yeah,
mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But again,
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using MapQuest and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our 2 apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have a conflict.
So print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's gonna tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app in the hours? I'm sorry, was that a joke, or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some,
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not gonna use the app, But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
To prove
Rand
it.
McNally.
All right, so it's old school. Okay? Thank you, Brett. Yeah.
Side of the table.
I was
I
gonna
used
ask
to,
on MapQuest.
not anymore.
Okay, let's see if you can let's go back and find it.
All right. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Do you want to take further questions?
Sure. Questions?
2 questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Okay. Yep.
That's what the board voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Years ago. It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is the current, 58 cents?
Yeah, 68.
Times
Rent
58.
a car around here.
That's $174.
Go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Where?
Enterprise,
Where's that?
up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case, you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
One-
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't want to ride in the rental car, you
Drive
drive
around.
yourself.
Oh.
and you-
I don't think any of us charge mile or reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table.
I haven't.
So I've never charged for mile or reimbursement or meals. So.
But, yeah, you know, that's good, but we do need to
Well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So, yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill
We
up?
do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a brake foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on safety.
They fill it up for you.
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. Save your
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what we learned at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people want to use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've got to get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that on your list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We'd have to take the parking out of there because our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, or cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays and
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name, it cannot just be a title. It's gotta be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also have a training session for everybody who decides that, yes, they're going to write tickets, because there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility that needs to be taken seriously. And there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put.
you can get taken off?
You can absolutely get taken off. I just guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how that's written.
Some towns had the whole
it's not even
select board
written,
on and some
properly in the
didn't.
ordinance
Because
what they're
I know that like for noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys get.
semi-automatic built into that.
I just put everybody on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't want to be in this loop?
You did that?
No select board members
No
want
select
to be
board
on this
members?
list?
I don't want anything to do with
Okay.
that.
I don't need to.
So no select board members?
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs? Or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the Judicial Bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure our
changed.
ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets, actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the Judicial Bureau and then they send us a check.
Yeah,
So
I
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
tickets
said,
out.
we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still have.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the Judicial Bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire
He's
chief?
the second constable.
Oh,
so-
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
they don't-
titles, I just put.
I question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah.
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be,
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title, it's gotta be the person and the birthday.
But if the person doesn't get,
Then I just write another letter, like
Okay.
the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. and-
so what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
Then they go to court, just like a speeding ticket, they will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control is a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles, that are not registered, which will take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old ordinance that really
Many,
needs to be
many,
taken out
many
of the
years ago,
books.
you had
Oh,
to
yeah,
register your
5
bike
ways to do it, yeah.
and it's still, the ordinance
It's
still
still
exists,
there.
we gotta get rid of it. It's kinda like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing. So like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Isn't that still a health officer?
She is, she's an assistant health officer.
Even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to, but, do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that, because if Mark's not in town,
Right, I leave them on.
they're the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the
I
ultimate
think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't know, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not going to be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have, because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it, and that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna ask.
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
obviously
want
not
if
going
I
to,
could.
and they don't have to write tickets.
Right.
There's nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not want to do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't want to do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites me, bites one of my grandkids,
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our,
So why do we have why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know, I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you.
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just
It's like,
requested.
but if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
and I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning or,
Or not pull you over.
yeah. So it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so. I don't know.
Well, can't
I
they
just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the
Absolutely.
point in the ordinance?
Well,
Is what
there
I'm-
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets
To have something.
to have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so, but that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a
don't
bill?
believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of, the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all, I honestly
No,
just guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured, I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, their stuff, I just guessed who might want,
But
have the
yeah,
opportunity.
no, I mean, I agree, like, if they're not gonna be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont an updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to write these out.
Yeah.
But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yeah.
here, that's all.
Yeah.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Yeah, because I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The
In
policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Because didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it? Okay. Maybe it's something else, firearm related.
Well, we spent a lot on the noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy, I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we want to go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us want to go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that kind of thing.
Administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have to get writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So, now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So, my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they want to, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I want to be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with our plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we don't want to appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function now.
yeah.
He can, go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home, and why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but
Use the warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the tickets? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket?
Yes.
If their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets?
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, you know, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you wanna take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else.
So we're
on this
asking
list-
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance, and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they wanna, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they wanna be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is ridiculous.
I mean, that would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they could,
Then- then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them. Whoever
So
writes that
still,
ticket-
this whole thing is pointless, because they can just not go to court because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it. If
Or-
you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, you know, somebody goes to court and says, yep, you know, I was found guilty, well, hey, you know, I wanna take this to the next level. And, you know, I've had people, you know, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. You know, are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, you know, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, you know, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it. Somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? You know, it's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, you know, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kind of my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not want to do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day. and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go to court, and it's their choice whether they go to court or not, just like it is a police officer. There's times that you can't show up to court because you're doing something else. So you miss a traffic court date. So we're not asking these people to do anything more than what they want to do. We're empowering them to have the ability to enforce the ordinance that they're in charge of if they so choose.
The one big difference with what you just said is, if I'm scheduled on something else, I'm up at training, I'm incapacitated, and I can't go to court, they postpone the ticket hearings and they postpone it until a later date. But as a law enforcement officer, we just can't sit there and write tickets and then tell the sheriff or tell whoever our boss is, I don't feel like going to court. I'm going to write all these tickets, but I'm not going to go to court.
I understand that. It's just I'm not showing up because I don't want to show up.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with a police officer. I was just trying to use that as an example.
Right, but if we're empowering these people to enforce the ordinances, which yes, they should be enforced, but there is nothing here that one protects these people, that whether they can voluntarily say yes or no, we're still giving them that authority. We're giving them no protection on top of that, and we're offering them absolutely no financial reason to go to court to try and get the town the $50 to enforce this ordinance. We're asking them to lose money
The
to
animal
make
control
us
officer
money.
gets paid. I'm sorry, I should correct that. He does get paid, like $15 an hour. So he would get paid. Other than that.
He would get paid to go to court?
I would assume that if he's in court for his animal control duties.
But that's not the way that that's written down, so why would,
Do you have a contract with Jesse?
that says,
He gets paid
he gets
out of
paid.
the dog fund.
but how is that
So far, he's
worded?
submitted 2 months' worth.
But does that, would that, and I haven't seen the contract,
What
would
he
that
does-
cover him if he went to court?
He would put down on his timesheet, if you want to call it that, the date, the time that he was at court, and then he'd submit it, and we pay it because we have a contract with him. But he's the only one we have a contract with. And it's paid out of the dog fund.
So I guess, again, the question comes back is, do we want to allow these people to enforce their ordinances, or do we not want to allow them to enforce the ordinances? That's it. That's all this is about.
I move that we ask these people to be fit enforcement officials.
Second.
So moved and seconded to offer these people the opportunity to enforce their ordinances. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So we will table the appointment of the enforcement officers until we hear back from everybody.
Okay.
Accept Recreation Board resignation from myself and appoint Amy Emery.
I move that we accept Josh Hunter's resignation from the Recreation Board, and furthermore, that we appoint Amy Emery to that board.
Second. Ooh, what did you?
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Josh Hunter and appoint Amy Emery to the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Policy to bill for emergency services.
So I apologize, Chris, I could not get all the information together quick enough to actually write a draft policy. And I figured before I jumped into that maybe if the board could discuss this long list of billable items, then I will jump into whatever you decide you want me to write a policy for. I hope that's okay.
Have you checked with other towns to see how theirs are written?
It's hard to find written ones. I did give you a copy of Milton's, I think it is. And different towns have different policies. So Guilford charges for some things. Chris was telling me that Putney charges for other things. Some towns don't charge for anything. It was a little tough digging, but I spoke to a couple of different towns and did find it's like night and day. I mean, the towns are so different in what they've decided to do. So I'm sure that we could find a policy that we could work with.
Did the LCT have a sample policy?
Ultimately, the thought process behind this, and I started talking to Todd about it 2 years ago, that I don't care if we recoup $20 or if we get enough to fill the tank back up with diesel. I think anything is beneficial here, especially since it's going to the insurance companies. We're not asking the residents to pay for it. I believe, with the exception of a non-permitted burn, and was there one other one that was discussed or no? But anyway, otherwise it would all be charged to the insurance company. So I don't see a reason not to take their money.
I'm with you.
That's why you pay for insurance.
Exactly.
And they have to be there anyway, you know. I think I should also, do our guys go to 91?
If they did, it would have to be mutual aid, because
Okay.
Guilford covers our small section of that, to the best of my knowledge, because they have the emergency entrance over there.
Okay.
I do not think that we should bill for mutual aid. I think that that's a bad practice to get into. We see a lot of bigger towns like Brattleboro starting to bill to come here, or to other small towns, and they bill simply because they know that they're coming here and our guys aren't going to be here, or Guilford isn't going to. There's a reason that they've been called, and to start billing them when we're going to ask them for help at some point, I think is bad practice.
So you would keep that as an exemption?
Yes. I also don't like the allow chief, town administrator, or select board to not bill for services. I think that that sets a bad precedent and some favoritism. I say we bill them all, and then we could address that as a board should they decide to appeal it.
I agree.
I agree.
The person responsible for the billing, coding, follow-up, I think that that needs to be our treasurer's office. But I think that there needs to be something clearly spelled out in there that if it's John or JJ responding for EMS, or Todd or Keith, I think that their paperwork needs to be done in a timely fashion so that we can bill. But I think that the billing process should actually be done through the treasurer.
What's the equipment usage charge? What would that cover? Because I don't know.
So some towns, and I believe you included one in here.
Yeah, that's like.
They charge differently for how long they were on scene.
Okay.
Each separate piece of apparatus would be worth something different
varies.
depending on size and how long and things like that. I believe some, and I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't look through this,
No,
but I
it's right on
believe
the
some
front
of
page
them
this
bill
policy.
for
The equipment, like the light truck.
individual man hours, depending on how many people we have on scene.
Okay.
That's per call. That's like per hour.
That's a good idea.
And I don't know if there is a way, Michelle, to write the non-permitted burn. I don't know if there's a way to put something in there. Where was it the other day? They just had the large tannerite explosion that was felt all over. That was up in Cavendish. Fireworks. I don't know if there's a way to write it so that if you're doing something stupid that creates a fire, that you're also billed for that.
Would that fall under the hazardous materials incident?
I don't know. Fireworks that I'm just thinking somebody setting them off and catching somebody's
There
field
is-
on fire.
So in addition to non-permanent burn, I mean, there is the whole nuisance charge. You know, like if you have faulty wiring in your house and you don't fix it and.
That's
they're
fine,
out there all
yeah,
the
I could
time
see
and
added
have
to that,
said-
that if you're doing,
Doing something stupid?
yeah, just put that right in there.
I want to put your name next to it.
Yeah, please.
I think I did see a policy that had something that alluded to that. So I couldn't find that.
And
But
as
see,
for
now,
what that
now,
money
a,
gets
a
off,
bill like that would go to
the homeowner,
the homeowner,
correct.
okay? There's also,
Which I think that nuisance charge needs to go to the homeowner as well. I don't think that that should be an insurance.
okay, and, there was also, let's see, homeowner, there's also, reference, it's like, if it's a DUI or another violation, and that's why you're getting your vehicle towed. I forgot where I was reading it, but those bills would go to the homeowner instead of the.
And hazardous materials, I think that that could be two separate things. There can be an accidental one, but then if somebody is dumping used motor oil over their embankment, then
So
that
that
would
should
be
go
a
homeowner, I think?
I think that that needs to be two separate things.
So what
One that's almost malicious and one that is accidental and it's just what it is.
Why would the fire department be called for someone dumping?
I don't.
Okay.
If somebody dumped 10 gallons of gas on their bonfire and decided
Yeah, I
to
can
touch
see
that
that.
off, now we have that incident plus the fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not billing an insurance company for something that they're gonna be like, what?
And I think, doesn't it turn into a hazardous material if oil starts spilling on the highway, on the road?
Yep.
They have to start picking that up.
Yeah.
Oil, fuel.
And we just dealt with it on this pond up here, whose pond, that the car rolled into a couple of years ago, that I don't believe they can still use that pond because of the hazardous material. Yeah.
And the insurance company doesn't cover that? Or will
I believe
cover it?
they would have.
They would have if there was.
Yeah.
She's still working on it. So those, like, the vehicle recovery really needs, like, in Guilford, it goes through the tow companies. So we'd have to set up a meeting with all the tow companies, and the town of Barnard would submit their bill to the tow company, whoever towed the car, and then they submit it to the insurance company with their bill.
Right.
Along with their bill.
And I think every tow company around here is being used by the same fire departments, so it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think they
common
have a
practice to
list.
them, yeah, so.
And then for the EMS, when you start billing for that, then you're looking at medical coding that needs to be done. So, this is something that's not gonna get done in the next 2 weeks, but, I'll look at what we need to know to get that done, especially for Medicaid and Medicare.
And I think that Rescue Inc. would be extremely helpful in getting squared away with that as well.
So should. Another town only billed for non-residents for vehicle recovery. Do you wanna do that, or do you wanna bill for everybody? I'm just trying to get a basis of what I'm writing, that's all.
Go ahead.
I think that would be for everybody.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
If not, it should say something to the effect of criminal activity, DUIs or things like that.
Okay.
But I agree with Jeff that it should be everybody.
And do you wanna, exempt payment if insurance doesn't cover the cost? You wanna keep that? kind of
Unless it is
wording in there?
unless it's one that's billed directly to the homeowner.
I agree.
And I know that that's what some of the fire chief was a little reluctant to do this. He was afraid that we were trying to get more money out of taxpayers, or that this was kind of a punishment to them if they had an accident. But as long as we're keeping it with the insurance company, that's what it's there for. And we can recoup some of our costs.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, did you get a chance to see the prices that Milton had? Is everybody okay with that? I mean, I would be totally guessing, I have no idea where to start with how much it costs to run that truck out.
It's big, it's big.
It's a big
I would go, where's Putney? Do you have Putney's?
No, we do not have Putney's. I'm actually waiting for them to call me back.
Yeah.
Goddard.
He hasn't called you back. I'll go up and see him at some point.
I think the rates make sense because regardless of the size of the town, depending on the, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been on the fire department, depending on the size of the incident is how many trucks you roll and that kind of thing.
Correct, yeah, I'm just wondering if is there anything in this that talks about man hours? Because I believe that we can bill for that too.
This one has, yeah, that one. It just says hazardous material fires, $100 per truck plus $30 per hour per fire. Suggestions. They're just suggestions.
This one says $1 per every $1,000 of estimated value of the vehicle.
I mean, if nothing else, I think that we should be able to bill for whatever the state's minimum wage is per person that is responding to that call. Because we're offering them missed wages, so we should be able to recoup that somewhere.
I'll check to see if we can do that, just to make sure, because on the University of Vermont thing, it doesn't say time, it just says standby and fire guard fees. But it doesn't say, but I'll find out as we go through this to make sure that, so.
I think Milton has a paid fire department, but maybe if I would have.
They must up there, they're.
Yeah.
It's similar size to Bratt population-wise.
Yeah.
I know that because my in-laws are from there.
Did you say to guess $15 an hour for the firefighters?
I said at a minimum wage, until we find out what we can do, but yes, I would.
Because it's gonna be 15 in a year anyways.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, and then the other part of this whole thing is, well, if we make this money, what do you wanna do with money? Do you wanna allocate it back to the fire department? Should that be part of the policy? Should it not be part of the policy, and just go into the general fund? Should it go specifically to the capital plan toward purchase of fire trucks? I mean, it's up to you.
Where does the money go that we get sent back from tickets that are written from the sheriff's department? Where does that money go?
I have no idea.
That's, isn't that an income line on that? Safety, contracted safety? I thought he
I'm not
had
sure.
that in the budget.
I
just don't know where it
is, but I don't know
disperses.
where,
You know
so
what
it just
I mean?
goes to the general fund then, if it's
Yeah.
not a line item there.
Yeah, I think it should go to general fund because we're asking the treasurer to do a lot of the bookwork. And so, to the fire department budget, that doesn't go, I think it should go to the general fund. Because there's more than just the fire department involved here.
I'm fine with, yeah, I just want the money to come to the town one way or the
Yeah.
other.
General fund, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And depending on what that is, we can allocate that much more to the fire department, a percentage of it.
Oh, so if it showed as income for the fire department, it would end up in the general fund anyways.
It would.
So they can show it as
But
income.
if you wanted to put it toward like fire trucks, then we could, if you would write a policy, it'd be part of the capital plan and be put every year to defer that, but that's totally up to you. Just if you're gonna bring money, and this could, if we're charging for everything, it could end up being a significant chunk
I
of.
think the
of money.
EMS one is the one that would be the most money brought in. And that's also the most calls that they run, so.
Okay, so that gives me something. Anything else that anybody wants me to make sure to look into as I'm crafting this? Oh, okay. And I'll talk to Cindy about that too, so that she knows, so she doesn't get surprised by having that put in her office.
I would imagine that we would have to find some kind of training for that medical billing to get her into.
I'm guessing,
Okay.
yeah, And hopefully in the research that I do, I'll be able to find something that.
Okay. We're skipping the salvage yard permit, public participation on non-agenda items.
I have a non-agenda item, actually, it's about the agenda. I know that Melissa Allen had requested to be on the agenda. She's not, she wasn't called down for any of the items that are on the agenda. Where would she fit into this agenda? She specifically asked to be on the agenda, you said she would be. But she was not called down.
She could speak in public comments regarding agenda items or non-agenda items.
Okay, so is this my opportunity?
Sure.
Okay. I have a little presentation.
Okay.
Should I come up to the table?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Melissa Allen. I live on Tyler Hill Road. I've been in town for a few years now and I grew up here. I started noticing a few discrepancies in some of the select board spending, and so I've kind of put together a few things that I wanted to share with you. Because I know that taxpayers have entrusted you with their tax money, and I would just like to point out some things and see if we can all work together to be a little bit better about it. Give you this.
Each today.
Staples
Yeah.
quite expensive today. So I can just, so I'm just gonna start out and I'll just go on my spreadsheet here. You'll see that it's cut quite small. I wanted to get it all on one page, but I have everything in chronological order so you can follow along as I kind of tell you and kind of break down the last year and a half-ish of some things that I noticed. The first item that I want to point out is Michelle's timesheet, and this was dated the week ending 2/24/18. Specifically noting 2/21 was a full day of work for Michelle.
So if we're gonna be talking about
Yep.
somebody's personnel,
Yep.
we need to do this in executive session.
Okay, gotcha. There are some personal items, but I don't know exactly what that would qualify for.
Well, if you're talking about people's timesheets, their pay, their vacation time, any of that is
Because I
a
took
personnel
all of
item.
these from public records.
Mhm.
So there's nothing that the public can't get
Correct,
that
but
I
if
have.
you're discussing changes or those things that needs to be done in executive session, it'd be because it's a personnel issue.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
same thing that we just did with Cindy.
Gotcha. So there's nothing in here that I'm recommending for a change. That would be up to you. I'm just pointing out some discrepancies that I found. So if that needs to be executive, I guess it can be executive.
It probably should be, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that you go into
Okay.
safe session.
Sure.
My glasses back there. I'd like to go in executive session with Michelle.
Melissa Allen.
How do I call you Michelle? With Michelle and Melissa.
Yeah.
I've only known Missy since she was little.
Sure.
To evaluation, let's see. Discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records, no. Hold on. All right. I'd like to go into executive session to discuss grievances other than tax grievances. Premature general public knowledge and its personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
And then I move we go into executive session.
Oh, sorry, based on personnel.
Okay, then I move we enter executive session to discuss this personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? We are in executive session at 8:05. Executive session 8:05, out at 8:34. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all of the correspondence in your packets, and, yesterday, speaking of travel, ran up to Montpelier for a photo op and a press, opportunity with the governor for our big check of $5,000 for the rec center, so.
Thank you very
That was
much.
pretty awesome.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
It's a small one.
You get to talk to the governor?
I did.
All right.
Said hi, Dan.
Does he know where?
Got my picture taken with him. Got an email to me today. And actually got to meet face to face to the woman that I deal with a lot of the state, who, you know, and I see her on email all the time, so it was nice to finally be able to put a face to her name and be able to shake her hand. And that was cool.
Great.
All right, that's all you got?
That's all I got.
Next meeting is tomorrow at 6:30, same bad time, same bad channel. We are adjourned.